to everyone joining Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV, as we bring you the Elite Under 14 10-a-side rugby tournament from Pallekele. This was yesterday's game that happened yesterday, and especially again with DS Ranayaka taking on Science, and a lot of good games happened yesterday, but now it's the final day of the Under 14 10-a-side tournament, where the Shield semi-finals will be the ones that kick off the first game of today, and now then we have the bowl quarterfinals and the cup quarter, and there's a lot of good teams here in this tournament, and those montage was what happened yesterday. Here's the Under 14 Elite 10-a-side rugby tournament 2026 day 2. We are coming to you live from the Trinity College Rugby Stadium from Pallekele. We came to you live yesterday as well. There were 32 teams, and 16 played here at Pallekele and 16 played at Digana, and all 32 for 24 teams who has qualified travelled to Pallekele. The weather is really good for fast running rugby. There was no rain, a slight drizzle, that was it. And now let's take a look at the groups of the Under 14 10-a-side rugby tournament. Group A featured Zaira, St. Joseph's, Dharmaraj and Nugayala Central. Surprisingly, Dharmaraj topped that group, defeating Zaira and St. Joseph's and Nugayala Central. And in Group B, DS Ranayaka, Science, St. Benedict's and Maharagam Central. Maharagam Central did not participate in the tournament, and Science and DS Ranayaka was a brilliant game. It ended up as a draw, but Science on points and tries topped, and Royal Anand, Maliyadeva Sri Sumangala. It was Anand who topped that group, and Trinity, Kingswood, St. Sylvester's and St. Aloysius. Trinity played some brilliant rugby and topped that group. And St. Thomas's, Sri Sumangala, Richmond and Carey. St. Thomas's managed to top that group, the Group E, and the Group F, Isipatana topped that group, featured with Mahanama, Prince of Wales and Siripi Aratana. And in Group G, it was a tough battle between St. Peter's and Vidyartha, where that game ended 7-all, but on tries and the scoreline, St. Peter's went to the cup segment, followed by Vidyartha, Thurston and Dharmapala. And in Group H, St. Anthony's topped that group, brilliantly defeating Wesley and Lumbini and Sri Rahula. Those are the groups breakdown of Under 14 2026. These were the day 1 results that happened yesterday here at Pallekele. Zahira defeated Nugayala Central 61 points to nil. Dharmaraja 19 points to nil victors against St. Joseph's. Maharagama Central did not participate, hence DS Ranayaka got a walkover. And Science defeated St. Benedict's 43 points to nil, while Royal hammered Sri Sumangala Panadura. And to nil victory against Maliyadeva, and Trinity hammered St. Aloysius 31 points to nil. And Kingswood, it was an easy game for them against St. Sylvester's, who look pretty average. And Dharmaraja surprisingly winning against Zahira. Zahira were the defending champions of the Under 14 last year, and Dharmaraja won that game 5 points to nil. And St. Joseph's against Nugayala Central, it was one-way traffic, 62 points to nil. And DS Ranayaka defeating St. Benedict's 31 points to nil. And Science got a walkover against Maharagama Central, and Royal Maliyadeva 39 points 2-0. and Anand hammered Sri Sumangal Panadura 61 points to none, and Trinity and Kingswood edged past St. Aloysius 26 points 2-7, and Zahira 7-5 against St. Joseph. Zahira went to the bowl segment because of that victory, and Dharmaraja hammered Nugalu Central 45 points to nil. And the game of yesterday was the DS Senanayaka taking on Science. It was a draw, nil-all draw, but Science had the better points and tries. That is why they went to the cup segment, and St. Sebastian's got a walkover against Maharagam as well, and Royal and Anand, there was another closely contested game. Anand on points and tries went to the cup segment, and Sri Sumangal Panadura and Maliyadeva, it was 2-all draw, and Trinity hammered Kingswood in that last game 40 points to nil, and St. Aloysius went away with a victory against St. Sylvester's 40 points to 7. Here are the group fixtures. Shield quarterfinals of the under-14 Lalite Tenaside Rugby Tournament. St. Joseph's will be taking on St. Benedict's in the first game that is going to be played today at 8:30 AM, and followed by Maliyadeva taking on Aloysius, Richmond taking on Prince of Wales, and Thurston taking on Lumbini. Next up we have the bowl quarter-final fixtures. Zahira will take on DS Senanayaka. That's going to be a brilliant game, and Roy will take on Kingswood, and Sri Sumangala will take on Mahanama, and Vidyartha will take on Wesley. These teams were very unlucky to have been selected to the ball, because all teams played brilliant rugby yesterday. And next up we have the cup quarterfinals, the all important cup quarterfinals. Dharmaraja will be taking on Science at 11:10 AM, and Ananda will take on Trinity, and that is going to be a brilliant game as well. It will be closely contested as well, and followed up by St. Thomas's taking on Isipatana, and St. Peter's taking on Anthony's. And now we will go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have more action.
Sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel, the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
I run the road. Isuzu D-Max.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස
Isuzu D-Max.
පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ පුරාවෘතයක් මුලින්ම කීර්තිය රස බැලූ සම්ප්‍රදායක් නැවත පැමිණේ Lemonade Sixes 2026
විජයග්‍රාහී පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් වේදිකාවේ සෑම ලකුණක්ම සෑම ප්‍රීති ഘോഷාවක්ම සෑම මතකයක්ම විඳගන්න. සැප්තැම්බර් 4 සහ 5 The Papare 2 The Papare 2 HD Dialog Pay app සහ thepapare.com ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
නිලා මම අලුත් බැංක් account එකක් ඕපන් කරලා ඉන්නවා.
මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න?
දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් වෙබ්සයිට් එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක ස්කෑන් කරලා මීටින් ටයිම් එකක් ෂෙඩියුල් කරලා ඔන්ලයින් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් ඕපන් කරගන්න.
නිලා මම අලුත් බැංක් account එකක් ඕපන් කරලා ඉන්නවා.
මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න?
දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් වෙබ්සයිට් එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක ස්කෑන් කරලා මීටින් ටයිම් එකක් ෂෙඩියුල් කරලා ඔන්ලයින් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් ඕපන් කරගන්න.
Two sports, one stage, one incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play app and thepapare.com.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel to the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Welcome back to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV, as we bring you the first quarter-final of the Shield segment. St. Joseph's College taking on St. Benedict's College. St. Joseph's featured in the Group A, Dharmaraj, Zahira and St. Joseph's with Nugara Central. And St. Joseph's lost to Zahira and Dharmaraj. That is why they find themselves in the third position of that group, and that is why they are playing the Shield quarterfinals. Everything to play for. It's good conditions for fast running rugby. This Pallekele ground is a fabulous ground to play rugby at, because the conditions are really, really good. And joining me in commentary is Methnula Hansit. A very good morning, Methnula.
Very good morning, Kavinta. Yes, sensational rugby yesterday at both grounds, in fact, here in Pallekele, and it's only gonna get tougher and more exciting today, as we've got the Shield quarterfinals to kick things off on day number 2 of the Elite Under 14 10-a-side rugby tournament. St. Joseph's wouldn't have liked to find themselves playing in the Shield quarterfinals, but they were put into a very tough group. They had to compete against Zahira and Dharmaraja. They fell short on both the occasions. And they'll be going against St. Benedict's, who were put in against Science and DS. They had some tough matches as well, as we're underway with St. Joseph's with the kickoff.
Good high-hanging kick collected by St. Benedict's player. Fended past one player, but brought down finally. So here's the big man taking the ball into contact. Crash ball is what was required, and here's the fly half giving it out to his second pod. That's hovering there, and now they will give the ball out wide. Space opening up in the corner, but the number 9 Nathan Balsing does really, really well, and he's been bundled into touch. Before bundling him into touch, there was a slight knock on, and St. Joseph's have the first set piece of the game for themselves.
How good have Nathan Balsing and especially Christian Nethrich been for St. Joseph's College yesterday as well. We saw them carry their whole team as we go into the first scrum. This is what happened. Almost bundled into touch, but we'll go for our first scrum.
Balsing gives it out to his centre partner, and here's space opening up wide. The danger man, the number 8, Setula Jayatilaka. He was brilliant yesterday. He was the best Josephian player that featured yesterday, because he has the pace and he has the physicality in this under 14 level as well. And it's the number 9 who will be trying to convert Christian Nethrich, but the conversion is astray. So it stands at 5-all. Here's the first set piece. Here you go. The fly half knew exactly where to pass. The centre, look at that line, right between the centre pair, and goes under the post. Beautiful running angle from Setula Jayatilaka, and starts off the day with a try, and an important try for St. Joseph's, because they played their first game yesterday against Dharmaraja and they lost that game 19 points to nil. Here's St. Benedict's trying to weave past a couple of players, finally brought down. That was Joel Fernando with the tackle. Here's the scrum half, gives it to Soisa. Soisa takes the ball into contact, and holding on is the call. Brilliant work by Shalom Jayawardena. Brilliant work, needs to get back, and that definitely will be a yellow card coming in for St. Benedict's. You need to have the game sense there, isn't it, Methnula? Because whenever the ball has been turned over, whenever it's a penalty, you need to retreat 10 meters back, and it's very cynical to really tackle when you are not 10 meters down.
Some very cynical errors by St. Benedict's to start their game. These could cost them dearly. This was what happened. This was the infringement which allowed Shalom Jayawardena to turn things over for St. Joseph's College, but they didn't retreat 10 meters back, did St. Benedict's College, and go into a scrum in favour of St. Joseph's College. It's Nathan with the feed in. Here's St. Joseph's College. That's Nathan Balsing, but held back. Shalom Jayawardena with the ball, but still on his feet, trying on the get-go, but eventually put down is St. Joseph's College, and that's the number 4, Chenul Pereira, who finally puts it over the whitewash. They were trying and trying, was St. Joseph's College, but eventually they managed to get over that whitewash. It's 10-0 St. Joseph's College very early on in the set piece.
There was space between besides the ruck, and that was why Chenul Pereira picked it up from the back of that truck and went over, and St. Benedict's are playing with one man down as well, and that opened up space, and the guard dogs on either sides of the ruck wasn't there. Here's Shalom Jayawardena, who's very physical. We saw that yesterday. He and Nathan Bolsing had a good combination yesterday, and Chenul Pereira only had to pick it up and dive over the whitewash as we restart for the third time. Here's St. Benedict's taking the ball into contact, gives it to the Nippy scrum half. Here's space opening up wide in that far corner, but the St. Benedict's player decided to cut back in. Here's the big man, he'll know only one way. That's a very good tackle from the number 9, the little number 9 from St. Joseph's, Christian Nethrich. And here's St. Benedict's yet again putting the ball to boot. But the sweeper for St. Joseph's is at the back, and that's the number 6, Nathan Bolsing. Bolsing caught him past a couple of players. He needs support, gets in the likes of Shalom Jayawardena, and Shalom Jayawardena will go and post it right under the posts. Brilliant work from St. Joseph's, starting day 2 with a bang, because their first game against Dharmaraj hammered 19 points against them, and St. Joseph's, very good rugby in the first game of day 2, and the conversion is astray yet again, and that's 3 tries and 3 missed conversions. Here you go, Bolsing stepping past a couple of players, and a lovely offload to Shalom Jayawardena, who goes untouched and under the posts. Pretty easy for the big man.
Seeing some very good structured rugby by St. Joseph's College. We didn't see this consistently enough yesterday, but in these knockout stages you'd want St. Joseph's to continue. Another high-hanging kick by Christian Nethrich to start things, collected by St. Benedict's. Here's Benedict's on the run, tackled by St. Joseph's College. Under the ruck goes Benedict's once again, trying to fend off a couple of defenders, Benedict's, but couldn't get past him. Here's Shalom Jayawardena with the steal, trying to get past a couple of defenders, and here's Shalom Jayawardena on his way for his second try of the day. Brilliant stuff from St. Joseph's College, and Shalom Jayawardena in particular.
The ball was turned over by Shalom Jayawardena, and there was space in the blind side, and he decided to use that space on the blind side, and he was way too physical. No one was going to catch him from this Benedict's team, because he's by far the most bulkiest and the tallest player in the St. Joseph's outfit, as we see another conversion that goes astray, and that's half time. 20 points to nil in the first Shield quarter final. St. Joseph's leading pretty comfortably.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
These are the highlights of that first half. St. Joseph's College got off to a cruise. All of their players have been working in tandems. That was Sethula Jayatilaka, who was wonderful yesterday, continuing where he left off, and his counterparts Shalom Jayawardena, Christian Nethrich and Nathan Balsing have been playing some spectacular rugby too. The chemistry of the St. Joseph's College players has been very outstanding today. Haven't been able to convert, but nonetheless they've scored 5 tries rather, and they needed this. They needed to get off to a good start against St. Benedict's College.
St. Benedict's coming on the back of 2 defeats as the ball has been collected by Nethula Senur. As well as the fly half, Johan Pereira puts the kick into touch just inside the 22 meters. St. Benedict's have an opportunity to show that they can score as well. This is the first time St. Benedict's have travelled inside the 22 meters of St. Joseph's. Quickly taken, and here's the big man, number 1, takes the ball into contact. That's Praveen Jayasinghe, and here's the number 10, Johan Pereira, going past Nathan Balsing. Can he go all the way? Bundled into touch, is he? No, just short of that whitewash, inches away, needs to send the ball out. There's plenty of numbers for St. Benedict's if they choose to go that way. But yet again, they opt for the pick and drop. And not rolling away is the call from the referee. Here's St. Benedict's. Gives it to the number 1. Takes the ball into contact. Praveen Jayasinghe. Ball available. Going through the ruck. And the ball has been knocked on. St. Joseph's have possession. St. Benedict's, after travelling all the way right under the whitewash, they have given the ball away, and the ball has been knocked on yet again, but the referee says there was no advantage. Hence they will go back to the initial knock-on that happened from St. Benedict's, and take a look at where they are now, just 5 meters away from the try line. Very cardinal. There was space on the open side if St. Benedict's decided to go that way, but they didn't, and they tried to do it much more physically. And here's Setula Jayatilaka running past a couple of players. He on a roll. He is the best Josephian player so far in the tournament. Setula Jayatilaka right under the post for the Josephians from Maradana, and they extend their lead to 25 points.
He ran the whole length of the pitch there. Setula Jayatilaka is doing it by himself at the moment. What a turnover though by St. Joseph's College. St. Benedict's looked to touch down for the first time, but they gave the ball away inches from the whitewash, and St. Joseph's College made no mistake this time. Nathan Balsing, who's taken the honours of the kicking duties, puts it right underneath the post. This is the replay. Setula Jayatilaka, wonderful footwork, fending off a couple of defenders of St. Benedict's College, and all he had to do was make a run for it. A brilliant run by Setula Jayatilaka to notch up another try for St. Joseph's College. They're on 6 tries now, 27-0, leading against St. Benedict's College. An opportunity for Christian Nethrich this time to start things. Doesn't get the best of kicks, but it's gone past the 10 meters. Referee brings back play. Opportunity for St. Joseph's College. Opposition half and put pressure on them. Benedict's College very unlucky to lose the possession of the ball on the previous occasion. Is a scrum in favour of St. Benedict's College. It will be Shane Vijayabandar with the feed-in for the Benedictarians. The Josephines have been on the money from the very start. They've put pressure on the opposition. They haven't really been allowed to reckon with so far. Here's Benedict's taken out wide. Will be going laterally. The number 10 looking to make room. He's found some space but eventually brought down by Christian Nethrich. Benedict's with the restart. Trying to be a lot more physical. Benedict's, that's been another point of view for them. But
penalty for St. Benedict for not rolling away. Referee was initially playing an advantage for a knock-on, but the player did not roll away from that ruck, and hence St. Benedict's have a line out and it goes out into touch. Not much distance gained, just around 15 meters, but St. Benedict's will take it because the line outs and the scrums aren't contested in the under 14 level. Hence you have free ball of the set piece. Yes, St. Benedict's yet again knocking the ball on, knocking the ball backwards, and here's the number 3 in the corner and he'll be bundled into touch. Referee takes back play to where the original knock-on occurred, and very poor from St. Benedict's. They could have done much better because they had the line out. They only had to send it through the line, but not good game plan from St. Benedict's. Unsure of what they can do, and here's the number 11 giving it to his fly half. Here's the danger man Setula gives it to Nathan Nethrich, and here's the number 14 running around the corner. That's the number 12 for St. Joseph's, Kenneth Fernando. Under the posts, just like that, they score their 6th. Right under the post, and the conversion is an easy one. And 2 similar tries, 2 back-to-back tries from St. Joseph's, and this is now starting to be a hammering.
It's constantly been the decision-making of St. Benedict's College that have enforced St. Joseph's College to be on the upper hand. It's been a similar story on the last couple of occasions. Similar tries as the referee says it's over. St. Joseph's College take the game 34-0 as that is full-time confirmation. These are the highlights of the second half. St. Benedict's College looking to get things underway, but it was Setula Jayatilaka that turned things around beautifully and ran the length of the pitch to touchdown for St. Joseph's College for the second time today. And he was the first to score for St. Joseph's College in the first half. He was the first in the second half as well. And this was the number 12, Kenneth Fernando. He was ruing for an opportunity, and he did almost the same. Cynical errors by St. Benedict's College that have costed them opportunities, but St. Joseph's College have taken those opportunities with both hands.
Next up, we have Malayadeva College taking on St. Aloysius College from goal. This is the Shield quarterfinal, the second Shield quarterfinal. The first Shield quarterfinal was won by St. Joseph's, defeating St. Benedict's 34 points to nil. That was the first game of the day, and this is now the second, with Malayadeva will be kicking things off from the right to left. Malayadeva did not play good rugby yesterday, but they did manage to draw their game against Sri Sumangala Panadura. 12 points all after trailing 12 points to nil till the last moment. They came back and equalized. Quickly taken by the St. Aloysius player. That's the number 7, Chanuka. Advantage being played in favor of St. Aloysius. St. Aloysius have a brilliant player in the likes of Nifal Abid. And I think it's that man yet again. He scored a hat-trick yesterday. And Nifal Abid does really well. He's the danger man. Running around. Knew there was space on the outside. And like all good wingers and fullbacks do, they identified where the space was and injected that pace into space. And really scoring the first try, and the conversion is a good one as well. Hit the up crossbar and over the posts, and just like that, 7 points to nil here. So look at how he scored that. Not a really good pass, but he knew exactly where to run, and scores the first try of the game for St. Aloysius.
This will be inspiring for St. Aloysius College. It was really only Abid Nifal who challenged the opposition for St. Aloysius College yesterday, and he started things well. A good high-hanging kick from St. Aloysius College to get underway. Collected well by the number 5. Here's Malyadeva, who really stunned the opposition in their last game yesterday. Will want to start well today, but the referee.
Holding on is the call from the referee. It's quick tap take and gives it to the big man. He runs lateral. In space is the number 3. That's Anuhas Gunawardana. Ball available for Aloysius. Space on the open side, but the number 2 decides to go into contact. Dinuj Godage. That is another penalty for not releasing and coming in from the side. And here's the number 7, Chanuka, taking the ball into contact, but the ball has been knocked on. St. Aloysius should have played a couple of phases more, because the Malyadeva team is normally used to bunching up together, and that leaves space on the outside. But running lateral was the St. Aloysius front row. It was Dinuja Godage and Anuhas Gunawardana, who is very bulky. And this will be the Malyadeva scrum half, the number 6, Sineth Dihen. Here he is. Sineth tries a beautiful pass through, and here's the Malyadeva Spitz taking the ball into contact, needs to roll away. Ball available for Malyadeva. Scrum half gives it to his main runner, the number 4. He straightens the line and takes the ball into contact. Penalty advantage. Line offside is the call from the referee. And here again, not taken from the right mark is what the AR says to the main referee. And it's Sineth here again. Sineth Dihen, quickly taken, gives it to the number 7. He gives it to the hooker, and here's the number 4, Malyadeva, taking the ball into contact through Disada Sanumita, and here's the number 19 yet again, gaining a couple of meters. Good rugby from Malyadeva. Numbers on the outside, decides to go by himself, should have drawn and passed. No knee on the ground, and now needs to release. Penalty advantage. The knee was on the ground and should have released. Did not release. Here's Maliadeva trying to run around the corner, and there's Nifal Abid yet again with a brilliant tackle, and the ball has been turned over. Had all rights to the ball. He wasn't the tackler. Nifal Abid was the tackler, and the player who turned it over was the tackler. And brilliantly done, and this doesn't go out on the full. It's a penalty that has been given away, and here's the number 4. This is the Sanumita taking the ball into contact. He normally straightens the line, and here's another pick and go through the ruck. Ball available. The number 19 tries to run lateral. Misses a couple of tackles, but the ball has been knocked on. Maliadeva has had a lot of possession, but they have given away possession whenever it mattered. Here again, he was in space. There was a winger on the outside, but in trying to pass that, he has knocked the ball on, and it's very cynical. Aloysius scrum. Since it is under 14, you can't contest. That's a good cross kick. Lets the ball bounce. Collected by Sineth. Here's the space opening up wide for the number 8. Cutting back in. Misses the first tackle, but Nifal Abid. What a tackle that is. And that's half time. Good passages of play in the first half. But St. Aloysius, through their main player, Nifal Abid, has managed to score the first try of the game, and the halftime confirmation is St. Aloysius lead 7 points to nil against Maliadeva.
නිලා මම අලුත් බැංක් account එකක් open කරලා ඉන්නවා.
මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න?
දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් website එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක scan කරලා meeting time එකක් schedule කරලා online connect වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් open කරගන්න.
Isuzu D-Max.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
We're back live. These are the highlights of the first half. It was St. Aloysius College that touched down for the first time. It was the number 15 who was on a roll yesterday as well. Abid Nifal. He was sensational for St. Aloysius College. Started things really well for them again. It'll be instrumental that he keeps carrying his team forwards. St. Aloysius College have a strong team to contend with, though. Maliadeva have surprised their oppositions in their last couple of matches. It's just that they couldn't make use of the good positions that they've been getting themselves into. They would like to have a try of their own against strong St. Aloysius College. There's the big man for Aloysius to start things. Good high-hanging kick, not collected by Maliadeva on the full, but they have possession early on, trying to get themselves out of trouble, trying to get themselves off a bad position. But what a run that is by the number 8. He's tried to make a run on a couple of occasions on the first half, but wonderful tackle by the number 15. He's run a country mile there to catch up, but a wonderful turnover.
What defense and what speed. Nifal Abid. It was a good run from the number 8. Space opening up on the outside, and a sprint which was just short of the whitewash. And the penalty was given for holding on. Good defense from Nifal Abid. Needed support. Did the number 8 from Malayadeva. It's Pamudu Prabhasha. And now St. Aloysius have a line out. Quickly taken. Gives it to the fly half. Here's the big man. They'll know only one way to crash through the middle. Still on their feet is the number 3. That's Anuhas Gunawardana. Penalty. Yellow card coming surely and definitely. And it's Anuhas Gunawardana who goes into the sin bin. Now Malayadeva have an opportunity. Not 10 meters yet again. Another advantage. The referee will blow. It does exactly. Number 4. Another yellow card for not retreating 10 meters. Too short for St. Aloysius. There will be a lot of space to work with for Malayadeva. Quick draw and pass. Here's the number 19 trying to run through the middle. He's been well tackled by the Malayadeva defense. Another advantage. And the scrum half opts to go through the blind side. And here's the number 3 for Malayadeva taking the ball into contact. Binara Hansana. Ball available. Needs to give it to the open side. Does the Malayadeva player. Here's Nifal Abid and the ball has been turned over. Brilliant defense coming in from St. Aloysius. Malayadevas could have scored twice. And St. Aloysius are playing with 8 people. 8 men. And needs to capitalize.
They have constantly gotten themselves into good positions. The referee giving a warning to Malayadeva College. St. Aloysius have been brilliant with their defense. They haven't allowed Malayadeva to continue. They'll want to kick it into touch. And was trying to keep it in the number 4, but eventually kicked into touch by St. Aloysius College. This will be a line out in favour of them. It'll get them out of their own 22. So that replay. Possession won over by Aloysius College. And, the opposition being forced to retreat 10 meters back. Here's the number 5 for St. Aloysius with the throw-in. St. Aloysius will want to take things out wide. And this is exactly how they're supposed to be doing it. This is the number 9 giving it out wide to the number 15, their star player, who will have no problem whatsoever because he is on a roll at the moment. Abid Nifal, no problems whatsoever as he touches down right underneath the post for his second try of the day. Wonderful work by the young speedster.
What pace. There were 3 defenders, sweeping defenders coming in. But he ran through that touchline and finishes off what promises to be a brilliant try, and the conversion is good as well. Now St. Aloysius lead 12 points, 2-0. 14 points to nil rather. Here's a look at what happened. Here's the little man drawing in and gives it out to Nifal Abid. It was a good take, but there was no one catching him. There you go. 3 men chasing him, but none of them could catch him. Has plenty of pace, and there again shows the goose and dots it down right under the posts. 14 points to nil. We have around 2 minutes remaining, and St. Aloysius are playing with 2 men down as well. 2 yellow cards, and it's a free kick for wasting time. And Malayadeva will have a free kick centre field, and Aloysius needs to get back 10 meters. And here's Malayadeva gives it to the open side and the ball has been knocked on. Malayadeva, whenever they've had good position, they've given away position with pretty ease and pretty cynical, one can say. Here's a replay of what happened. Was a good pass, but needs to collect that. Needs to collect that at this level.
He didn't really have anyone to pass to. No one was backing him up. But this is an opportunity for St. Aloysius College to double down. They've constantly turned good positions for the opposition around. And here's St. Aloysius College. Cutting back in is the number 9. The little man who gave it out wide to the number 15 early on. Trying to make a run through the inside. Here's the number 12 trying to go out wide. But a thumping tackle taken down. Aloysius going left of the field. Here's the number 15, the star player. He'll hand the ball out to the big man, the number 3, who'll gain meters for his side. They're constantly challenging the opposition. And here's the number 2, who gains a lot of yards for his side. And all the number 15, the fullback, Abid Nifal, has to do is fend off a couple of defenders. And this is wonderful teamwork by St. Aloysius College. All of their players playing a huge role in that try, in their third try. And another opportunity for Chanuja Vikramarachige to convert. It's not going to be easy. He'll have to contend with the angle, but not having the required legs, as it is full time. St. Aloysius College thrash Malayadeva College Candy 19-0. What a game that was. Sensational stuff from their fullback. Was the star player for them yesterday as well. That is full-time confirmation. St. Aloysius beat Malayadeva College 19-0.
Brilliant work from St. Aloysius College throughout this Shield quarter-final. As I say very good morning to Rashan Oda, who joins me in the commentary box. It's still we are in the Shield segment quarter-final. It's Richmond College who will take on Prince of Wales College here at the Pallekele Stadium for the Under-14 Elite Tennis-side Rugby tournament. Good morning, Oda.
I will reciprocate. Good morning, Yashan. Here we have the next match, Prince of Wales versus Richmond College, as kickoff has already begun. The ball is let bounce, just rolls into the hands of the Aloysius players. Quite a stir there, as many of the men have bunched up. Here goes. Possession is in the hands of the big man wearing white. Looks like he's gaining quite a few grounds for his team. Prince of Wales still in possession of the ball. He's worked down to the line. Could have sent it out, but decides to take it into contact. A few meters ahead of where the previous ruck was. Here we are working down the line. There is space on the outside, however they are not using it yet, as they have failed to realize that Richmond College has left both their outer ends open. Big men once again, support is there, but they're a little too late it seems. However, they managed to keep hold of it. Still going is the big man. Brought back for a penalty.
Crucial penalty. This is for Prince of Wales. A high tackle call there, and the penalty going in favour of Prince of Wales, right within the 5-meter area for Prince of Wales. Here was the infringement. Well, so he's a big unit, but Jandro Pereira on that occasion for Prince of Wales not being able to tackle appropriately, calls in the high tackle. And here's Prince of Wales now with the maul. Will they try for the rolling maul? Haven't gained any meters so far. Here's the big unit from Prince of Wales as they charge within 5 meters now. They'll want to work the line. And they score the first try, the first points on the board for Prince of Wales. A dream start for them, the ideal start they would have won, Roshan, in going into this quarter-final.
Indeed, Yashan, it seems that they used more of their basic brawn more than the proper use of the field. However, they did get the job done. Quite a controversial kick there as it goes slightly to the left and a little bit under the crossbar of the uprights. As we go back for the restart.
Well, ideal start there for Prince of Wales. They had all the position from the start. And Richmond College at the moment not finding any answers to this Prince of Wales line outfit. Richmond College under a bit of pressure as we are set to restart things. So we are 3 minutes in, third quarter final.
Collected by Richmond, they are on the move, but they are brought down once more. They could have given a offload, but hesitate. Perhaps a wise decision by Richmond. And down goes the ball. Looks like that was almost a hospital tackle, hospital pass, and still the little man was able to gain a few meters. Brought back down. Continuity of the game from Richmond College is quite good indeed. The ball never seems to be stationary for more than 5 seconds. Oh, lovely turnover there, Yashan, isn't it?
Well, an important turnover for Prince of Wales. They'll now want to make advantage out of this. They have taken all opportunity from what they've been provided with, and now here's Prince of Wales on the outside, has no one to stop the young fella. He'll go all the way, and he'll go on to score the second try for Prince of Wales right beneath the post. An absolute brilliant passage of play there for Prince of Wales from the overturn. They managed to work the line. Conversion goes through the post as well. They saw that the defense of Richmond College were bunched up and took maximum advantage on working the line and using that outside passage.
Good fast pace play we see here, as is expected in a tennis-side tournament. As Prince of Wales College go back for the restart, as they will kick off for the receiving end, Richmond College, to proceed with play.
Well, decent crowd here at Pallekele. We'll expect to see a few more going into the day as well. Still 9:14 a.m. local time. So we'll expect to see a bigger crowd gathered here at Pallekele. The restart not gone well for Prince of Wales, so Richmond will take the penalty at the halfway line. Will take the quick tap. Here's the big unit of Garika Fernando. Takes a couple of meters. Now works the line. To Anuas Piris. With his scrum off, will take it out. Will pass it on. Richmond on the outside. Advantage called for a high shot. And they will get the penalty for a high tackle there. Richmond College, as Omar Ahmed will put ball to boot into touch, will gain a couple of meters. But here was the infringement. Well, he took a couple of players with him. Did Garika Fernando. But yeah, there you go. There you go, a bit too high for referee's liking. Not ideal for Prince of Wales, as Richmond now take it in quickly. Here's Richmond working on the line. Indwar Aditya will pass it on. Noah Spiris, the witty scrum off, takes it off, has options, has space on the outside. Lateral running so far from Johnny Ruperera.
Prince of Wales doing everything in their capacity to get that ball over. How it is brought back to a penalty. There does indeed seem to be a difference in skill, which is quite evident. However, for an under-14 outfit, neither team seems to be in much possession of fear, which is quite good for the future of Sri Lankan schools rugby, as Prince of Wales collect that kick and they're on their way.
Well,
takes 4 men to bring him down, isn't that Yeshan?
Ideally. I haven't been able to put into touch, as Richmond College would have loved to get a couple of meters. But now once again Prince of Wales on the attack. It's been a one-way traffic so far in this first half. As here's the try scorer once again, the big unit of Prince of Wales. They are wearing their jerseys inside out, so we're unable to call the names properly. So apologies from our end for that. But here's Prince of Wales once again. 7 minutes have elapsed already, but Prince of Wales still on the attack. Referee will call it back for line offside. And will call him for a scrum. Prince of Wales.
First scrum of the game so far with Prince of Wales in possession of the ball. Let's see what they're up to this time.
Prince of Wales will come out of that scrum. He has space on the outside. Decides to cut back in, pass one defender, pass two. Johnny Ruperera finally been able to hold him down for Prince of Wales, but once again here's Richmond College. He can work the line. This once again Richmond College, their defense is bunched up. No defenders on the outside. But this time decides to put ball to boot. It won't find touch, in fact, just bounces in. And Richmond will get a penalty out of it in the dying seconds of this first half. Here's Richmond from within their own 22, would want to get out of jail as soon as possible and go into halftime ideally without conceding any points, but knocked on forward from Richmond College. Here's Prince of Wales with another opportunity to score. They will do it. A third try for Prince of Wales. And a magnificent passage of play and a magnificent first half this has been for Prince of Wales over there.
Prince of Wales has indeed been able to spark something out of nothing there in the last few moments of the game, which brings our final tally up to 19-0 with Prince of Wales in favour.
Well, one-way traffic so far in this quarter-final between Prince of Wales and Richmond College. There's a confirmation. Prince of Wales leads at half-time 19 points to 0. Well, the highlights package will show all of Prince of Wales. It was 3 successful tries for Prince of Wales in that first half, with 2 successful conversions coming out of that. Richmond College unfortunately not having any answers to this young Prince of Wales outfit. They've been using their forwards quite well, running through the defences.
Yes, the continuity of play also was quite evidently present in the Prince of Wales side as we come back for the restart of the second half after an interval of say 30 seconds, as it is a 10-a-side tournament and each match does only continue for 14 minutes.
Well, an important second half for Richmond College if they want to stay within the competition, but it's a steep mountain to climb for them. 19 points they are trailing by, as Prince of Wales on the receiving end will kick it into touch. Not the most ideal tactical ploy there from Prince of Wales, because they will go back to where the kick was taken, and be a line out for Richmond College in a crucial spot at the moment. They would love to start this second half with a score order.
Yes, indeed, Yeshan. The uncontested line out is now taking place. Still waiting is the Richmond outfit. And taken quickly, it's brought down to the line. Plenty of space outside. Ooh, tough pass to catch. Still hope for Richmond College, as unfortunately he's brought down a little bit high, that tackle, but the referee seems to have dismissed it.
Indura Aditya taking a couple of tacklers with him. Here's Amar Ahmed who passes it on to Shenul Silva. Still within the mall. Once again Amar Ahmed out of the ruck, passes it on the outside as the options. Takes a couple of tacklers with him. Tacklers not been able to put them down at the moment, but somehow the ball has been overturned, and Prince of Wales goes on to score their fourth. It has been a one-way traffic so far, and just when things were going so well for Richmond College, Prince of Wales gets on top of it. Simply said and done. If I'm not mistaken, the referee has awarded it as a penalty try. He will talk with his ARs just to confirm it. I believe it is for the high shot that was given right within that 5-meter range. So it would be interesting if we could have a replay out of it, just to see what the infringement was. But a brilliant overturn there. I'm not sure how that happened, but regardless, here's what the referee should be looking at. Yep, right there. Ideally, you would say, Rashan, it would be a penalty try coming out of this.
Yes, indeed. I do think that Prince of Wales also are looking forward to that, and it appears that they have been awarded the penalty try, so the conversion have been gifted to them as well. So 26 points to nil.
Well, you would say Prince of Wales will be going into that semi-final pretty easily. Richmond College at the moment not having anything going their way at the moment. As you just say that they do knock the ball forward. And well, Prince of Wales with the upper hand once again on the attack. Would love to go into full time with another score on the board.
Quite a sinful error there from Richmond College in the last few minutes of the game. A chance for redemption, and the ball had been knocked on. Referee calls back play for an infringement. Knock on, says the referee. And Prince of Wales will once more reset for the third scrum of this game. Prince of Wales, irrespective of their size, seem to be quite fit indeed, as I have not been able to observe any of them lagging behind.
Well, Richmond now with the scrum have been given multiple opportunities throughout this encounter, but hasn't been able to come up on top. Here's Richmond now, trying to get out of their own half, but up to the task to take Indura Aditya down.
Holding the ball.
Will be a penalty in favour for Prince of Wales for holding on. Brilliant defence work from the boys in the white jersey.
Prince of Wales have indeed now bloomed with confidence as we start to see the cracks appear in the Richmond College defensive efforts.
Well, it's good for them, Rashan. I mean, getting a good high score going into the semi-final will give them a lot of confidence morally. And that's something that you'll need, especially for these young lads.
Most definitely, Ishan.
Now Prince of Wales within the 22-meter range would love to go into full time with another score on the board and have that final say. Brought in a couple of fresh legs as well, so definitely they'll be looking forward to get that one more score on the board. Will contest for the rolling maul.
Richmond College appear to be doing okay, but still Prince of Wales slowly pushing forward.
Who takes it on the blind side and gets past couple of the Richmond tacklers and scores a fifth try for Prince of Wales, and it has been an absolute brilliant first outing on the second day at this under 14 Elite Rugby 10s tournament 2026. A brilliant, the best quarter for the best quarterfinal they could have asked for, going further deep into the competition. The conversion successful as well, and definitely they have been the standout team so far. 33 points to nil.
Richmond College really showing the pressure and the fear seeping in now, and Prince of Wales have been happily making them pay for it dearly. As we see quite a prominent figure here, this boy, I believe he has scored 3 tries for his team now, and successful conversions as well.
Okay, start.
Richmond College surely now desperate to somehow redeem themselves in some way with at least one try. And they let the ball bounce, don't seem too keen to collect it. It appears that they may have given up all, judging by their behavior and their conduct. Yes, Prince of Wales have once again taken over the ball. The support is there. Number 9 is looking to send it out, and Prince of Wales do indeed take the outside option. Could have sent it out, but decides to go into touch. And the referee brings play back for a not releasing the tackle, I believe.
Well, the 40 minutes are up on our clock, and yes, the hooter goes off. Most likely would be the final play, and
not sure what happened there. I believe he took the tap and then passed it on to his teammate. As Prince of Wales now happily taking that failed touch kick. Oh, what a pass that was. Unfortunately, it went forward. The Prince of Wales boy may have been a little bit confused at that moment. And play has ended with Prince of Wales winning 33 points to nil. Quite a dominant effort from Prince of Wales College.
Well, the supporters agree as well. A brilliant outing for Prince of Wales. They confirmed their spot in the semi-final. 33 points to nil up against Richmond. Richmond had no say in this game, and they sealed their place in the semi-finals once again. Here's the highlights of that second half. A brilliant overturn that was from Prince of Wales, and that was the penalty try awarded. And well, Prince of Wales has been on top so far. They confirmed the position in the semi-finals, the second semi-final within the Shield segment. On the other hand, St. Joseph's College and St. Aloysius College to have confirmed their positions in the semi-finals. And to find out who will be facing Prince of Wales in the semi-final, it's Thurston College up against Lumbini College, the fourth and final quarter-final in this Shield segment. We've already begun with Thurston kicking from left to right.
Lumbini happily taking that ball and running on the side. What a beautiful step that was. Long-legged boy, this is Tall John Sally on his way, cruising down to the try line, and down he goes. With ease, scoring that try for his team under the post, doing much favour for the kicker.
Well, Gimsara have a pace again with that try. A brilliant start for Lumbini College. Right from the restart, right from the start of play. They worked the line really well, and a simple try for Gimsara Hevapesage, who would go on to convert his own try. It is successful, so he'll take all 7 points for his team And within the opening minute of play, a good start from Lumbini College.
Here is the replay now as we see number 10. Gimsara Hewage cruising down there. Lovely running line this boy had, and a lovely bit of footwork as well from him as he scores and converts his try for his team. 7 points to 0.
Well, ideal start for Lumbini College. Thurston would definitely want to equalize it as soon as possible. The clock runs quickly in a game of 10s as here's Lumbini College with the restart. Taken on the full. Does Kuindu Vitanage, who passes it on to Senal, who will go into the ruck. Now passes it on. Yuhas Vikramage on the outside. Brilliant offload to his winger. But Chani Da Silva has knocked it on.
Which will bring us to the first scrum of this game, as it appears that Lumbini are in possession of the ball. Here's the replay of that action. It appears to have lovely offload there, but and there's the infringement. As we return to play, looks like Lumbini is making good use of the field they have been given. Beat one defender, but he comes back for him. Ball comes loose, but the support is there from Lumbini. However, it seems they are just a touch too late. Falling on the ruck is the call by the referee, so Lumbini continue to keep possession of the ball. I believe they will go for a touch.
Well, Gimsara, the try scorer, would want to gain a couple of meters by putting this into touch. Does so. And a couple of important meters gained by Lumbini College. Right outside the 22. As Rashmin Jayasinghe will throw it in from the line out. Opts to work the line now, Lumbini College.
Taken into contact there, but still in possession. Oh, that's quite a sinful error there by the number 9. Once again, though, Lumbini somehow manages to hold on to that ball. They work the inside line. Quite a dominant tackle right there. Lovely offload, though Lumbini seem to be quite well versed in keeping the continuity of the ball. A vigorous attempt there to get through the line of defenders. However, it appears that they are not quite using the outside space that they have, and here it is. There's the effort. What a step that was. Man still is on his feet. Unfortunately, he's brought down, and oh, what a shame that is. He just let the ball go there.
Well, a brilliant run there by Senuka Gunasekara. He passed it on well. A good offload to Matika Balasuryage, but Matika unable to hold it on, and unfortunately he knocks it on when Lumbini could have doubled their lead. But a brilliant passage of play from Lumbini College. They had all the rights to go and score that. There was a brilliant run from Senuka Gunasekara. The offload came in well as well to Matika Balasuryage, but Matika unable to get a hold of that. Here's Thurston now with the opportunity now to try to get out of their own 22.
It appears that Thurston do have some space on the inside. However, they do not appear to be using that space, and they take it into contact through the middle.
Well, the big forwards and all there, taking a couple of tacklers with him. Here's Thursdonites trying to get out of jail. Will lose the forwards again, but knocked on there from Minuka Bandara. And here's Lumbini College gives the offload brilliantly. This time gets a hold of it, does Matika Bale Surege. Matika Bale Surege goes on to score the second try for Lumbini College. He corrects his mistake which he did last time. This time gets a hold of it. And Matika Bale Surege will go on to score the second try for Lumbini College in this quarterfinal.
Under the post conversion should be no difficulty for Gimsara Hevage to put that over. And it isn't awarded the conversion. Here we have the replay of that action as he's taken into contact and the offload is given to Matika Bale Suryage, and it's just coasting down for him to the try line under the post, scores for his team.
Well, he'll be breathing a sigh of relief as we go into lemons. It's Lumbini College who gets the upper hand in this quarterfinal against Thurston. They lead 14 points to nil.
2 sports, 1 stage, 1 incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the papare.com.
Here we have the replay of that action. As we see Matika Bale Surege, Gimsara Hevage, pardon me, on that beautiful run down the right side of the pitch, scoring the first try for his team and successfully converting it as well. And here we see the offload from Amisha Kalutarage to Gimsara Hevage, for him to score that try with ease with absolutely no defenders to put him to a stop.
Well, Lumbini will want to make sure that they hold on to this all-important lead. Things can turn around quickly in game of tens as it's Lumbini with the restart. Thurston takes it on the full. They will want to go on the outside. Does Senul. Hapo Arachi will go into the tackle. Thurston would want to work the line. Opts to go in with their forwards to take up the tacklers with them. Does brilliantly. Does Senal. Gains important meters for them. Here's Thurston once again. Has space on the outside. Opts to cut back in. A brilliant offload. And brilliantly taken there by Manu Mita, who passes it back in to Senal. Here's the witty scrum of Akin, passes it on once again to the outside. Akin passes it on to Setuka. Setuka would pass it on back to Senal. Goes a couple of faces.
Difficult pass there to catch. Lumbini almost have the ball there. They do manage to get away with it, but the play will be stopped and brought back as the referee says it was offside, I believe.
Well, Thurston was able to go in with to a couple of faces, but unable to break the line of this Lumbini outfit. But they have another opportunity here with the scrum as Akin feeds it in. Would want to work the line. There's space on the outside and they do so. Nice pass back in, and now a good offload from Yuhas, who passes it on to Silva. But ball overturned at the hands of a knock-on from Thurston College. It hasn't been their day. Thurston scoreless so far in the encounter, and majority of the play has been within their own half. As Lumbini now has another opportunity to score.
Lumbini still going forward, and support is there. Rucking is quite good from the Lumbini side, as they do have space on the outside. However, he decides to keep it, and it does not matter as he goes down to score the try for his team once more.
Well, Amisha Kalutarage gets that all-important third score for Lumbini College. Easily broke through the line of defense of the boys in the blue jumper. And so far, Thurston lacking in all departments. Lumbini too good for them at the moment. Ideally, you would say they have sealed their position in the semi-final up against Prince of Wales. The conversion just hitting the post. So the score will remain 19 points nil. All important lead for Lumbini College.
Indeed, here's the replay of the action that happened there. Ball was given out to Amisha Kalutarage, and he did not even intend to give it to his teammate, as he had no need to do so. For Thurston were unable to stop him, and he went down to score the try. Here's with the restart. Thurston keep collecting it quite nicely. Goes into contact. Support is there. Unfortunately, unlike Lumbini, they do take quite some time to get the ball out of the ruck. And here we are. Play continues. The big man takes it into contact.
The big man Senal there trying to gain a couple of meters, unable to do so. Thurston at the moment trying to just work with the forwards, but this time puts ball to boot, doesn't gain much out of it. Lumbini now with another opportunity, as it was Indura who went into the tackle there, playing with advantage once again. Sachin going into the ruck, has options on the outside, has options on the outside. Radishan will go. Will
score the try in the wrong place, actually.
Well, he dived in for the try there. Radishan did all the hard work to get there. But unfortunately, he thought the try line was the deadline. And some miscalculation happened there from Radishan's end. Here's a look at it. Yeah, he thought he was already there. And just touched on at the wrong place.
You got foxed there a touch. Yeah, comic try, that comic quote-unquote try there.
Well, Thurston not getting much out of it, to be honest. They will put ball to boot though. But play, like it has been throughout this encounter, still remains in their own half. Here's Lumbini.
Running lateral and given the ball, but unfortunately he was not ready for that offload and knocked it on there. Thurston will happily take conversion of the ball, as they will take whatever they can get right now, with the score still being 19 points to nil with only 1 minute left to go in this game.
Well, Radishan on that instance as well, knocking on, has been the casualty there in a couple of instances for Lumbini. Would definitely want to correct those mistakes before they go into semi-final. Here's Thurston. Silva goes into the tackle, trying to now work it out. Senal again passes it out to Juhas, who puts ball to boot Juhas, but once again taken from Gimsara Pesige, who has been their sole try-can scorer. And here's Radishan once again. This time he collects it cleanly. But side entry from Thurston College, and Lumbini at the hands of Yashidu will go all the way. And in the dying seconds of the second half, Yashidu Kalurarachige will score Lumini's fourth try and will seal their position in the semi-finals.
Thurston there tried putting ball to boot despite having no luck during the first attempt, and Lumpini hesitated in no way, shape or form to make them regret that decision. Unfortunately, the conversion is just under, but the game is over. 14 minutes done with 24-0 with Lumpini College going into the semi-finals.
Well, it has been all Lumpini throughout this encounter. 24 points to nil. Lumpini takes the all-important win and will meet Prince of Wales in that semi-final.
Here's the replay of the action as Thurston College seem to be taking the ball quite well there. And here we have the number 8 going back for the try, scoring his first try for Lumpini.
It has been all Lumpini throughout this encounter. Yashidu there with the final score for Lumpini College, and that's it. We have concluded all quarterfinals for the Shield segment. As we now move into the Bowl segment, it's an all-important quarterfinal coming up. It's Zahira who will take on DS Senanaika in what promises to be a close encounter for a position in the semi-finals.
Here we have the play has begun with against Zahira College and DS Senanaika College, two quite dominant teams so far during this under 14 elite tournament. Already within 20 seconds of play we have come to the first scrum with Zahira College in possession of the DS Senanaika College in possession of the ball, as they will take it quickly and send it down to the outside. DS Senanaika College certainly using the field quite well as he tries to beaten one defender or beaten two, and down he goes through the stretch, down under the posts easily for DS Senanaika.
Tulin Wimaladharma, the number 5 for DS Senanaika, making full use of the wide side of the pitch, and finally for DS Senanaika, they get on the board. It was a tough battle against Science College during the latter stages of day 1, but DS have finally ensured to score, and this will play hugely in the minds of DS Senanaika. They were very sloppy in that game against Science. They made a lot of casual errors, and it was those errors that prevented them from scoring and probably entering the cup segment. DS will be relieved that they're 7-0 in front of Zahira. Zahira got things off to a very good start. The defending champions, of course. They scored 61-0 against Nugawela Central, but slowly faded away against Dharmaraja and then St. Joseph's as well. They weren't playing their best rugby against St. Joseph's College, but here's an opportunity for both these schools to play top tier rugby in these under 14 10-a-side tournament. It's day number 2. We're into the bowl segment quarterfinals. Zahira collect clean. Here's Zahira on the go. Here's the big man, the number 2, making the yards against the Dons defense, but we know how good the defense from DS Senanaika has been. Here's Zahira taking it out wide. Zahira looking for that run in, but intercepted well by DS Senanaika. This is good defense from the black and golds. Zahira this time taking it to the right of the pitch, trying to penetrate that Don's defense. Zahira on the go, but they haven't really made much yards.
Indeed, Metnuka, Zahira do keep going back and forth. Unfortunately, however, they have not been able to go forward very much, as this boy seems to have taken the decision to go into contact. And the referee will call it back for holding on to the ball. DS Senanayaka now in possession. They will opt for a touch kick.
Sashrika Pereira is dominant with his kicks, and he tries to put this into touch, and he does. He brings play in to the opposition 22. This will be instrumental for DS Senanayaka. If they can get another try, it'll do wonders for their confidence. Sashrika Pereira has been wonderful with those thumping kicks. He's led this team really well. And, it's important that DS Senanayaka carry on. Here's DS trying to set it out wide. But they've been met with some good Zahida defense as well. Now from under the rock, ball available for DS Senanayaka, sending it out wide. Here's number 9. They've got plenty of open space out wide. They decide to step in. Here's the number 25, cutting back in through a couple of defenders. Here's DS again. This is an opportunity for Sashrika Pereira to cross over, but he passes it to the number 15, who touches down for the second time for the Dons. And DS Senanayaka are going rampant over Zahira.
Zahira College valiantly defending, doing everything in their frame of power to stop DS. However, all their attempts were indeed futile, as DS Senanayaka College used some lovely teamwork there and got over the try line. Here you will witness the conversion from the number 10, Lawrence Krishikesh. Unfortunately, the conversion has been unsuccessful, so the score will remain 12 points to nil.
Here's a replay. They've fended off a couple of Zahida defenders, and Sashrika Pereira with a brilliant pass of the offload to the number 15. Number 14 rather, it was Tashin Hetiarachi at touchdown for DS. And, the 12-0 up against Zahida come the 5th minute. Still waiting for the ball for the restart. This has been a very good start for the black and gold. Zahida definitely taken aback. They entered in as probable favourites, coming in as defending champions. They would have liked to enter the cup segment, but things have just faded away for them. DS rather would love to continue playing good rugby. Sashrika Pereira with a good high-hanging kick, collected well by Zahira. Here's the big man, the number 2, Amar Safarullah, who's trying to make the big yards in. At the defense of the DS Senanayaka have been up to task. Here's
College now with space on the outside. Looks like they're going down the left side of the field. DS Senanayaka valiantly defending, however. Brought down, however, the support is there for Zahira College, as DS Senanayaka managed to take that ball away. Holding on is the call. DS Senanayaka taken it quickly. Still going is this man. Lovely offload there from DS Senanayaka. Cut in, and he's almost to the try line, but he's brought down just a few meters away. Here it is, DS Senanayaka's number 9 gives it out. There's space on the outside. Looks like DS will go over just below the posts. Lovely match for DS so far. They're certainly blooming with confidence now. And Zahira appear to be showing some slight cracks under this pressure.
Lawrence Krishikesh with an opportunity to convert. He wasn't successful in the previous conversion. We're into the 6th minute. DS are already 17-0 up, and an easy conversion from underneath the post for Lawrence Krishikesh. And that'll put DS firmly on the front foot here at Trinity grounds in their opening match of the day. Here's a replay of what happened from underneath the rock. Sashrika Pereira gave the opportunity to Krishikesh Lawrence to pass it out to the number 3, Mohammad Amhar, who found it easy to touch down underneath the posts, and an easy conversion to follow it up. So things are going really well for DS Senanayaka. They'll be really delighted. Not judged well by Zahira, but eventually they end up with possession. Trying to enter the opposition half for the first time, Zahira. They haven't really made DS Senanayaka defense to do the hard yards. And here's Zahira going out wide with plenty of open space, but a knock on. And that allows possession to be with DS once again. Zahira just haven't had the click today. They've gotten themselves into good positions. Here's a replay. Zahira were trying to go out wide, but the collection wasn't clean enough and ended up knocking the ball forwards. And we'll have a scrum in favour of DS Senanaika. It'll be the number 9, Sihasa Deumita, with the feed in.
Last move of the half here, as DS Senanaika will certainly try to get themselves more into a better place now, as DS, lovely use of the field there. Big long passes, and it seems like it's no problem at all so far. Zahira though haven't given up yet, and they are brought into touch. Referee will have a conversation with his ARs and decide what the next course of action is.
So half time here between Zahira College and DS Senanaika. It's been a wonderful first half for DS Senanaika. Have found plenty to get over that whitewash, and that's half-time confirmation. DS Senanaika 19-0 in front of Zahira.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel, the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Isuzu D-Max.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Welcome back as we're about to get the second half underway. It was a cracking first half with all the momentum for DS Senanaika. This is how that first half started. It was all guns ablaze for DS Senanaika as they didn't put a foot wrong. Everything they touched turned to gold as they maneuvered the field precisely. Some good structured rugby from DS Senanaika in day number 2. They weren't pinpoint later in the first day, but they've regrouped, they've re-energized, and it looks like a different team for DS Senanaika. So was that second try by the number 3 right underneath the posts, giving Krishikesh Lawrence the ability to convert, and that put DS Senanaika 19 points over Zahira.
Here we have the restart now. DS allow it to bounce. Will go back in and attempt. A wise decision, I believe, as DS will try to chase this ball down. Zahira player is right there, and the DS player is so close to him. Unfortunately, he's just able to tackle him. DS Senanaika player quickly there. Lovely turnover by him, and the ball call is holding on. DS will be rational about this and will take a touch kick. Valuable meters there as it is still in. Unfortunately, the touch kick went awry and it's in the dead zone now.
That'll be a restart for Zahira from their own 22. Or will the referee bring back play? And he does. The referee brings back play to the early infringement, and it'll be a scrum in favour of Zahira. This is that replay. Zahira looking to collect that ball from the back of it, but DS defence up to the mask. Them trying to win the ball over. It was a penalty for DS with Zahira having to retreat 10 metres back. Zahira with the feed in. Zahira will want to get out of this dire position. Here's them moving laterally. It's trying to set it out wide. Here's the number 11. Sajjad Sarad, who was brilliant yesterday at Zahira, have won themselves a penalty. DS forced to retreat 10 metres back. I wonder if Zahira will try to kick this into touch. DS tried to, but couldn't really capitalise. And they do. Kicks it into touch, and into the opposition half they go for the first time. Zahira really challenging DS Senanaika today. They haven't really posed any kind of threat to the opposition, and here's a line out in favour of Zahira from the opposition half.
Zahira still in the process of finding their mojo, the line out is taken and it is sent out. They have space on the outside, but he decides to take it into touch. Perhaps an offload, but no. He's brought down. The ruck is there. Support is available. And DS are quick off the line. Zahira, the man. And the referee seems to think so as well, as the DS player has been sent out for disorderly conduct, one could say.
Playing with fire there, DS Senanaika. That was Sashrika Pereira, the key man, who's sort of dragged the Zahida player out of the tram lines. Here's a replay. Very dangerous play by DS Senanaika, was the captain. Very unnecessary by him. And rightfully so, earning that yellow card. And he was actually very lucky to not earn a red. Zahida slowly but surely gaining meters in to the opposition half. They've earned themselves a line out from just over 22 meters from the whitewash. And this will give them immense confidence.
Zahira will definitely be endeavouring to score a try now, as they are playing against an outfit with one man down. Zahira still don't appear to be utilizing all the field that much. As taken into contact right where all the defenders are, unfortunately. Pick and goes to organize the backs out there. Slowing down the pace of play to allow for an organized movement to be created. DS though not giving up with the turnovers, and it is unsuccessful as the DS player has not rolled away. Zahira will retain possession of the ball. It appears they will go for a touch kick, which is crucial meters to be gained here.
Kicks it into touch, does Zahira, and they've made good territory in to the DS half. They're well in to the DS 22. They're only inches away from that whitewash, and we've got a 9-man DS battling it out against a full-strength Zahira, just about to score for the first time. Now DS are 19-0 up. They'll have no worries if Zahira score, but they would like to turn this around. Would DS Senanaika. Zahira number 10. Suhaib Sahibu with the feed in. Here's the big man for Zahira College, gaining meters, inches away from the whitewash. Here's Zahira with their first try. Wonderful from Zahira College to get over that whitewash. Really challenging DS Senanaika for the first time today. And finally, they've managed to get themselves on the scoreboard. A difficult conversion for the number 9, Shezan Rahim. He'll have to contend with the angles. He might not have the legs for it to go over the crossbar. So it'll just be the try for Zahira. Here's a replay. The big man got themselves into a very good position. And all Zahira had to do was find a way over that whitewash, as it was a comfortable try for Zahira College to get themselves onto the sheet.
Quite calm and collected Zahira were in that last play. A wise course of action as well, to break from the maul and then slow down play with the pick and goes. And it did indeed turn out in their favour, as the restart is taken. DJs have no intention of picking up that ball, and Zahira have really taken it. Number 9 will send it out soon. There is space on the outside, but they decide to take it into touch. DS players doing everything in their in their frame of power to bring down the Zahira players. Not wanting Zahira to reach redemption in the last few seconds of this game.
Zahira had plenty of open space out wide, but they decided to step back in, which probably cost them gaining more meters. Here's the big man for Zahira College, trying to gain in the hard yards, met with some good defense by DS Senanaika. Here's Zahira trying to go out wide, but almost bundled into touch, but Zahira just stay in from the tram lines. Now Zahira giving it to the number 12. Here's the big man once again. Thumping tackle by DS. Zahira constantly trying to set it out wide. They've got plenty of open space for the number 22. It's Hanashi Farm. But DS defense has been very good. They've constantly attacked Zahira. They haven't let Zahira get away with it. And an opportunity for DS. It's 14 minutes on our clock. This could possibly be the last play.
DS's effort has certainly paid off as they are in possession now. They will most definitely want to walk away with one more try. But we're unsure if that is a possibility.
We have a slight hold of play with Zahira Boy down close to the tram lines. Now, DS and Naik very relaxed. They've got this game in the kitty. 19-5. They'll want to kick this one out into touch and take the game. But the referee says play on. That's a perplexion in the faces of DS as this is the replay. The number 22 trying to go out wide but faced a tumble in contest to some DS defenders. It'll be a line out in favour of Zahira College from their own half. Possibly the last play. Here's Zahira setting it out wide. Here's the big man, the number 2, Amar Shafarullah, who's done well today. The referee says advantage for Zahira, penalty. DS forced to retreat 10 metres back. Zahira would want a consolation try.
Lucky strike for Zahira there as the penalty could not have come at a better time. Taking a kick, which is a bit of a controversial action. It appears that the referee still has time on his clock. Here's the replay of that previous action. The big man takes it into contact there. From Zahira, the number 2, Ammar Safarullah. Support is there and the tackler has not rolled away. We go back for another line out. Zahira in favour. Bit of a maul there to fox the DS defenders. Still going is the number 2. DS unable to stop him and finally brought to a halt. They're holding him up in an effort to take the ball, but to no avail. Zahira making a wise decision, slowing down the course of action, going on with their pick and goes.
From under the rock comes Ammar Shafarullah once again. He's done wonders for Zahira College, and just like that, DS and Naika have turned things over. An opportunity for Sashrika Pereira to kick things into touch and possibly finish things off in this game as the referee says full time. DS and Naika have won this game convincingly. 19-5 against a strong Zahira outfit. They've been tested, DS and Naika. They've come from that heartbreak yesterday of losing to Science, and that is full-time confirmation. DS take the game 19-5. Here's the replay of the second half. Started well for DSN and Naika, but Zahira managed to get themselves over that whitewash for the first time. It was Ammar Shafarullah that gained meters for Zahira constantly, and eventually Zahira still falling behind DS's tally of 19.
Unfortunately, our graphics seem to have misinformed you a touch. It is Royal versus Kingswood at this moment, which we will begin play soon. There it is.
The lads from the Hills, Kingswood College. Begin proceedings from left to right of your screens. Yes, the big number one, Isukamara Singh. Royal with the opportunity to work the line. They have been on the outside.
Plenty of space out there for Royal. Unfortunately, he decides to take it into contact. Royal on the attack, looking for a lucky strike. And it appears they may have found it, as Royal on the outside, unfortunately unable to go over the whitewash. However, that will not stop them from continuing play, as the number 2 is successful in bringing down the try for his team within 50 seconds of the first half. Royal College have scored.
Well, a brilliant touchdown from Braun Phillip. Royal College want things to go in their favour. From here onwards, they want the upper hand over Kingswood.
Chenitha Vijayveera faced with a bit of a difficult kick, and it has shown as the kick has been unsuccessful, and the score will remain 5-0 with Royal in the lead.
Well, it was Braun Phillip in that instance who went all the way to score the second try, apologies, the first try for Royal College. A good passage of play there as they opened the board. Knock on called first off the hands of the Royalists, so it will be a scrum for Kingswood.
Kingswood College did perform quite well in the under-16 elite tournament, and yesterday their efforts were fruitful, as they have come to the bowl quarter-final. Unfortunately, they have knocked it on, and possession will be given to Royal as they take it quickly. Here's a replay of what happened. He's just unable to hold on to the ball there, as Royal have gained many meters. They are around 20 meters out from the try line. Lovely continuity of play there from Royal, as it seems like it's just a cakewalk for number 3 from Royal, Dimitri Ravishankar, as he sails down to the try line and scores the second try for Royal.
Sagit Seniviratne to add on the conversion, does so successfully. Dimitri Ravishkar with the score for Royal, the second of the game. Well faced off from the Kingswood defenders, and a simple touchdown for Dimitri. As Royal once again with the restart. Kingswood takes it out on the full.
Collected well from Zahira, but just collapsed on the spot there. Kingswood, pardon me. As Royal are already on the move, no one to stop him.
Here's Amar Singh to score the third for Royal. Simple stuff from Royal College, keeping their basics intact. Well, we hope Amar Singh is alright. He has seemed to have hit his head while going to keep the touchdown. But regardless, the big number 1, Isuka Amar Singh, will keep the score. Will keep Royal's third try with Chenitha Vijayveera to add on the conversions. Direction was right, but did not go the distance, so it will remain 15 points to nil. A good presence of mind there from Chain Banda, who quickly passed it on to Isuka Amar Singh, who went all the way with the tackler still holding on to him.
Royal College making full use of the fear they sense in Kingswood College, as he's easily taken out to touch, and there will be a line out in favour of Royal.
Well, apologies, we don't have the Kingswood name sheet with us, so we are unable to call the names of the Kingswood boys. But here's Royal from that line out. where majority of this play has been played in this Kingswood half. Here is Senul Leelaratna who breaks the fences of Kingswood College. Here's Royal, brilliant offload once again to the try scorer Isukamra Singh to Bravan Philip. Chenaka Bandar passes on to Vijay Veera. Vijay Veera goes past one, past two. Once again, Chenaka Bandar on the outside to score Royals fourth. It has been total dominance from Royal College. Kingswood has had absolutely nothing to answer towards this Royal outfit. It has been a clinical performance from them so far. And with the conversions to come, Royal is leading at 20 points to nil. Here's Trinity Vijay Veera.
Unfortunately, the conversion doesn't go the correct direction. However, Royal do appear to be beating the brakes off of Kingswood as 20 points to nil with just 6 minutes on the clock. 8 minutes left to go during this whole entire match. 1 minute left in this half. Here's a replay of that action. And just trivial for the Royal number 4, Arsh Faisal. Zahir well taken by Zahira, above the head, brought down swiftly though by Royal. And given out fast. Kingswood trying to spark something out of nothing here. As the hooter goes off for the first half. However, as Zahira in possession of the ball, they try to... Kingswood, pardon me once more. Kingswood are going back and forth, but unfortunately they are not... They don't seem to be gaining many meters forward. The big number 4 goes into contact, brought down heavily by the Royal defensive outfit.
Brilliant tackle from Jayawardena. Good pressure from the Royalists so far. Kingswood unable to get out of jail. Unable to cope up with that pressure as well. Brilliant defensive work coming from Royal. Well, referee reaches out to his pocket and doesn't hesitate to give out the yellow card. Here's Sagit Senaratne, who will take the quick tap. In fact, passes it on to Amar Singh. Amar Singh with options. He will take a couple of tacklers with him. Here's Banda. Passes on to the try scorer Faisal, who has options on the outside. But Faisal will go himself and will score once more for Royal. Absolutely clinical and total domination from Royal. And the second try of the match for Ash Faisal at the same spot he did earlier. And clinical from Royal so far, with the conversion to come from Chenita Vijay Veera.
Royal have certainly borne much fruit that is ripe for the picking in this first half. Unfortunately, the conversions have not been so successful. Nevertheless, they are 27-0 in the lead at the end of this first half.
Well, total domination so far. Royal leading the all-important quarter-final, 27 points to nil against Kingswood.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel to World of Sports at your convenience. Join now.
Welcome back for the action of the second half of this Royal Kingswood game. Here's the replay and the highlights of the first half. Royal having a cakewalk here over Kingswood College. Quite dominant in both attack and defense here. This is the first score of the game. Bravian Philip scores for Royal College. And Lovely work here, beautiful use of the field, and individual skill is also clearly evident. There's a lovely ward off and score to the try.
Well, Royal have used their forwards really well at the hands of Isukamar Singh, Brawan Philip and Dimitri Ravi Shankar. They have been quite instrumental in that first half with the support of try scorer Chenka Banda. As we are up and running again in the second half. Royal now on the charge. Here's Dimitri Ravi Shankar once again. The number 3 running deep into that Kingswood half, but penalty awarded in favour of Kingswood.
Kingswood attempting a perfect 10-meter kick-off. However, it does not fully go the 10 meters, and Royal has no hesitation in taking it within the 10 meters zone. And Zahira will go for a touch kick, which will be crucial during these times of play.
Well, much needed touch finder from Kingswood. They want to make sure that they gain the all important meters out of this. They haven't been able to do that so far. Majority of the play has been within that Kingswood half. Royal has been quite instrumental with their defensive work as well. Now here's Kingswood. Brilliant tackle from Senu Leela Ratna. And thus it has caused a forward pass out of it as well. So another scrum in favour of Royal. They are truly, well and truly on top. That tackle was quite instrumental. Put the Kingswoodians under pressure and thus causing that forward pass. Here's Royal. Brilliant scissor pass to Ash Faisal. Here's Chenaka Banda on the outside once again. Royal. Here's Brawan Philip taking a couple of tacklers with him. Chenaka Banda passes it out on to Chenita Vijayveera. Passes it on to Ash Faisal once again.
Royal building phases successfully and moving forward slowly but steadily. However, Kingswood are now in possession as he is brought down. Tries to give the offload, but the referee does not hesitate to pull out the yellow card on the Royal player for, I believe, lifting the Kingswood player and attempting to put him on the ground on his head.
Well, even though they're 9 players down, you would say Royal has got this in the bag. Here's Kingswood now with an opportunity. Only has 9 men on the other side. Now Royal will go one more man down. They'll play with only 8 on the field. And a golden opportunity this is now for Kingswood to get some points on the board. They have played quite well throughout this tournament, but today just hasn't been their day. Here's Kingswood with more men on the field. Kingswood on the outside. Has no one to stop him. Kingswood will go on to score their first try in the quarter-final. A consolation try, you'd say, nonetheless, but at least they won't be at 0 points and will gain that much needed 5 points for Kingswood. Conversion, well, he'll be a bit upset with that, especially being right in front of the post. Regardless, Royal will still lead 27 points to 5.
Here's the replay. Lovely play here by the Kingswood player. Managed to take both defenders out and cleared the way for the number 12 from Kingswood. He had the speed, he had the fitness, and no one to stop him as he went down the right hand side and scored between the posts. Here we are with play once more, and the ball has managed to come out of possession of Zahira. However, it is a knockback, and I believe it was an intentional knock-on by Royal. So Zahira will be taking possession of the ball into this. Kingswood will be taking possession.
Lord, I think you need to get eyes checked a bit. But regardless, it has been Royals game so far. We'll need a bit of medical attention there for what has been possible head contact. Therefore, one of the Kingswoodian players, he's out of frame at the moment, but yeah, well, we hope he's all right.
Unfortunately, it does not appear that he will be able to continue play, but the game does go on.
A couple of minutes left in this encounter. Here's Kingswood, now comes out of the scrum at the halfway line. Now still with the man advantage, but won't gain much out of it, and knock on, unfortunately, for Kingswood when they had the numerical advantage over Royal. But Royal, with only just around 2 minutes left, would want to run the clock down, as Chenakabanda will feed it in.
Royal wanting to seal the fate of this game even further as they try something new. A lovely punt down. This Kingswood player seems to be there before the Royal player. Lovely taken by that Royal player, but unfortunately he's just unable to score the try.
Well, a brilliant chase regardless from Chenita Vijayveera, but unable to get the job done. Here's Kingswood from within their own 22. Brilliant offload. Here's the try scorer once again, the number 12 for Kingswood College. He will go all the way.
And it's all downhill for him as he's called a field round of a try. Just coasting down towards the try line. Lovely work by him for Kingswood. All 10 points were his, I believe.
Well, a second try there for Kingswood, but you would say a touch too late. They did take advantage out of the fact that two of the Royal players were in the sin bin, but not helping them at the right time. Here's a replay of that try. Brilliant offload. No one on the outside for Royal. And the number 12 for Kingswood does it all himself. Runs the entire field. Simply said and done. His second try. And Kingswood gets 10 points on the board. And clumsy mistakes from Royal in this dying seconds of the second half. The hooter goes off in what could possibly be the last play of the game. Here's Kingswood within the Royal half. Something which we haven't seen that often. Pass not going to hand.
Not a time to be making mistakes here as Royal have scooped it up with the greatest affection. Lovely offload there. Royal continuing play beautifully. Kingswood though not giving up yet.
Well, Sakit Seniviratna will need support. Passes it out wide to Nishil Kumarage, who will score once again for Royal.
Unfortunately, it did appear that that try was inevitable as Royal certainly had more players in that area than Kingswood.
Well, it was brilliant regardless from the entire Royal set there. Initially the chase from Chenita Vijayveera, who passed it on, and finally Nishil Kumarage goes on to score that final try for Royal, who will cement their position in the semi-finals. They take the win over Kingswood College. It has been truly domination from Royal. 32 points to 10. Royal will move into that all-important bowl semi-final against the Dons. Well, it has been quite the second half. Couple of tries from Kingswood, but it was a touch too late. Both tries coming at the hands of the number 12 player. For Kingswood, he has been quite quick on the outside at the wing for Kingswood, but those two solitary tries was just a touch too late. And the final touches put on by Nishil Kumarage. Royal, simple win, done and dusted. As we move on to our next quarter final, it will be Sri Sumangala Kandy up against Mahanama. The game is coming thick and fast at Pallekele. We're up and running. It'll be Mahanama running from left, right of your screens, and Sri Sumangala College Kandy from the right to left of your screens.
Sinful error there to make within 30 odd seconds of the game. Already an infringement of the forward pass have left Mahanama in possession of the ball. They will go for the first scrum of the game. Although you can't see it on your screens, Mahanama certainly do appear to be making use of the field far better than Sri Sumangala College.
Well, a set piece in play for Mahanama as they work the line like they should. Have men on the outside, but loses the ball forward.
Unfortunately for Mahanama, they waited a touch too long, and then Sumangala were able to get them. But there is still hope on the outside. If he is able to be the defender, he's taken down though.
Well, quite interesting to see that the referee hasn't spotted the knock on earlier. Continued with play. Should have been a scrum in favour of Sri Sumangala College Kandy much more earlier. But regardless, it will be Mahanama who will want to gain some good meters and get out of their own half. Unfortunately, once again, we haven't been provided with the proper team sheets for Mahanama College.
Here we now go for the line out in favour of Mahanama College. Once more, they are doing the basics right. Good use of the field. They beat the defender. It doesn't appear that there's any Sri Sumangala defenders to get him. However, he is taken down by the fullback. Mahanama College boy still endeavouring to go forward. However, Sri Sumangala holding him up in an attempt to get the ball. Taken alone, still going is the number 12 from Mahanama College. Support is there. A wise use of game sense, slowing down the play by using pick and goes. However, the referee does it is still in favour of Mahanama College. Unfortunately, the quick tap was not in the right place.
Just within 5 meters now for Mahanama to get that opening try of the game. But crucial for Sri Sumangala College. A knock-on coming in the hands of Mahanama College just when they had to just touch down. They were over the whitewash as well, but good defense coming in the hands of Sri Sumangala College. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief as they would now want to get out of their own goal line. Here's Danuja Yumit, who passes it out to his winger. Brilliant defense coming in there from the Dons. Ball just from Mahanama.
Interesting how Sri Sumangala did to take a kick from the red zone, and now it has worked in opposition of their favour. College are moving steadily forward. Sri Sumangala bunched up very badly there.
Well, Sri Sumangala College will be kicking themselves for missing out that opportunity early on the outside. Now an opportunity with a scrum. Brilliant pass on the inside. Here's Sri Sumangala once again, but tackled into touch.
There was hope for Sri Sumangala, but unfortunately Mahanama extinguished that flame with great efficiency.
Well, Abdul Hakim there in that instance on the wing had the opportunity. But now, at the hands of Danuja Yumit, he will gain a good couple of meters for Sri Sumangala, deep now within, just outside 3 meter line for Sri Sumangala.
Line out in favour of Sri Sumangala as they await the ball. Unsure of their course of action as of now. Could take a more, but it's still quite a little too far from the try line for that.
Well, they'll want to work the line. Sri Sumangala College, they have numbers on the outside. They can, they would love to get the first points on the board, ideally before Lemons as well. First signs of a line out from Sri Sumangala College. And they go with the hands of Danuja Yumit, takes a couple of tacklers with him, gains important meters as well. Here's the big number 2, Suhas Sanuka, who passes out on to the outside once again. Young Indura taking it out of the rock.
Mahanama College still spreading quite well despite the pressure from Sri Sumangala College in their red zone.
Once again, Sri Sumangala College working the faces at the moment. Danuja Yumit passes it on to Suhas Sanuka, who passes it on to Nadun. Will go into the tackle once again. Here's Induvara. Passes it on to Tarusha. But offside call there from the referee against Mahanama.
Unfortunately, the Sri Sumangala College player did have space on the outside, but he decided to take it into touch, and now the Mahanama College player has been sent off on a yellow card to the sin bin.
Well, quick tap taken, but not at the correct mark. Sri Sumangala now with the golden opportunity to get the opening points on the board before Lemons. The hoot has gone off as well. A good decision as well to go into the scrum, given that they have the numerical advantage over Mahanama. 10 against 9. And they'll ideally, right in front of the post, would want to get over the whitewash. Here's Young Induvara, passes it out. Has options. Once again, another penalty called in favour of Sri Sumangala. Induvara taking the quick tap quickly. Here's Chamatka, who passes it out onto the outside once again. Chamatka with the ball again.
Mahanama College scrambling all over the Sri Sumangala players. Unfortunately, there does seem to be an injured player or two now.
Well, worrying signs for Sri Sumangala College. 2 men down in the dying seconds of the first half as well. They would have ideally loved to get out of jail. Here's the results we've had so far from the Shield quarterfinals. St. Joseph's coming on top of St. Benedict's 34 points to nil. St. Aloysius, who had a runaway, who was leading charge 90 points to nil. Prince of Wales got the better of Richmond College as well, 33 points to nil, and Lumbini got the better of Thurston College, 24 points to nil. It was a one-way traffic right throughout the 4 quarterfinals we've had in the Shield segment, in the player in the Shield segment quarterfinals, and those are the teams who will be battling out in the semi-finals. St. Joseph's will take on St. Aloysius, and Prince of Wales will take on Lumbini College in the all-important semi-finals in the Shield segment. Well, games coming in thick and fast here at Pallekele. By the looks of it, it's not looking good for the player who went down.
Here's the replay of the incident. Difficult to tell what exactly happened.
Well, I believe Danuj Yumet that had hit his head real badly on the ground, going into that tackle as well, and it's not looking good at the moment, but yeah, that's better signs. But it's we hope he recovers well soon. He looked the dangerous player for Sri Sumangala College, but it's not that pleasing when you have someone walking off the field in that such a manner.
However, Sri Sumangala unfortunately can't let that get to them. Such is the way of life, and even more so in the game of rugby.
Regardless, the action continues. Sri Sumangala still with an opportunity to score. Just 5 meters outside the try line. An opportunity to get on the board before Lemons. And they'll want to keep their heads up high. Yes, they will think deeply for Danuj Yumet. But now, Sri Sumangala with the opportunity.
Sri Sumangala now on the desperate charge in a last attempt to get their names on the scoreboard. Has almost beat the defender, but he was taken down. Support is there, but the play is brought back for falling on the rock. Tables have were taken down by the small Sumangala player. Support is available for the outfit. They have a man on the outside. If they manage to get the ball to him, they will be.
They'll now put ball to boot as Sri Sumangala on the charge at the moment. Abdul Hakim there in that instance.
Once again the same infringement, falling on the rock, and Mahanama have come away with it. Yet again play is halted, not 10 meters says the referee. Quite a honestly amateur mistake, but there's no better time to learn.
By the looks of it, they will put ball into touch, and play will still continue. We heard the hooter go off for 7 minutes earlier, but referee still deciding to carry on with play at the moment. Now Mahanama in a crucial position at the moment. A line out in the opponent's half. Yes, Mahanama has options on the outside, does go on the outside. Here's the number 13 for Mahanama College, has one defender get past, doesn't get so on his feet again. But good defensive work coming in from St. Sylvester's, from Sri Sumangala, apologies. Mahanama now trying to work the line, using their forwards to break the fringes.
They do have space on the outside, but they appear to be slowing down the course of play with some pick and goes. Steadily gaining ground though Mahanama, as the Sri Sumangala struggle to defend against their pick and go efforts. Still going is Mahanama, building, steadily building phases as they send it out, and now still he decides to bring it back into contact around the same place where the ruck was, although he had options on the outside.
Well, a good tackle coming in there from Najanozit. Mahanama 5 meters off, now just above the try line, keeps it, scores the all-important first try of the encounter, and Mahanama will be pleased about that, for the fact that they will go into lemons with 5 points in the lead with the conversion to come. Well, it goes astray, but finally we get into half time, and an all-important score coming in at an all-important time for Mahanama College. Sri Sumangal will be kicking themselves to lose the opportunity. Mahanama leading 5 points to nil at half time.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
Isuzu D-Max.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Well, there wasn't much to separate these two teams at the start, but the solitary try coming in at a crucial time for Mahanama College in the dying seconds of that first half. The big number 3 getting over the line. The conversion didn't go through, so it is Mahanama who will go into the second half leading 5 points nil. A decent crowd in here at Pallekele. It has been growing since the morning, but beautiful conditions here at Pallekele. No signs of rain at the moment, clear blue skies, so we hope that it shall remain this way as we are down to the business end of things here at the Under 14 Rugby 10s Tournament 2026. Picturesque Pallekele Rugby Stadium hosting this tournament this year. As we're all set and ready to go, it will be Sri Sumangal College to restart proceedings for the second half. High hanging kick, doesn't take it out on the full, and knock on called in by the referee. Good pressure coming in from Akash Sajivarna.
It appears the Mahanama player was dazzled by the sun a little, and that has led to Sri Sumangala regaining possession in this scrum. They will take it quickly and send it out to the side. They do have options outside, and well taken the defender, however just little too quick to pass. Not much support there as Mahanama College somehow rip away the ball from him, and unfortunately his efforts were to no avail.
Induvara passes it on to Nadun. Induvara once again will pass it on to Tarusha. They have options. Does Sri Sumangal at a crucial time opts to change direction now? Does Induvara? Pass goes astray, but collected regardless from Tarusha.
Decides to break back in and into the supporting hands at least. They do have space on the outside, but still they decide to take it into contact. No. Lovely offload was given. At the last moment, perhaps there is hope for Sri Sumangala. Yes, another lovely offload. Mahanaama defending valiantly.
Well, Lianagama taking a couple of tacklers with him. They have been moving laterally, not gaining the meters that they would have want to. Will need their forwards for that. Or would want to work the line and make sure that they open some space on the outside, and that's what they do. Sri Sumangala College. Abdul Hakim trying to break through, but brilliantly overturned by Mahanaama. Well, they had the pressure. They had the good pressure coming in. And now a chance for them to double their lead.
Quite well matched, these two outfits in terms of skill. The end of this match will tell us who is the better of the two. Here's a replay of that last action as Mahanaama College sells it down to the line. And,
what looks to be a forward pass in that instance. But Sri Sumangala with another chance. Here's Sindhuvara. Wants to have options on the outside. Does so, but knocks it on.
A sinful crime indeed, especially at a time like this, as Mahanaama have scooped it up. Thank you very much, says the number 13 from Mahanaama as he goes down at speed and scores under the posts.
Well, Abdul Hakim will be kicking himself for just letting that ball slip out of his hands for Sri Sumangala. Mahanaama taking full advantage out of it and scoring their second try. And at this rate, Mahanaama would go through. The conversion is successful. Mahanaama will lead 12 points to nil. There you go, Abdul Hakim not being able to hold on to it. Would be disappointed with himself, and brilliant back of the hand pass to the number 13 of Mahanaama College, who ran all the way. I'll do the job myself, and scores the second try, and an all-important second try, probably a match-winning try for Mahanaama College, who will restart proceedings in the 12th minute of the game.
Taken well by Sri Sumangala, given to the outside. They will go into contact now. However, an offload is given. Bit of a stressed offload there as he passes into no man's land. And Mahanaama will be the benefactors of that in the line out.
Well, Sri Sumangala showed signs of resilience in that first half. There was nothing that separated the two sides at the start. But as Mahanaama College increased the lead, the hopes and the consistency of Sri Sumangala has dropped quite by a large margin. Back-to-back errors on their part, and definitely would have not wanted it to come at this time. Here's Mahanaama College with full momentum.
Mahanaama College just having enough support there. As Sri Sumangala College make use of it and turn over the ball successfully. Looks like they might opt for a touch kick. Yes, they do indeed.
Valiant effort there, but Sri Sumangala will find touch. Well, their only hope now is to get back-to-back converted tries if they want to seal a place in the bowl semi-final. But at the moment, things hasn't been going their way so far in this quarter-final. Yeah, it was supposed to be a Sri Sumangal line out from finding touch, so the referees have got that right. Mahanam just trying to be a bit cheeky with that. Here's Sri Sumangala. Working their line now. Has options on the inside once again if he can offload it. Will need support quickly. Ball comes out of the ruck, but well taken regardless from Sri Sumangala.
Sri Sumangal playing and very keen to defend their reputation here, as the number 9 struggles to get the ball out of the ruck.
Well,
Gives a shorthand pass. Not sure what they wanted from that. And now it's been resumed and they are passing down the line. There is space on the outside if the player can manage to get the ball out. Unfortunately, he is taken down. Support is there, however. And it's not strong enough. Nicely taken over, easily even.
Well, a good counter rock coming from Mahanam at an all-important time. They would love to go into full time without conceding any points. By the looks of it, Hansilu Dulnit Lienagama is on his haunches at the moment. Would want to see what happened to young Lienagama. Not quite sure what has happened. Still on the ground at the moment, so a couple of high scale injuries at the hands of Sri Sumangala. Nothing has gone their way so far. They are scoreless on the board as well, and unfortunately, young Lienagama would be needed to stretched off the field.
It is quite disheartening for their team to see a teammate being taken off in a stretcher, unable to walk off the field. Hope the boy will be okay and continue to play.
Well, we hope it's nothing too serious, and we hope the best for him. But at the dying seconds of the second half, you can easily say Mahanam College has this in the bag. They will go on to cement their position in the semi-finals for the bowl. 40 minutes up on our clock.
No doubt Sri Sumangala College will be looking for a consolation try. However, their chances do look a touch slim.
Puts ball to boot, but reasonably collected from Abdul Hakim. Sri Sumangala would at least want some score on the board. But a brilliant tackle this is from Mahanam College, pushing them back a couple of meters, and a brilliant counter rock as well. They definitely have the momentum of this, and they would love to go into full time with one more score on the board.
Mahanam College now playing with their wits, slowing down the game. Unfortunately, the referee brings it back as another Sri Sumangala College player has succumbed to an injury, unfortunately.
Well, not something you definitely don't want to see on a rugby field. Back to back injuries, and not minor scale ones as well. They've all needed attention from multiple health officials. So quite unfortunate for the boys from Kandy. They've had no answer to this Mahanama College outfit. Yes, what happened? A brilliant tackle that was from the boys in black and gold, and marvelous counter ruck as well, but that is where I believe another head injury, and once again he will need to be stretched off the field. This is something quite concerning. Yes, at the moment they might be out of the competition, but for the future of Sri Sumangala College Junior Rugby, this is a sign of concern.
It is indeed a grim outlook, as two of their teammates have been carried in a stretcher.
And, 3 vital injuries throughout this encounter for Sri Sumangala. Nothing going their way at the moment. As for Mahanama, they'll want to seal the deal. Already 12 points on the board, a 12-point lead. And they would love to get go into full time with one more score on the board.
The ball is in possession of Mahanama, so things are looking good for them. Well taken, the defender there. Lovely pass out, manages to collect it, but does fall. Interesting offload there, but it does manage to find the number 5 of Mahanama, and he does go down to score the try.
Well, a third try for Mahanama College. A crucial one, which will give them the psychological advantage going into that semi-final by having the last say over a damaged Sri Sumangala outfit. They have been quite instrumental as this young Mahanama outfit. Yes, nothing separated the two sides at the start, but ever since that crucial try,
unfortunately the kicking has been poor, but that will conclude the match. 17 points to nil with Mahanama in the lead, and we will move on to the last game of the bowl quarterfinals.
As we take a look at the highlights of the previous game of the third quarter final in the bowl segment, and that's the next game coming up right in your screens. The bowl quarter final number 4, Vidyartha College taking on Wesley College, and it's going to be an interesting one. Wesley College, after a hard-fought battle against the Antonians yesterday, and they had to end up in the ball segment as the kickoff proceeds. Wesley will be attacking from left to right. Early penalty in favor of Vidyartha. Quick tap taken. Goes into contact. Wesley trying to put sudden pressure. Now with some space, but thumping tackle. Brilliant defense from Wesley College. And straight away, that'll be turnover ball. Scrum down in favor of Wesley College.
A scrum for the Double Blues. Still into the first minute. Wesley have possession. Try to set it out wide. Thumping drive by the number 5 for Wesley is Wesley. On the side, and an opportunity for Wesley to go rampant, but I wonder if he's been bundled out to touch. And it is. So Vidyartha do not concede an early try to Wesley. Wesley, however, have been bundled out to touch, and it'll be a line out in favour of Vidyartha. We had an early scrum in favour of Wesley. And, let's see how Vidyartha takes this game on.
Trying to go for a long cutout pass. But referee will bring back play. Says it's lost forward. Or rather, was it a forward pass? But however, Wesley wins back the ball. They'll have a scrum down. Or rather, there you go, the replay of it. Was it forward? Looked like 50-50. But it'll be the final call from the referee. And
Wesley now on the move after the scrum. Now the number 5 has been very cheeky with those passes, but it hasn't really been pinpoint execution by Wesley College. Here's Vidyartha now from the get-go, trying to go out wide. Here's Vidyartha still on his feet, but brought down by Wesley College, and it will be possession for Wesley College. They've turned things over, and it'll be a penalty with Vidyartha having to retreat 10 meters back. Wesley will now try to put this out to touch, but he gets a good clearance. What a kick that was from Wesley, and they've got themselves into a very good position.
yes, absolutely. Still, both the teams are yet to open their score. And one of these teams will definitely book their spot in the bowl semi-finals. And two good teams going at each other. And the score is yet to be opened. Here's Wesley with the line out now, and straight away. Penalty. Offside. Quick tap taken. Now Wesley with a massive opportunity. Needs support. Gets through. That's the first try coming up for Wesley College. Muad Infrayas scores the first try. Brilliant game awareness. Won the penalty. Took the quick tap. Certainly collapsed the Vidyartha defense. And he will take the kicking duties as well. And that's through as well. 7 points to his name, and for Wesley College, 7 points to 0. Wesley gets into the lead. There you go. Won the penalty. Take a look at that. Vidyartha defense was certainly not settled. And taking the opportunity of that. Going right under the post. Brilliant work as Wesley heads into the lead. 7 points to 0.
It was because of the fast play that Wesley College brought about that found Vidyartha defense napping. Now it was Vidyartha that went neck and neck with St. Peter's College yesterday at Digana. So they're definitely going to pose a threat to Wesley. They're definitely going to look for that comeback. But Wesley, phenomenal in terms of gameplay, is the number 15, Muad Infia, to start things for the second time. A good high-hanging kick. Vidyartha collects it well. Will try to set it out wide, but has lost the ball in the process, and Wesley have won the ball. Now they're inches away from the whitewash. Another opportunity, but the referee brings back play to the early infringement. And Wesley on the go. They're only a little off from the whitewash, and they'll have a scrum in favour of them. It'll be the number 9, Semidu Gomes, with the feed in. And Wesley will be eyeing another try.
Well, this is what pressure does with the College straight away. Losing that ball. Brilliant move from Wesley College. And once again, it's the same man, Muad Infrayas, who will touch down for the second try. And oh man, As he touched down. Was there any contact right after touching down? And the referee will have a word with the AR. Would love to see the replay of it as well. A brilliant move from Wesley College. Has the try been awarded? That's the question. The referee yet wanting to have a chat. Yet wanting to confirm. Well, the try has been confirmed. And Wesley College right away. And it's the same man once again. 14 points to nil now. Wesley College. Take a look at that. A beautiful try which was created out of a massive brilliant set play. Take a look at that double scissors. And certainly opening space. Beautiful work there. And I believe it was that little pinpoint of contact which the referee wanted to make sure the impact of it seems to be alright. And with that, Wesley College with a few seconds remaining before heading into Lemons with a massive lead. Now with that, the college under immense pressure. They've got 2 tries to score. They'll need 2 converted tries. Beautiful offload there. And the ball has been stolen, or rather lost once again. And massive opportunity there to touch down once again. But the bounce of the rugby ball. And as the hooter comes on, referee says it's half time. And it's Wesley College who has the upper hand. 14 points to nil with 7 more minutes to come.
නිලා මමලුත් බැංක account එකක් open කරලා ඉන්නවා.
මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න?
දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් website එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක scan කරලා meeting time එකක් schedule කරලා online connect වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් open කරගන්න.
We're back live for the second half. These are the highlights of the first half with Wesley College finding ways to showcase brilliance in rugby. 2 tries of immense class by their fullback, Muad Infiaz. And this try was phenomenal. We saw the number 5 trying to do this on a couple of occasions, but he missed out. And on that occasion, it was pinpoint by the number 5 to get Wesley College to double down. And they've extended their lead over Vidyartha. It's been an amazing first half for Wesley College. They were head and shoulders above Vidyartha College. Now Vidyartha is coming off on the back of some amazing rugby between St. Peter's as well. But it's Wesley College to start off things. Collected in between the tram lines this time by Vidyartha. And a chip kick of his own. But not collected cleanly by the number 15 for Wesley. And it's Wesley College from the get-go. It wasn't a good start for them, but they've regrouped. But Vidyartha have one possession. Wasn't the best of starts for Wesley. It was rusty rugby from both schools to open the second half. Now Vidyartha will have to contest from their own half. They'll want to kick this out into touch and take the game forwards. It was a clean kick by Vidyartha. Now an opportunity for Vidyartha to challenge the Wesley defense.
Well, yes, if Vidyartha are to come back into this game, it's now or never. You cannot keep it until the latter part of the game because the pressure will cause you more damage. And with the Arthur, in this beginning minutes of the second half, if they can capitalize on a couple of opportunities, equalize the score, put some pressure on Wesley College, and unfortunate there, the rolling maul was brilliant, but just not doing the right things, causing them damage once again. And Wesley College won't mind that. They just want to slow things down. As Muad Infreas, the try scorer who scored both tries and converted as well. And this time finds good touch, brings his team forward into the 22. Is this yet another opportunity for Wesley College? If they can go into one more try, surely will look like that the game has been sealed for them. Vidyartha College will have to put a lot of work in terms of trailing behind the score. Yes, the line out now from Wesley College. Can we see yet another brilliant set play from Wesley College? There you go. Damis is a beautiful basketball type pass. Looked like a knock forward. Yes, it is. Referee taking a little bit of time. And Wesley College back certainly looking dangerous. Any given point of attack can be very dangerous. Take a look at that. That was that slight knock forward. The pass just not coming into the hands of Metmal Ratnayaka. Now Vidyartha College position in favor of them. They have almost 100 meters. Puts it to boot. They will need the chasers on. All bounces safe into Wesley College. Now looking for options is Metma Ratnayaka, who goes into ground. Now Wesley has some space available. They'll have to send it hands, but instead they opt to go to the boot into the corner. And that's a brilliant kick. Brilliant territorial kick from Wesley, putting Vidyartha College on the back foot. Wesley doing the right things, using their heads. They know they are in the lead, just wanting to make sure that the territorial game plays a huge role here as well.
A line out in favor of Vidyartha from their own half. They'll want to take the game out. Brilliant chip kick, but straight into the hands of the number 12. But once again, he's knocked it on. An opportunity for Vidyartha. It's been the story so far by Mike. Hasn't really been able to collect the ball clean. That's really cost Wesley a couple of points at least. Hasn't worked so far for Metmal Ratnayaka. He'll have to regroup fast, because yes, they're up 14-0 up against Vidyartha, but they've got to grab them by the throat here. Vidyartha taking it out wide, trying to make a run for it. The number 11, Hiroshika Jayawardena, but has been bundled out to touch. Brilliant defense by Wesley College. Now they've earned themselves a line out from the Vidyartha half. And this is another great opportunity for Wesley College to score. They've been getting themselves into good positions, and now finally they've got a line out in favor of them. Here's Wesley from the line out, taking it out wide, chips back in. The big number 5, who's been trying to access that region all day. He gains meters for Wesley. Now the number 15 star player for Wesley College finds an opening in the defense of Vidyartha and touches down easily for the third time for Wesley College. Brilliance by Muad Infiar has been outstanding for Wesley College.
Well, absolutely, yes. Muad Infiar's Wesley College has scored 19 points so far, and all 19 points have being scored from Muada in Fraz, and he makes it 21 as well. What a young lad. Certainly a huge prospect for Wesley College. Take a look at that show and go. Just brilliant there. Beating a couple of defenders. And looking at the clock, this will surely be Wesley's game. They'll seal their spot for that ball semi-final. And they'll surely look to clinch this bowl title. Wesley College, who were the defending runners-up last year, who played that cup final against Zaira College in this same very venue. This year, unfortunately, both the teams have ended up in the ball segment. Zaira and Wesley College. And a high-hanging kick for the restart. Big pressure coming in from Wesley College. Can Vidyartha at least get on to a consolation try? Good defense. This is from Wesley College. Has the ball been stolen? Brilliant work there in the breakdown from Vidyartha College. Now Vidyartha just got to make sure they hold on to position as the final hooter has been on as well. So it will definitely be the final play of the game. Vidyartha will have a lot of work to do. There you go. This is good defensive pressure from Wesley College, rushing all the way, but advantage in favor of Vidyartha. They've got to use that advantage. Get that penalty. Maybe territorially move forward. This time gets through. Beats another defender. Cuts back in. Offloads it, but the ball has been stolen from Wesley College. And referee says it's knocked forward, and with that will be the final whistle. Wesley College wins the fourth quarterfinal of the bowl segment, 19 points to nil, beating Vidyartha College Kandy. And they'll seal their spot in the ball semi-finals. And that's the full-time score for you in the screens. 19 points to nil Vidyartha. And with that, these are the few of the highlights from that bowl quarterfinal number 4. Wesley College just one try in that second half, and it was the same man who went on right under the post. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Wesley College. And with that coming to an end, the bowl segment officially concludes the quarterfinal segments, and it's time for the all-important cup segment. Brilliant 8 teams in the cup segment, and the first cup quarterfinal for you in your screens. Dharmaraja College Kandy taking on Science College Mount Lavinia. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. And later on we have Trinity College taking on Ananda College, followed by Isipatana versus St. Thomas's College, and the final quarterfinal for the day in the cup segment. St. Peter's will take on St. Anthony's. All 4 important games, and interesting to see that the defending champions and the runners-up have been eliminated this year from the cup segment. They'll have to play in the ball segment, which means we'll have a new winner this year. And the cup segment officially starts now. Science College and Dharmaraja College in the field for quarterfinal number 1 in the cup segment.
Dharmaraja defeated St. Joseph's 19 points to nil. And they defeated Zaira 5 points to nil. And that is why they are in this cup quarterfinal. And Science drew against DS Senanayak, but thrashed St. Benedict's with a huge margin. And that is why Science find themselves in the cup segment, because they the margin was a touch too wide for Science, and it will be the number 8 to kick things off from the left to right. Risinu Dinod. It will be Dharmaraja in their traditional light blue and maroons, and Science in their white and red. Ball available. Penalty advantage early on for Science, just outside the 22 meters. Offside is the call from referee Aaron. And this doesn't go into touch. A very terrible kick from the kicker. Could have gone out without trying to go into distance, but in trying to do so, he has overcooked it and over the dead goal area, and it will be a scrum in favor of Dharmaraj just inside the 22 meters. The under 14 circuit, the scrums are uncontested, hence Dharmaraj will receive clean ball. There again at the back, number 9 gives it to the big fly half, and here's Binul Herath rather, and the ball has been knocked on. Here's Science with an opportunity. Dharmaraj missing a couple of tackles as takes the ball into contact. Here's space for Science, number 5. Good tackle coming in. Holding on is the call from the referee, and Dharmaraj get out of jail. This is the second time they get out of jail. There was a penalty inside the 22 meters. They couldn't really kick things out as Binul Herath. A terrible kick. A terrible kick. But however, the penalty, they will have ball inside the 20 meters. Here's what happened. Good work from the number 8 from Dharmaraj. Line out in favor of Dharmaraj. It will be Vihanga Taude with the throw in. Here's the number 9 giving it to the fly half. Binul Herath now, lovely cutout pass was what he thought, gave it out. The pass was correct, but collected by Science, and that's the first try coming in. Brilliant work from Chandula. Dharmaraj, Binul Herath. What a pass it was, but it wasn't collected by the wing 3/4. He could have run on his own as well, but the deadlock has been broken. This it's 5 points to nil with the conversion. The conversion is a difficult one, but Risu Dinot has plenty of distance. Had the direction but not the distance. Science restart things. There you go. Should have given a good pass, but had the wing 3/4 collected that, Dharmaraj would have probably fancied their chances, but the ball not going to hand, and just like that, Science have the first points.
Well, yes, a little bit of a loose pass causing damage for Dharmaraj College, but this time the restart, not 10 meters, and with that a thumping, rather a brutal hit coming in from Science College. Yes, referee Aaron Pereira says it's a yellow card.
Tackling the player in the air is the infringement, and now Dharmaraj have an opportunity. They are playing with an extra man. There you go. Tackling the player on the Dharmaraj. This is the first time in the game they've gone to the in the 50-meter mark, halfway stage, but Dharmaraj have ball, gives it out. Lovely cutout pass to Binul Herath here. He puts the ball to boot straight into the breadbasket of the Science player, and he returns the favor with a kick of his own, and the chase is good. Collected, and can Dharmaraj step past the Science defense? Good work at ruck time, but ball given to the Dharmaraj speedster Binul Herath. This time he gives it to Nanindu. Nanindu has one man to beat. Fence off one, fence off the other, and another terrible pass from Binul Herath. Not what was needed from Dharmaraj. Binul Herath But have a look at this. Look at this terrible pass. Takes the man, and there again, there you go. Should have been an easy pass. If it had been an easy pass, it would have been a face there, and it would have opened up space on the outside, because there's a player down for Science as well.
Well, yes, Dharmaraj College needs to settle themselves down a bit, because if we compare to the rugby they have played yesterday, they played better rugby. They just need to get off the pressure. Yes, they know it's an important cup quarter final, and they just got to make sure that the execution's right this time. Once again, trying to go in his zone, gets into contact. Dharmaraj College now with some position. They just got to make sure that the consistency is on. Good defense coming in from Science College. They have been brilliant with their defense yesterday, especially with in that game against DSNI College, which was drawn and which helped them to enter into the cup segment. Now Dharmaraj once again sending the ball out wide, but hasn't the defense from Science College been brilliant. They've pretty much organized the rush defense, and this time not releasing, and straight away penalty in favor of Dharmaraj College.
Dharmaraj could have taken it quickly, but decided against it. Zabinul Herat will put this into touch and get a line out. And is that the game done? We have one play before the halftime. The hoot has already been rung. One last play for Dharmaraj to equalize. Gave the ball. Atau, they're doing really well. Dharmaraj have possession. Gives the ball out. Was he offside? No, he wasn't by the looks of it. And here's the number 18 dragging the ball player into a touch. Ball available still for Dharmaraj, not ruling away. Will that be a penalty? No, says the referee. Here's Dharmaraj coming through and should have given the ball out there. Didn't do so. And the scrum has been given to Science, and that probably will be the last play of the half. And correctly so as well. It has been good rugby, but Dharmaraj could have scored, and they are playing a little too fast paced, and Science in the first cup quarter final lead Dharmaraj 5 points to nil.
2 sports, 1 stage, 1 incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the papare.com.
Here's a look at the ball quarterfinal results. DSNI winning 19 points to 5, and Royal hammering Kingswood 32 points to 10, and Mahanama one-way traffic against Sri Sumangala Kandy 17 points to nil, and Wesley winning against Vidyartha 19 points to nil. And the semi-finals will be DSNI taking on Royal, and Wesley taking on Mahanama. That will happen at 1:10 p.m. The first ball semi-final, and the game that's right now is Dharmaraj taking on Science, and at half time Science lead by a slender margin of 5 points to nil. And Dharmaraj will hopefully look to equalize things, and if they can do so, it will be an exciting second half for all spectators.
Yes, absolutely. Lot of games, lot of interesting games rather coming ahead. And the Shield semi-finals are set, the Ball semi-finals are set, and it's about the all-important cup segment. Science College at the moment in the lead, but just 5 points. Dharmaraj College can turn the tables down at any given time. They just gotta find their momentum. They were absolutely brilliant yesterday, but doesn't seem to be finding that momentum where they stopped it from yesterday. They just gotta continue it today. And pretty sure after this break, the coaches must have had some chat with the team. Now Science College, after receiving the kickoff, yes, the number 8 fending off 2 defenders, breaks through, brilliant offload, even though it's not accurate, cuts back in. Science College have space outside, and the ball has been lost forward, I believe. Yes, it is. Good start for the second half, but just not being able to find those finishing touches.
There were 2 numbers on the outside for Science, and it was the number 8 Dinot who created that space. He took one man to bring him down, but he ran laterally. Here you go. This is the last pass after Rusiru did create that, and it was knocked down by the number 10 from Science as Dharmaraj feeds into the scrum, and here's Binul Herat, the danger man, and knockback is the call from the referee. Binul Herat will look to run and puts the ball to boot, and it's a good kick, but here's the number 7 from Science cutting back in. Dharmaraj doing really well to keep that, and the possession has been won over. Brilliant work from Binul Herat. They will put this into touch and probably get a line out inside the 22 meters, and that's a brilliant to the 5 meter, and just like that Dharmaraj have an opportunity to score. And what a tackle this was. The tackler rolled away, and it was Binul Herat right on top of that ball. He was the tackler, had all rights to get that turnover, and a brilliant turnover for Dharmaraj. It will be Ataud, Vihang Ataud, to throw it to this line out. It's a 4-man line out. The line outs aren't contested as well, and hence they have an opportunity to form that driving maul. Going left, Dharmaraj goes to ground. Ball available. Here's the number 9 giving the ball out to Binul Herat. Binul Herat will look to run. He needs support. Ball available. Coming in from the side. And Dharmaraj have an opportunity. Here's Binul Herat. Penalty advantage, and Dharmaraj will score the first try. Oh, Willie. Oh, should have scored there. Done, and looks like Binul Herat has down. Will there be a yellow card for not retreating 10 meters for Science? Is a question to be answered. The referee doesn't look like he's going to award a yellow card, but the try has been scored. With the conversion to come, it's 5-all, and we have around 4.5 minutes remaining in the half as well. Everything to play for both teams. 5-all. Binul Herat has the distance. Does he have the direction? No, he doesn't. Here's a replay of what happened. There you go. They went 10 meters back. The referees were very strict on that, and they were always giving yellow cards, but referee think forgotten that due to that couple of phases that went onto your left. And here's the restart. It will be Binul Herat with yet another good kick collected by the number 7 Chenula. He gives it to Rusino, and they put the ball to boot. There's no one at the back. Into touch. No. Ball available, and here's Science with an opportunity, and the number 5 will go all the way. Brilliant work from Science. It was a good kick. Sandari Methula goes in for Science. There's time left. Interesting to see, have a look at that, because we thought there was a player offside when the kick was made, but however the try stands, and it will be in the number 8 Risindu. Doesn't convert. Here's a look at what happened. Were they onside? Yes, they were. Good try. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was the one who collected it. That was a clear offside. Clear offside. When the kick was made, the player was in front, but the try stands because the referee has a word. And the try went to Binal.
Well, it's all happening here at Pallekele Trinity College grounds. Dharmaraj College was struggling to find their momentum, but when they managed to do right after their try from the kickoff, Science College touches down, and now it's 10 points to 5. And around 2 minutes remaining in the clock. Can Dharmaraj College bounce back? That's the question. They have a penalty in favor of them, and they will need a converted try if they want to seal their spot in the cup semi-finals.
The kick finds around 20 meters. Dharmaraj Vihangatauda with the throw-in for Dharmaraj. It's a 4-man line out. Binul Herat acting as the first centre. The playmaker for Dharmaraj, and the number 7 Tisum Nanindu. He was the one who scored that try against Zaira for Dharmaraj. The lineouts are uncontested. Ball given to the scrum half. Hospital pass to the fly half, but here's Binul Herat. He'll look to run. Gives the ball out to Tisum Nandido. Tisum Nandido in space. Can he barge over? Gives the ball back to a Science player. What have you done? Ball available. Counter-ruck. Really good. Sealing Dharmaraj with the ball. Quickly take it, or will they go to the line? They scored one by getting a penalty in a similar area. Brilliant touch finder yet again. The last opportunity for Dharmaraj. Can they make a comeback? Here's what happened. Good ruck. Good counter. Yet again it was Binul Herat. He's been everywhere. Now it's a 3-man line out. Vihangatauda and Dharmaraj. Can they finish what they started? Here's the number 9. Gives it to the flanker. Here's Tisum Namdido. Needs to release. Ball available in the corner. Gives it away. Needs to draw and pass. Will the try be scored? Yes, the try has been scored. Scores level yet again with the conversion to come. It's Binul Herat who will try to put the conversion through. It's a difficult one, but the last time he had the distance but not the direction. Everything on the hands of Binul Herat. If this doesn't go, it will be sudden death. Binul Herat with the conversion. The conversion is well astray. That game done and dusted. And this is Dharmaraj. Now it will be sudden death.
Well, Dharmaraj College managing to seal something out of it in the dying minutes. They were struggling to find their way from the beginning of the game, but like we mentioned, right after that half time, certainly having the chat with the coaching staff as well, they managed to pull it out. And just that not being able to score the tries in favourable angles to convert. Rather than that, a good comeback from Dharmaraj College. They just have to make sure that they continue this in the sudden death. Probably will be played for 3 minutes, and the team who scores first will grab the victory home. And straight away from the cup quarterfinal number 1 itself, we have drama here. And is it going to be Science College or Dharmaraj College who's going to book their seal in that cup semi-final? And this was their try where Science College managed to come back into the lead right after Dharmaraj College touchdown. But straight away Dharmaraj College managed to respond back with yet another try in the corner. Beautiful draw and pass. And 10 points all. Extra time is on. Who's going to take it home? That's the biggest question.
To be the number 8 for Science, Risindu Dinod to kick things off in this sudden death. The team to score first will go into the cup semi-finals. The first quarterfinal, cup quarterfinal, is living up to its expectations. Here's Risindu Dinod lets the ball bounce. Just Dharmaraj taken quickly. There was a player in front. The referee wanting to have a word with one of his ARs probably.
Well, if Dharmaraj College has the free kick, early opportunity for them in this sun death, and surprising to see what happened out there.
I think the coach or a supporting staff member was given a yellow card.
Something that you don't see often in a rugby game. And seems like they're going to restart proceedings, Kavinta. Once again, it will be Science College, Risindu Dinod. Ball bounced right onto touch. A little bit more in would have been into the hands of Science College. Possession plays a pivotal role when it comes to this sudden death. Now Dharmaraj College with the opportunity.
We have got out the to throw in. Ball given to the scrum half. Here's the fly half giving it to Binul Herat. Binul Herat trying to run at the lateral. Here's Tisum Nandu. Tisum Nandu takes the ball into contact. Needs support and gets the support. Here's number 9 giving it out. Needs to pass the ball out. Draw and pass. And good defense coming in from Science to keep Dharmaraj inside the 22 meters. Needs to release. Does exactly that. There's 4 men from Dharmaraj in that ruck. And here's Binul yet again to Tisindu. Ball available. Dharmaraj. Knockback is the call from the referee. Dharmaraj playing with trouble. Ball available yet again for Dharmaraj. And here's the nippy scrum half giving it to Tisum Nandino. Ball available yet again. Here's the Binul Herat. He's isolated like he can. And the penalty has been given to Science. That is what happens. The player was isolated. There was just one player. And there were 3 defenders. And it will be a line out. The number 7 will put this into touch. Chenula Mintaka. And Science will have an opportunity. Here's what happened. Not the correct decision. There you go. There was 4 players on 1 player. He was definitely going to get isolated. Should have gone to the other side, the open side. Was the first mistake of the game.
Science College now with a massive opportunity. They just got to make sure that the execution's right. Here's the line out. Sets the rolling maul. Ball has not been transferred and it's been stolen from Dharmaraja College. They have some space available. Trying to show and go. Should have given it out. Loses the ball. Once again, possession in favor of Science College. There's space in the line side. But this time, Dharmaraja defense settles. And once again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dharmaraja College managed to steal that ball. But with the instance of that steal, Dharmaraja College loses the ball forward. Science College have been gifted with opportunities back to back. And this time, if they can make it right, they'll have this game in their hands.
Dharmaraja managed to steal the ball a couple of times. But both times didn't work. Here's the number 9. Going through the middle, and Science will be the ones who go in to the cup semi-final. That's the game done and dusted. But what a game by the Rajans. They were down and out twice, and they came back twice, and now they had the opportunity to mess it up soon. And the Science players are really, really happy because this is the toughest game they've had so far in the tournament. And Dharmaraja will be playing in the plate semi-final. It will be Science who qualify to the cup semi-finals. Science College 15, Dharmaraja 10. That's the full-time confirmation.
Well, there you go. Not too sure what happened out there from the Dharmaraja defense. Just simply letting Senit Chandula get through. And Science College manages to win the first cup quarter-final. Book their place in the cup semi-finals. They'll probably meet Anand College or Trinity College, who will take on in the quarter-final number 2. But Science College manages to get into the cup semi-final back-to-back. Last year they were defeated by Wesley College. And that's the quarterfinal number 2 in your screens. Ananda College will take on Trinity College. 2 dominant teams, 2 dominant forces. Who's going to have it? We saw both these teams dominating each and every team yesterday in their group games. And well, for me, I feel like it's unfortunate that these 2 teams meeting up in a cup quarterfinal. But nevertheless, you've got to move forward with the draw, how it falls. 2 dominant teams. Ananda College, they know how important this game is. Can they beat the mighty Trinitians? Well, Trinity, it was unsuccessful for them in the under-16 All-Ireland and in the under-18 sevens. But their senior men have done a big job this year. Double unbeaten champions, Bradby Shield champions, and more likely they are targeting on the under-27s, which is to be played in September. But now it's all about this under-14 Elite Schools Rugby Tournament. Ananda College will start off things. Trinity College in the receiving end.
Trinity has a pack side. Punit Silva is an athletic player and a basketball player turned a rugby player. He has a record in the hurdles, 110 hurdles, as well as Paris restart things collected by Ruin Vikramaratne. Vikramaratne takes the ball into contact. Rather, it was Kaushalya. Kaushalya gives it to Punit Silva. Punit Silva to his number 8. Here's Agita. Agita gives it to the number 6. Ganulami Pegama. Here's Ganulami Pegama. Weaving past a couple of players. Ganuka finally brought down. Was Kaushalya rather. Not releasing. Dulin Jayakodi takes the ball quickly. Gives it to Agita. Agita stepping past a couple of players. Rather, it was Ruin Vikramaratne. Ball available. Punit Silva acting as the scrum half. Here's Jayakodi. Jayakari takes 2 men to bring him down. Trinity with possession. Gives it to the open side. Here's the number 14. He takes the ball into contact, but what a turnover that is. Brilliant work from Anand. It was the number 1, Sehas Setungi, who did all the hard work. Trinity were isolated. And here's Piris putting a lovely up and under and into touch. Brilliant work from Piris, Russian Piris. Here's a look at what happened. Number 14 for Trinity. There was Sharan Veeraratna, the son of the legend Gayan Veeraratna, playing as the wing 3/4, wearing the number 14 jersey. And Trinity gets a scrum on the 22-meter mark. I wonder why that is. Did Anand take too much time to get the throw in? Not really sure there. But it will be Akita Piris to feed into this Trinity scrum. Quick tap, free kick taken by Akita Piris. Piris cuts back in, brings 2 men. Here's Dulan Jayakodi. Jayakodi to Sharan. Sharan takes the ball into contact. Ball available. Needs to work it. Dulin Jayakodi to Punit Silva. Here's Punit Silva. If he could have given that. Here's Ruin Vikramaratna, the danger man. Plenty of speed. Yes, he has. And here's the first try coming in for Trinity. Brilliant work. I think it's Sensit Kaushalya, the number 11 for Trinity, doing all the hard work. It was Punit Silva who created it and gave it out to his right wing 3/4, who had all the pace to dot it down under the posts.
But certainly a brilliant offload. Not something you can expect from an under 14. But it was the back of the hand. And the conversion's through. Trinity College draws first blood in this second quarter final. Take a look at this replay. Punit Silva gaining all the hard yards, taking some time to offload, and take a look at this offload. Some step work and a beautiful back of the hand pass, creating all the space in the world to touchdown. And Trinity College marches right under the post, and here's the restart. Anand College, can they respond back? Well.
That's a sure yellow card, isn't it, Janadu? Lifted above the horizontal, and I think he landed on the shoulder. If he had landed on the head, it would definitely been a a red card.
Well, it's certainly unnecessary from Trinity College. They are in the lead, 7 points, and for a moment, the player who collected the ball from Anand College, he did not get into contact as much as we expected. Take a look at it. He certainly stopped, and then he was just standing right in front of the Trinity defender, and that's a massive hit.
And I think that's Sharon Veeraratna who will go to the bin. There you go, lifting above the horizontal, and he landed luckily on his back, but he hit his head pretty hard. He is up. He is up and about. It will be a yellow card to Trinity. It will be the number 14 who will go to the bin. Trinity will be playing with 1 man down. You are leading. This type of mistakes, cynical mistakes, can't happen in cup quarterfinals. These are pressure games, as we saw between Science and Dharmaraj. Science scored a try and Dharmaraj came back, equalized. Science scored again and Dharmaraj came back, equalized. And they finished things off in sudden death. And here too, here's Piris from Anand, fending past a couple of players, fends off Punit Silva like he was nothing. And here's the wing 3/4. The number 9 feeds the ball, Umet Jayasinghe. Here's Sehas Setunge. Good tackle coming in from number 13. That's Timothy Krishna Kumar. And here's Anand. What a fen that is from Janindu Talgasbatta. And here's a good tackle coming in from Ruvin Vikramaratne on his opposite partner. Here's the number 13 in pressure for Anand Imet Metsara. Finally, ball has been turned over, but not truly the way is the call from the referee, and it's a penalty in favor of Anand. And Anand, through Russian Piris, will put this into touch. Goes to right to the 22-meter mark from the 50. Here's what happened. What a tackle that is from Ruvin Vikramaratne. Rush defense at its best. And Vikramaratne, Dulin Jayakodi rather needed to roll away. I thought he rolled away as well. 4-man line out to the back. Gives it to the number 5. Advantage in favor of Anand. Ball available. And there again, not 10 meters. Will he take it quickly? He should take it quickly. Camper him back. Russian takes it quickly. Gives it to Sehas. Sehas takes the ball just 5 meters short of the line. Here's Imet. Gives it to the number 5. And he hands it over to the number 10. Good tackle coming in from Punit Silva for Trinity. Ball available. Here's Sehas again. He'll fend the first one. But he will not go past the wing 3, number 8. Ball available for Anand. Yet another penalty. This is the third on the trot. Here's the number 10. And he looks to go. Try has been scored. Brilliant work. We initially thought it was short, but it was Pawan Dilshan wearing the number 10 jersey in that yellow card period. And Punit Silva is being sent to the bin as well. Sharon Weeraratne returns from the yellow card, and Punit Silva goes to the bench with a yellow card. And a penalty try has been awarded as well. It's 7-all here at Pallekele. Here's a look at what happened. Quickly taken by the nippy scrum of Umesh Jaisingh. Gives it to Pawan Dilshan. Should have given the ball out wide, and that's a high tackle. It's a clear high tackle. Referee was right in front. Here's a good up and under collected by Sharon Weeraratne. He gives it to the number 24, and here's space opening up wide. Good tackle coming in from Russian Piris. Brilliant work. He has rugby in his blood. His father, Captain Navy, back in 2012 and 2013. And I think that's the half time.
Yes, once again, Trinity managing to break through in the dying minutes of the first half by Russian Piris. Well, there is no way you can keep this lad out of the game. And as it's the half time, Anand College managed to bounce back. It's 7 points apiece and 7 more minutes for an exciting action. Here are some of the highlights from the first half where Trinity College managed to touch down first. And this was that beautiful try from Trinity College, which came out of a beautiful back of the hand pass, which created space in the corner for Trinity College. And right after that, Trinity were unnecessary twice. 2 yellow cards, and this was that penalty try. Punit Silva going at a high shot. Referee straight away awarding the penalty try. So it's 7 points apiece. And the sun goes down a bit as well. Seems like it's getting a bit cloudy here at Pallekele. And will be even more interesting if showers head down into the field. And this time Trinity College will restart things. Ananda College on the receiving end. And Ananda College will surely look to bounce back from where they started.
Ruvin Vikramaratne restart things straight into the hands of Russian Piris. Takes 3 men to bring him down. Good work at ruck time. Has the ball been knocked over? Ball available. Penalty for sealing away. Trinity have an opportunity. Sharon Veeraratne gives it to Ruvin Vikramaratne, who will put this ball into touch. Punit Silva still on the yellow card for Trinity. That's why Ruvin Vikramaratne is doing all the kicking. Inside the 22 meters, halfway inside the 22 meters. It's Ganula Mipiyagama to throw in to this 3-man line out from Trinity. Good work. Scrum off, gives it to Ruvin. Ruvin gives it to Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar back again to Ruvin. Ruvin still on his feet. Akita Piris gives it to the number 43. That's Hashen Javardhana. Ball available. Scrum off, gives it to Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar to Ruvin Piris. Ball available. Play on is the call from the referee. Clearly offside, was he? There was a ruck found. And here's Hashen Jayawardena. He takes the ball into contact. Does Sharon Veeraratne. Here's Hashen to Dulin Jayakodi. Jayakodi takes the ball into contact. Ball available. Hashen Jayawardena yet again with the fringe attack. Ganula Mipegama gives it to Akita. Akita gives it to Ruvin Vikramaratne. Ruvin dancing past a couple of players. Here's Akita. Akita Piris. Akita Piris to the line and he scores. What a brilliant step that was. Showed him the inside line and went on the outside line right under the posts. And just like that, Trinity score through Akita Piris. What a try that is. A brilliant, brilliant one.
Well, absolutely, yes. Akita Piris take about this young lad. So much talent in him. Probably, or rather, definitely a big prospect in terms of Trinity College rugby. And the conversion through as well. Now it's 14 points to 7. Ananda College once again in the back foot. Take a look at this. The beautiful work from this young lad. Collected it himself and look at that footwork. And the effort he puts to touchdown. Fully stretched, single-handed. Made sure he did not lose the ball forward at all. And now 14 points to 7. Trinity restarts things.
Collected by Russian Piris yet again. Rather, it was the number 9, but what a tackle it was from Punit Zilla, who has returned. Here's Anand. Gives the ball out wide. There's speedsters in the corner. Needs to get the ball away. Does get it. And that's a knock on. Punit Silva manages to keep hold of possession. Penalty advantage, and that was very good work from Janadu Talgaswat. Doing really, really well. Initially thought there was a knock on, but there wasn't. The referee didn't call it. And just like that, Talgaswat doing everything he can. He wasn't the tackler, he was the jackler. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Here's the number 10 giving the ball out to the number 11. Vijay Tunga, Sonal Vijay Tunga. Here you go. There was no knock on, but there again in the tackle, he loses the ball. Think he lost it forward. And Punit Silva takes the ball into contact. Here's Anand. Gives it to the number 2. Here's Russian Piris. Russian looking to run lateral. The number 13 giving the ball out wide. Trinity has an opportunity. Ball being knocked on. Here's the number 13 going back a couple of times, but the first knock on is what that matters. Referee says it's Trinity ball. Wants to have a word with the AR.
Well, yes, a few multiple infringements there. So I believe the referee. Yes, the first knock on from Ananda College. And with that, Trinity College in favor of possession. If they can go on to one more score, they'll be in a comfortable position. Ananda College certainly under pressure in this game. Not the type of rugby we saw from them yesterday. But Trinity College just making sure they hold on to their momentum. They've been absolutely brilliant. And here's Trinity College once again. Beautiful step there. Beats two defenders. Puts it to boot. And is it going to be a penalty? Yes, it is. Unnecessary work there from Ananda College. And seems like Trinity College inside centre, Ruin Vikramaratne, who got into contact after putting that ball into boot. Seems to be had a little bit of an impact. And unnecessary work there from Ananda College.
There wasn't much contact, but the player is heavily down. And here's a look at what happened. Agita Piris gave it to Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar to Ruin Vikramaratne, who puts the ball to boot. And there again, there's not much in it, but a certain penalty. You can't take the player out without the ball, because he was kicking it and he was chasing it. And hence, the referee awards the penalty to Trinity where the ball landed. Probably a concussion. Ruin Vikramaratne, one of the better players, along with Dulin Jayakodi and Ganula Meepe, been playing really well. Now it's a scrum. Scrum in favor of Trinity. Anand with a yellow card as well. 14 points to 7. Here's Akita. Forward pass. Sharon Veeraratne takes the ball into contact, but it was a clear forward pass, gifting Anand with another opportunity to come back. Anand playing with the man down. Agita picked it up from the back of that scrum, and there you go. Shouldn't have given it to Sharon Veeraratne, who was miles ahead. And hence it's a line out. It's a scrum in favor of Anand right inside the 22 meters. It's uncontested, hence it'll be clean ball. Here's the danger man. Ruin Piris. Piris in the corner. Can he go all the way? Cut him back in. Collects it. Good tackle coming in from Trinity. Ball available for Anand. Here's an opportunity. Offside is the call. But the referee doesn't say so. Sealing is the call from the referee by the looks of it. Penalty for sealing. This is the call from the referee, Nipuna Amaratunga. Some close calls in both games, and that's the game done and dusted. Trinity advance to the cup semi-finals, and they will be playing Science Brilliant work from Trinity. Both teams were unbeaten yesterday. That is why they find themselves here in the second cup quarter final. And just like that, 14 points to 7. It's another closely contested game. The full-time confirmation, Trinity 14, Anand 7.
And Trinity College more likely will meet Science College in the cup semi-final number 1. And now it's the quarter-final number 3. But before that, we will have a look at the highlights. Where Trinity College managed to score. This was Agita Silva who went on for that second try for Trinity College, booking their spot in the cup semi-finals. Now we head on to quarter-final number 3. St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia taking on Isipatana, the junior green machines. And it's going to be another interesting encounter. Who's going to take this home? Both these teams have done brilliantly yesterday. And Isipatana on the receiving end. St. Thomas's will start off proceedings.
Both teams played at Digana yesterday. And they topped their groups convincingly as St. Thomas's starts things off from the right to left, and it lands out on the full, and it will be a scrum or a line out center field. Quickly taken by Isipatana. Fending off one player, takes the ball into contact, does the number 12. Here's Isipatana into touch. Good defense, good scramble defense from St. Thomas's. Last two quarterfinals were closely contested. Dharmaraja losing to Science in the first quarterfinal, and Trinity winning against Anand. Yes, Isipatana. St. Thomas has kicked the ball, and this is Senit Di Costa. Penalty for holding on is the call from the referee. A correct call. St. Thomas is doing really good in this initial passages of play. They've got 2 penalties, and they will look to put this into touch, and they doing brilliantly. Gains around 20 to 25 meters. Here's what happened. The number 12 from Isipatana was isolated. Wasn't the tackler. There you go, the tackler, the number 19. Aaron Silva for St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's have ball. Gives it, knocks it on. A double knock on by both teams. Hence the first knock on was by St. Thomas's. Hence Isipatana have possession of ball after the first restart.
Quite evenly matched in skill, these two sides, as Isipatana takes the possession of the scrum. They look to send it to the outside, as there does appear to be a little bit of space. Lovely punt there.
High up and under, not collected by the Thomians, but there was a hand. I thought there was a knock-on call that was not taken. St. Thomas's have ball, but by the looks of it, Isipatana has knocked the ball down. It will be interesting to see a replay of that. Initially thought there was a hand that touched the ball when Isipatana put that high up and under. But however, Thomians have possession. It will be Mohammad Adil to feed in to this uncontested scrum. Hence, there will be clean ball for St. Thomas's. Adil gives it to his fly half. Here's space opening up wide. Here's the wing 3/4. Can he go past the number 14 of Isipatana? No, he can't. The ruck being formed. Good work. Offside is not called. And St. Thomas's have possession. Gives it to the fly half. And the fly half decides to step. And that was Muhammad Adil. And Isipatana with an opportunity. The number 4 in space. And under the posts. Just like that. St. Thomas's were doing all the hard work. But Isipatana, with one mistake from the Thomians, have managed to score under the posts. And brilliant work from Isipatana. They have scored first and broken the deadlock.
Lovely counter ruck there by Isipatana College. Made sure to make St. Thomas pay for their mistake there. And the turnover was taken beautifully and executed properly. Here's a replay of that action once more. And after the turnover, beat one defender, beat another, and he was sailing through there. And the number 4 touchdown for Isipatana. Conversion 2 under the posts. Trivial for the Isipatana player. Unfortunately, he did miss it though. We start off the second half with Isipatana College leading 5-0. Collected well by St. Thomas, but brought down by the Isipatana number 7. St. Thomas sent it out, but he decides to cut back into where and falls exactly where the previous ruck was. Isipatana trying to counter, and they are successful. Ball is turned over. Isipatana going once more. It's again the number 7. And he scores yet again. What a brilliant play there.
Mutulal Chamatkar doing all the hard work. He was the one who created it. But there was another player who committed. And the number 14, Sihat Silva, with the conversion. And the conversion is through as well. Brilliant work from Isipatana. One-way traffic. Here's what happened. Trying to cut back in. And a good tackle coming in from the number 8. And what a counter-ruck it was from the number 13. And the number 7 picked it up. And right under the post. It was Mutulal Chamatkar going under the post. And Isipatana have their second.
Could be just a rough start for St. Thomas, although as far as it has gone, it looks like there is quite a skill deficiency. And Isipatana start off once more leading 14-0. St. Thomas have dropped the ball. They look little, they seem to be cracking under the pressure. Now Isipatana blooming with confidence. St. Thomas scrambling over that ball, doing everything they can to get in possession and gain ground. Oh, it will be brought back for a scrum. Here's a replay of that action. Just let it go over his shoulder. And this Isipatana player got him anyway.
Muhammad Adil with the feed in for the Thomians. Gives it to his fly half. A terrible pass. Puts the ball to boot. Touched. Hence no offside line. And here's the number 11 taking the ball into contact. That's Helit Jitnuka with the carry. But sealing yet again is the call from the referee. And it's the Thomians who have a penalty. It's the fly half. I think it's Radin who puts the ball into touch. Gains around 15 meters. And by the standards of the under 14 kicking range, it's a pretty decent kick from the Thomians. To throw it to the line out is the number 15, Radil. It'll be a clean line out for the Thomians because the line outs and the scrums are uncontested. There again, forms the maul, doesn't go anywhere. Finally, possession with the Thomians. There's 4 men in the ruck for the Thomians, and here's a space. Lovely cutout pass would have created that space, but the big forward decided to go through it, and there again handling the ball off feet is the call from the referee. Here's the big man, he gives it out wide and space opening up wide. Here's the number 10, it's a foot race. Will the final tackle be on the mark? No, it won't. That's the number 10 who goes over. Zenith Di Costa for the third try. Isipatana running away with this game against the Thomians. The first two games were evenly contested, and this game, we can't say so. 19 points already, and this is the toughest kick the Isipatana player will get with the conversion, and that's half time. Half-time confirmation. 3 tries, 2 conversions, 19 points, and the Thomians are yet to get off the mark.
නිලා මම අලුත් බැංක් account එකක් open කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් website එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක scan කරලා meeting time එකක් schedule කරලා online connect වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් open කරගන්න.
Here are the highlights of that previous half. It appears that St. Thomas College are really feeling the heat now as Isipatana are leading quite comfortably for one half, 14-0. So far, a few critical errors made by St. Thomas College, and Isipatana College just took them with a grain of salt.
3 tries. This was smartly created by the backs of Isipatana. The cover defense from the Thomians should have been better. Should have made a better tackle, but didn't do so. Hence, that is why they are trailing 19 points to nil. Missing some crucial tackles were the Thomians, as the number 10, St. Di Costa, will be kicking things off in the second half from the left to right, and he's opted to go for the left, collected by the Isipatana player. Ball available, presented, and going through the blind side. Holding on is the call from the referee. Don't think that was the correct decision. Both players went for the ball, and one took the ball and one was offside, and not really sure how that holding on came into place, but the Thomians have an opportunity through their number 22, number 12 rather, Leshuka Soisa. Here's what happened. Ball collected by Isipatana. Now he places the ball and goes through the blind side. Wonder why it was given holding on. However, St. Thomas's, with a practice move, their handling have been really poor, and they are going backwards rather than forwards, and the ball available somehow with the Thomians, gives it out. Here's the number 20 taking the ball into contact, Joshua Peris. Ball available, 14 gives it to the number 26, that's Pemita Costa. Here's St. Thomas's trying to find space outside. Here's the win 3/4. Good tackle on him by his counterpart. Ball available, puts in the offload, puts in a kick here again. A bit of scrappy play from both teams, but Isipatana have possession now. Number 7 fends off the first, fends off the second. Can he go all the way? Gives it to the number 10, that's Zenith Di Costa. Zenith Di Costa scores his second, and Isipatana's fourth. Brilliant work from Isipatana. Their backs have a lot of pace, and the third row seems to be performing really well as well, and they've given the number 13 Silva, the opportunity to convert. And the conversion is through as well. It's 26 points to nil. And it's safe to say Isipatana will go into the cup semi-finals. Here's what happened. It was touched. Hence there was no offside line collected by the number 7. And he ran lateral. One fend off. Bumps off another. Takes 2 men. Gives the ball out to Trinity Costa. And Costa right under the post. Scores another easy try for Isipatana. The green machine doing what they know best. And the conversion was a good one as well. It will be the try scorer, Trinity Costa, who will be restarting things from the left to right. The Thomians trying to run lateral. Takes the ball into contact. Penalty advantage for not rolling away. The Thomians will definitely put this into touch. That's a good touch find by the standards of the under 14 boys. Here's what happened. There's the tackle. He needed to roll away. He did roll away. And the number 13 was the tackler. Was the jackler rather. And here's the Thomians. Gives it out. Here's the number 16 trying to run lateral. There again. Lateral again. And lifted up. Penalty advantage for not releasing.
That was lucky for the Isipatana player. Otherwise he would have definitely been given a yellow card. For that seemed very much to be intentional from our perspective. Another touch kick from St. Thomas. That was quite decent indeed. Some much needed meters gained through that touch, which they were unable to do on foot.
The Thomians have the line out. It will be the number 15, Radin Radil, to throw in to this line out. Taken pretty decently. Here's a ball given out wide. Space, cutting back in was the number 4. He's being held up, needs to roll away, does roll away, goes to the open side. Ball available. The number 19 has been tackled really well. That was Aaron Silva. The flank acting as the scrum half. Puts the ball to boot. There's a sweep at the back for Isipatana. But a penalty for an offside call. Ball available with the Thomians. The Thomians are here to score their first try in this third cup quarter final.
Thomians will be certainly desperately searching for consolation try, as the fate of the match is already quite sealed with a minute and 15 seconds to go, and Isipatana College leading 26-0.
That's a thumping kick. Thumping touch find. Gained around 30 meters. That's a brilliant kick by the standards of the under 14s. And it will be a line out. It will be Radin Radil who will be throwing this line out to a 4-man line out. Will they form the rolling ball? Gives it to the hooker yet again. He gives it to the fly half. Here's the center. Good rush defense coming in from Isipatana. St. Thomas's out of ideas on what and how they can penetrate this Isipatana defense. Holding them up is Isipatana, and it will be a scrum in favor of them. Needs to release now. The referee waited till the player went to ground. And here's the number 7. Ball available.
St. Thomas's College just completely overwhelmed by Isipatana, as they have not been able to gain any ground on foot so far. All of their gained meters came from touch kicks, which have been quite good, we must say.
And here's the Thomians trying to attack. There's 2 men on 1. The number 13 takes the ball into contact, needs to release now. Penalty advantage. This time the correct decision by the referee. Quickly taken by the number 14. Yellow card coming in for a Isipatana player. The green machine loses one player. They'll be playing with 9 men and the hoot has gone out. Isipatana have already won, but yet again that's another thumping kick. A brilliant kick. Finds just 5 meters out and they have a line out. It's only a matter of time before Isipatana win this, but to have the final say, the Thomians would definitely like a try on their own. Next up we have the Peter Wright taking on the Antonians.
Should have been a free kick there, for that was a dummy throw, but play continues.
Dummy throw not picked up, as you correctly said. And here's the number 14. Takes the ball into contact, and that's the game done and dusted. Isipatana convincing winners, 26-0. This by far was the biggest margin of the Cup quarterfinals. Dharmaraj and Science finished with Science being victors, 15 points to 10, and Trinity 14 points to 7 victors against Anand, and now Isipatana convincing winners, 26-0 against the Thomians from Mount Lavinia.
Here we have the highlights of that last half. As we can see, the previous theme is being repeated as the Thomians continue to be absolutely clobbered by this Isipatana outfit. A massacre even, you could call it. As previously said, it is quite a large aggregate between the two sides. As we move on to the final quarterfinal of the Cup and Plate Court segment, St. Peter's College versus St. Anthony's College.
Yes, the final Cup quarterfinal for the day. Quarterfinal number 4. The Antonians will take on the Patriots. Science College, Trinity College and Isipatana College have managed to seal their spots in the Cup semi-finals. And just one more game remaining to get it confirmed. The top 4 teams who will compete for the Cup segment all set here at Pallekele Trinity College grounds. As both the teams march onto the ground. Will it be the Antonians or will it be the Patriots? Who's gonna seal their spot in the Cup semi-finals? Both the teams have done brilliantly yesterday. 2 unbeaten teams, but only one will take it away. As we have an interesting game in our hands. Both the teams have their final huddles before the game. St. Peter's will start off things. The Antonians in the receiving end. St. Peter's to start off things. Joshua Samarakon with the ball in hand puts up a high hanging kick. Antonians letting it bounce. Not the best of starts. You've got to collect it. And St. Peter's territorially starts off well. But the Antonians got to make sure that the execution's right. Anything loose, St. Peter's will have the opportunity of capitalizing.
St. Anthony's has already sent the message to Peters, saying that they are lacking confidence, as it seems. Line out taken quickly by them. Sent out to the line. They have space on the outside. A kick would be ideal, and there it goes. Lovely punt, but straight into the hands of the Peterite player. Taken quickly, lovely offload there. But there's just too many defenders from St. Anthony's side. And St. Anthony's has been awarded a penalty. They should take a scrum. Here's a replay of that action.
Was it a forward pass rather from the beat rights? Antonians have been awarded a scrum down. And the referee just wanting to have a chat with the front rows. Wants to make sure that the scrum is steady and ready. Here's the Antonians now, opting to go through the short side, sending it to the corner. St. Peter's defense drifting quickly. Very well done there. Antonians ball available, not the best of passes, but bounces luckily into the hands. Good pressure coming in from St. Peter's. They know if they can turn over the ball, they have a massive opportunity here. Trying to show and go, gets through. Does he have the legs? Tries to put it to boot, but blocked by St. Peter's, and oh my goodness. Was there a knock on? Referee has spotted it. Well, if it is, it's good work from the referee coming in there. Antonians had an opportunity, lost it, and St. Peter's was gifted with an opportunity by referee spotting that. Now Antonians back with a scrum down.
Here's a replay of what happened there. If the referee did indeed catch it, he's quite perceptive. For most of us missed it. I believe that may have counted as a knock-on. Here we go, St. Anthony's with play. They do a little foxing move, but they fox themselves there. As St. Anthony's have let the ball bounce. And the Peters will happily take possession of that.
Once again, execution from the Antonians. A set play, dummy scissor and short ball, but the short ball just not executed 100%. And losing it forward. Now St. Peter's with an opportunity in the 22. Massive opportunity here to draw their first blood. Ball sends out to the corner. Here's Samarakon, and that's going to be the first try for St. Peter's in the corner flag. Getting the maximum out of the opportunity. St. Peter's touches down. Try number 1, 5 points in the sheet. And the conversion to come with a difficult angle.
Excellent game sense there from St. Peter's College, being able to keep the ball in play. Even though 2 of their men went out of the field. Before doing so, they were able to keep it in, and unfortunately the conversion did not have the distance needed. Here's a replay of what happened. Given out cleanly. Ball was taken into contact. Lovely offload there. And just before he was put out, another offload. And scored the try.
Shenal Hevamanage, who touched down in favor of St. Peter's. Antonians have to cut down the errors. It's a cup quarter final, and once again letting it bounce. Antonians, and yes, knock forward. This is what happens when you let the ball bounce, because the rugby ball bounce can be unpredictable. Antonians just gifting away possession to the beat rights. Now St. Peter's with yet another opportunity. Take a look at this. Once again the restart, just letting it bounce, and the bad bounce causing damage. Now St. Peter's, can they counterfeit once again? Back-to-back tries will boost up their confidence for sure. Lathan downhaul sends the ball out. Good defense coming in from the Antonians. Now St. Peter's looking a bit unsettled, but still trying to get meters. The defense has to come in from the Antonians. Referee said to release it, not rolling away. Quick tap taken from Nathan. Gives it out to the big prop forward, who gets into contact. Brings his team almost to the 5 meter. Opt into a go on his own. Shawan Hetiarachi St. Peter's right under the post, just a few inches away. Now opting to play those close fringes. Once again, Devan Pereira, who goes into the ground. Good pressure. This is from St. Peter's on the Antonians. Now Nathan downhill, sending the ball out. They have space available, and it's Joshua Samarakon who touches down for try number 2. St. Peter's gets the upper hand early on in the game. 10 points to nil with the conversion to come.
Beautifully done there by St. Peter's. Slowed down the game pace, gained certain ground with the pick and go maneuver, and then sent it out and scored the try. Very trivially indeed. The fear in the St. Anthony's players are certainly fueling the fire of the Peters boys, and it is evident in the scoreboard, where St. Peter's College leads 10-0 with the restart coming. Last 15 seconds of this game, and unfortunately the conversion seems to have failed.
Well, the Antonians have to settle themselves. They have to cut down the errors. Both the occasions, they've just let the ball bounce from the restart, and that has caused them damage. And once again, the try scorer, Joshua Samarakon. Once again, Antonians doing the same mistake. And the chasers are on from St. Peter's. This is unnecessary work from the Antonians, trying to run around, but gets past the try line and sends the offload into the hands of St. Peter's. And I believe it's lost forward. Quite fortunate there for the Antonians. And that's the half time. The coaching staff from the Antonians will want to make sure that they have a word here. And on the other hand, Coach Dinet Pasindu, the under-14 coach for St. Peter's College, will be happy with the position at team. His half-time confirmation for you. St. Peter's leading over the Antonians, 10 points to nil.
Back to the second half of this game here. Here are the highlights from the previous one. As you can see from the start itself, the Antonians were sort of all over the place actually, and it only increased in strength and potency as the game went on. St. Peter's certainly making full use of their disorganization and just cutting through the defense like a hot knife through cold butter.
Second half is on. And like you mentioned, Antonians needs to settle themselves a bit. They're all over the place, playing with less confidence. They were playing brilliant rugby yesterday. They managed to top their group. They managed to remain unbeaten. And this game certainly have lost momentum, just gifting away everything in favor of St. Peter's. Yes, the second half whistle from the referee. Ashwin will restart things. Lost forward. Early opportunity for the Antonians. Execution has to be right. It will be a scrum down in favor of the Antonians.
Peterites will now need to organize their defense well in order to keep the Antonians at bay. It's now sent down to the line. They have a little bit of space on the outside. Try to fox them, but is taken down nevertheless. Support is there for the fallen Antonian player. Sent back in through the short side. A short ball to the big prop forward. However, it is considered as a forward pass by the referee. and possession will be given to St. Peter's once more.
Well, yes, good move there, but just the pass falling forward. There you go. Lovely short ball, but clearly that's a forward pass. Antonians, once again, the errors have caused them damage. St. Peter's won't mind this. Replacement coming in as well in the St. Peter's outfit. Now St. Peter's with an opportunity. Lathan Downall. The nippy halfback wearing the scrum cap. Sending the ball out. Gets into contact. Has the ball been stolen? Advantage in favor of St. Peter's. Taken quickly. Not St. Peter's. Are the Antonians. Once again is Joshua Samarakon with lovely footwork. Stepping in close fringes. Beating two defenders. St. Peter's now close fringes. The forwards, the big forwards for St. Peter's doing their role absolutely well. If St. Peter's can go for yet another touchdown, that will surely be the game, but not on the feet. St. Peter's, penalty in favor of the Antonians. Can they create something out of it? Once again, going on his own, offloading it. They have the space available. Brutal defense coming. Is it going to be a yellow card? Yes, it is. Dangerous play, says the referee.
St. Anthony's with their desperate defense till the very end. It did in fact pay off. They did get a hold of the ball. However, that yellow card will now be another advantage for the St. Anthony's players as they're playing 10 men to 9. St. Anthony's still have time, or hopefully they still have time to turn this around, but it doesn't seem very likely. Unfortunately, it does not appear that the St. Anthony's player will be able to continue play.
Well, yes, the numbers opportunity, or rather the advantage, is there for the Antonians. And this is where the Antonians won the penalty. And
we will continue play now with a scrum down with possession with Anthony's. Not sure what their course of action will be here. They decide to work it out. Send it all the way out. There's a little space for the Anthonian player, but the St. Peter's boys right on him. St. Peter's good dominant counter-arcing. And it has proven fruitful as possession is now with Peters.
once again, unnecessary work from the Antonians. You cannot do that while you're in the ruck. He lost the ball forward, but he wanted to slide it towards his end. The referee completely spotting that, awarding the penalty in favor of St. Peter's. Now St. Peter's have managed to put it to touch. They'll surely look to set the rolling maul as they have heavy forwards in the outfit.
Mediocre touch kick there, but as a result of the St. Peter's forward strength, they might still be able to pull it off. And like you said, they did indeed set up a rolling maul, and they are going at a pace. Unfortunately, the maul has been stopped, and now it is being sent out. Avri took the defenders, but unfortunately, this boy still has one more left. Beat him, and he's on the right hand side. He's almost to the try line, and he scores there. Just over the whitewash. What a beautiful try. But perhaps the referee caught something that we did not.
Well, seems like it's a knock forward. Yes, it is. Good defense coming in from the Antonians, but even though they've managed to win the ball, they are in the red zone. For sure, St. Peter's will look to put extra pressure, steal the ball. I think it's when the touchdown, or rather during the touchdown, ball was lost forward. Antonians have less time left. And they are right in the red zone corner. Puts it to boot. They need the chasers. And it has been collected from Joshua Samarakun. That will seal the game for St. Peter's. Try number 3 for St. Peter's. Try number 2 for Joshua Samarakun. And 15 points to nil with the conversion to come.
Lovely interception try there by Joshua as St. Anthony's efforts to score a consolation try have ended very well in the favor of their opponents. 15 points to nil with the conversion to come, which is successful. With a minute and 20 seconds left in this game, here's a replay of the action as St. Anthony's tried to get out of their red zone. However, the Peters player was right there, scooped it up and sailed down to the try line.
Well, yes, certainly the execution from the Antonians in this game have not been to the par. And now the restart, final minute of the game. Antonians once again still letting the ball bounce. Once again putting it to boot, straight into Joshua Samarakon's hands. He cuts back in, beats one defender, beats two defenders, beats three. Does he go all the way? Yes, it is. That's the hat trick for Joshua Samarakun. Absolutely brilliant stuff from St. Peter's and Samarakun. Samarakun has been all around the park for St. Peter's in this game. And no doubt, St. Peter's will march into the Cup semi-finals and they'll meet Isipathana College. Conversions astray, and that's the final whistle coming in. St. Peter's books their spot in the Cup semi-final. They'll meet Isipathana, and on the other side, Science College will meet Trinity College. Two interesting games, and as the quarter-final segment concludes, it's time for the semi-final action.
St. Peter's College 22 to St. Anthony's College 0. Certainly sealing their place in the semi-finals. Here's the highlights of that last half. St. Peter's College let it bounce, but that was inevitable. St. Anthony's College trying to get out of their red zone, but Peter's College player was right there. And he did indeed make advantage of that, take advantage. Just gliding through the St. Anthony's players here, Joshua Samarakon. He's having a ball on the field. Now we move on to the first semi-final match. Again, St. Aloysius College versus St. Joseph's College. The Shield semi-final. First game.
Well, Rashan, what a couple of cup segment matches we've had so far. You can only expect it to increase from here.
Most definitely, Ashan. And seems that we have a fruitful match here on our hands as well.
Well, before all of that, we have an all-important semi-final to deal with. It's the Shield semi-final. St. Joseph's up against St. Aloysius. St. Joseph's will be kicking from right to left of your screens. As we're underway. Semi-final number 1 of the Shield segment. Kicks it in deep. St. Aloysius takes it on the full. Huge tackle from Shalan Jayawardana. St. Aloysius now will try to work the faces out. De Silva takes it out of the rock. Passes it on to Chanuka. Once again, De Silva goes towards his right this time.
Seems to be taking it very easy there. Moving at a walking pace. Continuously going into contact. But it paid off once, it might pay off again.
Passes it out of the rock now. To the big number 3, Gunawardena. Penalty now in favour for St. Aloysius for the tackler not rolling away for St. Joseph's. St. Aloysius would now want to gain a couple of important meters up into the Josephian territory. Won't get a lot, but nevertheless a line out in favour now of St. Aloysius. All important line out here for St. Aloysius. They have possession of the ball. And they'll want to take maximum use out of this. Situm will deal with the line out.
Taken quickly by the number 9 and sent out to the field. I believe they will work it all the way. However, a lovely offload there, but it just pops out of his hand there. And possession in St. Joseph's College.
Well, an
once again.
Unfortunate knock on for St. Aloysius. Now St. Joseph's with a scrum right on their opponent's 22. It's an all-important scrum now, as it will be Nathan who will be feeding into the Josephian scrum.
St. Joseph's appear to have space on both the right and left sides of this field. Little scissor there. Took the defender very well.
Beautiful pass on the outside to Jaya Tilaka. But Jaya Tilaka will be bundled into touch. Well,
in the try zone itself, he could have placed it, but unfortunately he was not able to.
Yeah, Jaya Tilaka did all the hard work there. And unfortunately was not able to put on the finishing touches for St. Joseph's.
Which will lead to a line out here in favour of St. Aloysius College. They will surely want to kick and get out of their red zone. But we're still unsure of what exactly they will do.
Puts ball to boot, but doesn't gain a lot of meters out of it. It will be De Silva who collects it. Passes it on to Gamage. Gamage now passes on to the big number 3, Gunawardena. Apologies, Jaden. Now the big number 1, Fernando, passes it on to Taruka Fernando this time. Taruka Fernando on the outside, has a couple of meters ahead of him. He does it. He goes all the way. Taruka Fernando to score the first try for St. Joseph's. An all-important first try for the Josephians in this first semi-final within the Shield segment.
St. Joseph's looking marginally more dominant than St. Aloysius College at the moment. And the difference in speed is quite evident as well. Successful conversion, that brings up our tally to 7 points to 0 with St. Joseph's leading.
Well, definitely there. Nathan Balsing with the kicking duties for the conversion. Brilliant passage of play initially from Joel Fernando, who passed it on to Taruka Fernando, who did the finishing touches for St. Joseph's and gets that all-important first score on the board. St. Joseph's within 5 minutes now 7 points to 0 for a spot in the finals. Restarts it, kicks it high, hanging well taken on the full by Nifal Labid. Nifal Labid now going past couple of tacklers, but ultimately was bundled into touch. That was a good run from Nifal Labid.
Indeed, Yashan, that was a brilliant run. Looks like he had a boost of confidence and energy, and he did use it very well indeed. Unfortunately, he did not have the support he needed, or he could have made that pass before he rolled out into touch.
Dian Pereira feeds it in with the line out. Christian now puts ball to boot. Gains height on it, not the distance you would have liked. Cleanly taken from Gamage. Now St. Aloysius working it. Enul Hiriparuge that instance. De Silva passes it on to the big number 2, Dinuja Godage. De Silva once again out of the ruck. Now Chanuja. Penalty in favor of St. Aloysius.
And it appears they will take the quick tap which they have when they give it to the big man for a lovely hit there. Support is available, but it was almost too late. Luckily the Josephine player Joel Fernando, he lost his support, sending it out to the side, and he's running lateral again. Interesting rucking there from the St. Aloysius player, but it has indeed paid off, as yet another penalty is given, and St. Aloysius has gained another 10 meters.
Well, back-to-back infringements for St. Joseph's, not in a position where they would have wanted to give them out. Now St. Aloysius with a chance. Afil Nibad steps in, steps out, passes it out. That's Chanuka in that instance, gaining some all-important meters. Now Enul. St. Aloysius just about 5 meters away.
The referee as well seems to have made a mistake, thinking the 5 meter was the try line. He has swiftly corrected his mistake there. And awarded a scrum with possession going to St. Joseph's. Unfortunately, the Aloysius player, Anuas Gunawardana, he tried to touch it down on the 5 meter line, which is a sad mistake, but you live and you learn.
Well, we saw that earlier. For some reason, it has repeated once again. Anuas Gunawardana thinking that he scored for St. Aloysius, but unfortunately, he has kept it actually on the 5 meter mark. A bit of confusion there. Last move of the first half called by the referee, a scrum in favor of St. Aloysius, taken out by Chanuja. Now passes on to Gamage. Gamage gives it out wide. St. Aloysius on the charge now. Offload does not go to hand. Situm will take it, but a knock-on called by the referee. And at Lemons it will be St. Joseph's who leads St. Aloysius 7 points to nil. An all-important half-time this would be for both teams, as the discussions would begin on how they approach the second half. An all-important second half coming up in this first semi-final between St. Joseph's and St. Aloysius. Battling out for the plate is St. Joseph's, who leads 7 points to nil against St. Aloysius.
Welcome back. Now we see the cup and plate quarterfinal. The results, as you can see, Dharmaraja College have lost to Science College 10-15, just an aggregate of 5 points, but that's enough. Ananda College lost to Trinity College 7-14, double their points. St. Thomas's College got really bashed by Isipatana College 26 points to nil, the highest aggregate of these matches. St. Peter's College 22-0 against St. Anthony's College.
Well, a really good couple of quarterfinals we witnessed, and now that made these upcoming fixtures coming up the plate. Semi-finals, Dharmaraja taking on Anand, St. Thomas's taking on St. Anthony's. That would be your plate semi-finals coming up. Not to forget the all-important cup semi-finals. What a lineup we have. Trinity up against Science. Isipatana taking on St. Peter's. It's an all-important semi-final lineup for the cup segment, and we're in for quite the treat. But before that, an all-important second half coming up in this plate shield semi-final. St. Aloysius will begin proceedings as Nathan Bolsing will collect it from within the 22 and will put ball to boot.
A wise decision, but poorly executed as he gained only around 10 meters maximum.
But now a rare opportunity for St. Aloysius. We haven't seen them much with possession of the ball, as Situm Peli is to take it out of the line out for St. Aloysius. Passes it out to Chanuka, to De Silva. De Silva passes it out to Abid Nifal. Abid Nifal with a couple of tacklers around him. He needs support. Gets back on his feet. Now the support is there for St. Aloysius. Chanuka passes it out to Chanuka.
Abid Nifal certainly making the difference here for his St. Aloysius team along with Anuhas Gunawardana. However, it doesn't appear that their teammates are reciprocating the same type of effort as they send it out. However, the St. Joseph's players are right there. He has missed it. He beat one defender, beat another. Unfortunately, he's taken down with the second defender. But a lovely offload and he's through. The number 7 will go to strike.
Chanuka with the try. What could possibly be the equalizing try if the conversion goes through? An all-important try there for Chanuka. And St. Aloysius on the board early in the second half. They'll want to get this conversion through at the hands of Anuhas Gunawardana. It's a bit of a difficult angle, but he will love if this could go through. Well, he got the distance, but not the angle. But a beautiful passage of their play there for St. Aloysius from Chanuka to Situm. And a brilliant offload there to Chanuka, who went on to score the first try for St. Aloysius in this semi-final. The score will reach 7 points to 5 in favour of St. Joseph's, but it's really close at the moment.
St. Aloysius now back in the running with this, and no doubt the confidence of their players will be most definitely boosted. Taken easily by the St. Joseph's player. Puts ball to boot, an interesting decision, but it looks like it'll be a lovely touch there. And indeed it is. He gained about half the pitch actually with that kick.
Well, a brilliant touch finder there from Christian Netruch. The number 9 for St. Joseph's. Christian doing a really good job with his boot so far. Got the conversion points which could make the difference in this semi-final. Now St. Aloysius deep within the 22.
Still going is Anuhas Gunawardana. It seems that the St. Joseph players had a little trouble stopping him. However, there seems to be another penalty infringement and the ball is given to St. Aloysius, who will take a touch.
Well, a decent touch finder there from Chanuka, the try scorer for St. Aloysius. And they'll definitely want to take advantage out of this.
It's not much ground gain, but it might be enough for St. Aloysius College to get back in and surpass St. Joseph's College. Taken quickly, he's missed the mark there, he's passed it to no one. Chanuka with the ball, now he's looking to send it out. Beat one defender, almost beat the next. Offload, scrappy offload there, but he's collected by the number 9. Taken down very heavily there as St. Aloysius continue play. Given out. Anuhas Gunawardana will take it into contact once more. Just brute forcing his way through this St. Joseph's outfit.
Well, Dilan Pereira and Satul Jaitilka trying to get the big Anuhas Gunawardana down. They take him down eventually. Now St. Aloysius with space on the outside. Needs to get past one tackler, gets past the tackler easily. St. Aloysius with the try that will put them in the lead at the hands of Abid Nifal. Second try for St. Aloysius puts them into the lead. And St. Joseph's will be kicking themselves so easily letting that through.
With just a minute and a half to go and the time ticking down, St. Anthony's College really put themselves in a good place and they're sitting pretty now with the conversion to come. Pardon me, St. Aloysius. Conversion is successful. That will bring our tally up to 12 points to 7.
Well, they couldn't have scored at a better time. St. Aloysius from within their own half. An absolute brilliant run by Abid Nifal, the playmaker for St. Aloysius. Went all the way through and scored right under the post just when St. Aloysius needed it. And with the conversion going through, they have an all-important 5-point lead. 12 points to 7, just 1 minute left in this semi-final. St. Joseph's under immense pressure now. Haven't been able to collect it cleanly. Now puts ball to boot, does Jayawardena. But offside for St. Joseph's. Not what they would have wanted at the dying stages of the second half.
St. Aloysius now in a superb place to score. Just a few meters outside from the try line. Puts a touch kick, gained a few more meters. Looks like they're going for the kill.
Last move called by the referee. As the hooter goes off as well. St. Aloysius just needs to make sure that they don't give any infringements here. They will kick it out into touch. And that's it. St. Aloysius College goes through to the final of the Shield segment thanks to the hands of Abid Nifal and that final try. St. Joseph's College thought they had it in the bag, but a brilliant comeback from St. Aloysius College. They deserved it. They deserve a place in that final for the Shield. St. Joseph's College in agony, absolute agony at the moment. But a brilliant match we've had. 12 points to 7. St. Aloysius goes through to the final of the Shield segment.
Here are the highlights of that last half. St. Aloysius College certainly looking very dominant here, and St. Joseph's College were seen cracking under the pressure. Now the offload there. Easy, trivial try for him. And Abid Nifal, the man of the hour, certainly seeing the fate of his team for them. Now we have the next match. I believe it's Lumbini versus...
It'll be Prince of Wales up against Lumbini College to decide who will face St. Aloysius in the final for the Shield. Puts ball to boot, but doesn't get much out of it. Penalty called in favour for Prince of Wales, an all-important penalty right outside the 22. Good couple of meters gained. Now deep within that 22, a good touch finder from Amar Ahmed for Prince of Wales.
A line out in favour of Prince of Wales College in Lumbini 22. They'll want to make full use of this opportunity, the Cambrians, And the rolling maul for the Prince of Wales underway. It's still on the move. Ordinary maul defense by Lumbini College as Prince of Wales get over the whitewash for the first time. What a rolling maul that was by the Cambrians. Ahmed Ammar on the back of the maul, pushing the maul all the way over the whitewash, and the Cambrians are in the lead.
Well, an all-important try to start proceedings for Prince of Wales. They get on the board, they get the early lead within the second minute. An all-important conversion to come. We've seen how important conversions can be. When deciding a game, conversion goes astray, doesn't have the distance to it. It'll be Prince of Wales with the early lead, 5 points to 0. Brilliant rolling maul from these young lads. It's amazing to see a group of under 14 boys getting their tries through rolling mauls. An absolute prospect for future Sri Lankan rugby.
Certainly, Ishan. And how strong was that drive from the back of the maul from Ahmed Ammar. Is doing all the work for the Cambrians at the moment, and he's leading from the get-go. Is a high-hanging kick from Ammar, but a good collection by Lumbini. Lumbini will look to turn things around real quick from under the ruck. The number 10 finds space. What a move from Gimsara to find space like that and make a run for it. A game-changing move by the number 10 for Lumbini College to turn things around just like that. From under the ruck, it took a split second decision in terms of where he'd want to go, and he chose he'll go wide. He found space, and Gimsara did no mistake as he converts to put Lumbini College in front by a slim margin of 2 points. It's 7-5 Lumbini.
Well, the crowd is in full voice here at Pallekele. Lumbini with the best comeback they could have within just a couple of minutes. An absolute brilliant run and a brilliant state of awareness from Gimsara. Saw the opportunity on the blind side, went for it, and got the opportunity presented to him with both hands. Converted his own try. Lumbini College now retakes the lead for the first time in the encounter. 7 points to 5. We're in for a close one here at Pallekele.
A couple of minutes left for Lemons, and all of a sudden Prince of Wales are under pressure. They were putting the pressure on Lumbini College for those initial 3 minutes. They were on the opposition half for most of the time, but just that decision by Gimsara turned things around. Now the Cambrians have got to up their game. Here's Prince of Wales from under the rock. The ball's available. Here's the number 2 trying to go out wide, and an instep passing 1-2 defenders from Lumbini College. He's still on the move. He's on his feet, but eventually brought down. So the Cambrians have made progress, and they're in to the 22. Here's Prince of Wales with an opportunity. But good defense by Lumbini to keep Prince of Wales in check. Here's Ammar once again in action. He's been the man to go to for Prince of Wales. Can he find something out of nothing for the Cambrians? They've got themselves into a good position. Here's the number 12 rather. Still on his feet. There's 5 defenders trying to push him down. But this is a good offense by Prince of Wales. Here's the number 2 this time. But this is good defense to be fair, Yashan. Lumbini aren't letting the Cambrians through easily.
Well, Lumbini up to the mark. Here's Prince of Wales at the hands of Pires. Goes out, cuts back in. Eventually taken down. Prince of Wales now running through the options. Here's the number 3, Amar Ahmed. The playmaker so far for Prince of Wales. Once again now, Fernando takes down the ruck. Passes it out to Silva. Now Ekanaik passes it out to Cheyenne. Cheyenne still on his feet. Prince of Wales still on the move. Would love to work the line now, Prince of Wales. Once again, Silva breaking the line. Once again for Prince of Wales. Running through the faces now. Here's the big number 1, Ekanayaka. Taking a couple of tacklers with him once again. Offside called. Ball in the hands of Sanuska. But eventually, penalty given to Prince of Wales in an important moment for offside.
Well into the 22 of Lumbini. Amar opts for the touch find. He connects clean and an opportunity for Prince of Wales from the opposition 22. They've just got a couple of meters to clear, but what defense this is from Lumbini. Prince of Wales have been undecisive of what to do, and that has certainly cost them these 5 points, but they've been presented with an opportunity once again. Here's the rolling maul for Prince of Wales. It brought about the first try, but good maul defense by Lumbini, but it's still on the move for Prince of Wales, inches away from the whitewash. An opportunity from under the rock. This time the maul's been taken down. Is the big number 12. This is good defense by Lumbini, not allowing Prince of Wales to get through, but in the end it's the number 12 Sansuka Risinu that gets Prince of Wales over the whitewash. They've been contesting for around a couple minutes on that Lumbini 22, but finally off the line out and off the back of a rolling maul, they gained meters, and all Risinu Sansuka had to do was to push through a couple of defenders. They haven't been able to convert, but it's 10-7 at halftime. What a half that was, really. Ebbed and flowed. Both teams getting their chances to score, and finally Prince of Wales in the lead by a slim margin. That's halftime confirmation. 10 points to 7. Prince of Wales.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
Well, what a semi-final win for momentum swinging like a pendulum between Prince of Wales and Lumbini. Prince of Wales opened the account, opened the match with a beautiful rolling maul at the hands of Amar Ahmed, who scored the first points for Lumbini College. Apologies for Prince of Wales. And then they tried the rolling maul once again, failed to do so, but once again brilliantly done, saw the opportunity, and it was Risinu Sansuka who went over the whitewash and retook the lead for Prince of Wales. What a semi-final we're in for, and an all-important 7 minutes to come up to decide who will face St. Aloysius in the Shield final. We're set to go in the second half.
It's Lumbini with a high-hanging kick, but Prince of Wales collect well. Here's Prince of Wales from the get-go. They've wanted to restart on a high, and they're trying to play some fast rugby and find space. Does the fullback, but is brought down. That was Silva. Is Amar, the number 2. Apologies, Karim. So Prince of Wales have brought play to centre pitch, and it'll be how Prince of Wales handle things, because by far they've got better offense, and it's just a matter of how defensive Lumbini College can be and turn things around fast. Here's Prince of Wales going wide. An opportunity for Prince of Wales to access that fragileness of Lumbini. Here's the number 2, Karim, trying to set out wide, but is brought down. Good defense by Lumbini.
Prince of Wales with momentum. Here's the nippy scrum half who takes it out of the ruck. Garika Fernando passes it on to Silva. Once again, here's Fernando. Passes it on to the number 3, Amar Ahmed. What an important player he's been for Prince of Wales. Now going with the forwards is Ekanaika now. Now Cheyenne gains a couple of meters. Advantage is in favour of Prince of Wales for a high tackle. They will get the penalty out of it. But an all-important penalty win here for Prince of Wales. They are in full swing at the moment. And with momentum. Here's the infringement that happened. They have been really good. Have the Prince of Wales forwards in the hands of Ekanaika, Cheyenne and Amar Ahmed. 1, 2, 3, 4 Prince of Wales. They've been really setting the tone for Prince of Wales. Lumbini at the moment under immense pressure. They've been really good in their first half, but the moment that Prince of Wales have taken this lead, they have been with full momentum.
They've been majorly on the defense, haven't they? Yeshan, Lumbini have been forced to be set back. That's how offensive the Cambrians have been, and how good has this man, the number 3, Amar, been, is led this team from the get-go. That was a very good high-hanging kick, trying to get the ball to find touch, but sent back by Lumbini. Now Prince of Wales have to return the favour quick. Collected by the number 17, Shevon Silva. But Lumbini have turned things around. They have possession. Can they get themselves out of dire needs? Here's Lumbini with a chance to turn things around. Lumbini setting things out wide, taking the Cambrians and putting pressure on them. But they've gone under the ruck and they've won advantage. That gives them a penalty. Cambrians have been put 10 meters back. He'll look to find touch, will Lumbini College. As he does. Good touch find by Lumbini College. That brings play to the half of the Prince of Wales, and this will ease the pressure a little bit for Lumbini. They still trail by 3, Yeshan, and they'll want to pick things up fast.
Well, Shevon Silva guilty there for hands in the ruck, causing the penalty, but at the moment Amar Ahmed is finding it a bit difficult at the moment after that hit to the head. Strong words of encouragement from the young scrum of Garika Fernando, trying to tell Amar Ahmed that he can still go on, but unfortunately Amar Ahmed, as you can hear on the referee mic, is having a bit of issues with breathing. How important would this loss be for Prince of Wales if Amar Ahmed goes out now? He has been the playmaker for Prince of Wales, and how much is this going to now impact them, especially in the dying minutes of this second half?
Certainly been the playmaker for the Cambrians, but unfortunately is going out, and let's see how impactful this move will be for this match. It's just a slim 3-point lead for the Cambrians. They've still got a lot of work to do. 3 minutes of defense and probably try for another try is their goal in mind, but can they do it without their key player Amar Ahmed? He's managed to find touch on a couple of occasions. He's managed to bring back the hard yards that they've gained, so it's instrumental that the Cambrians do not lose momentum. Here's Lumbini trying to set things out wide. Steps back in, does the number 12 Senuka Gunasekara, and from under the ruck Lumbini have an opportunity now with Amr being sent off. They should try and use this to their full effect. Here's the number 5 trying to go out wide. Passes it to the number 4, brought down by Prince of Wales. So good defense nonetheless by the Cambrians. They don't want to keep Lumbini in check. Here's Lumbini with an opportunity. Finds space, but defended well. They've turned things over, Prince of Wales. Well done to them. And here's Prince of Wales now on the attack. Here's the number 2, Shayan Karim. He's also been a key player for them. And it'll all be decided on how these key players act for the Cambrians. The number 12 has constantly been in action. He was the try scorer on both the occasions for Prince of Wales. On the back of Amr's support, gaining meters inch by inch are Prince of Wales. But Lumbini defense is up to the task. Still a long way to go to get to the whitewash. Can the Cambrians pull something off the hat? The defense has been strong up to now. They've not given anything away. They've got to find space. A little chip kick by the number 12 helps the number 13 to get things easily over the whitewash. Anuhas Piris made no mistake. What a move by Risinu Sansuka, who's definitely been the man for Prince of Wales. He's scored a couple of tries, and what a chip kick that was, over the top, straight into the hands of Anuhas Piris, as he made no mistake whatsoever.
Well, is that it? Is that the match-winning try for Prince of Wales? What a presence of mind from Risinu Sansuka. Brilliantly with that chip kick. And Anuhas Piris doing the final touches by collecting it cleanly and going over the whitewash. They won't go ahead with the conversion. Has taken too much time, but is it now all too late for Lumbini College? With approximately 30 seconds left, is it Prince of Wales who will seal that final spot? It will be Aditya Induvara to restart proceedings, but no, it's taken too much time. It's taken too much time, and a penalty at an all-important moment for Lumbini College. How crucial would that be? Can they gain any advantage out of this now? It will be Gimsara who takes the quick tap, passes it on to Bala Suryage. Now back again to Jaya Singh. Lumbini will put ball to boot. Only time will tell if that makes any difference. The chase is onto the ball. Lumbini. Can he touch it down? He does touch it down. An absolute brilliant try from Gimsara. Has it sealed the deal? Well, he's still short. He's still short by 3 points, but is there more time left on the referee's clock? But a brilliant try there from Gimsara. The chase is on. They'll need this conversion to go through, and the hope that there's more time. But the hoot has gone off. The referee will make the final decision. Gimsara with the conversion does not go through. And that is it. Regardless, Prince of Wales will take the win. And they will go to the finals of the Shield segment. What a semi-final we've had. We've had two brilliant semi-finals in the Shield segment. But it will be Prince of Wales who will go through. And they'll beat Lumbini College just by 3 points. 15 points to 12 at full time. And they will go on to face St. Aloysius in the final, battling out for the Shield.
These are the highlights of the second half. Prince of Wales got off to a really good start, but what a chip kick that was by Sansuka Risinu. Only for Anuhas Piris to collect it cleanly and calmly and set it over the whitewash. That really won the game for Prince of Wales, as number 10, Kayanuka, had a perfect reply, but it was still not enough. We go to our next match. DS taking on Royal in an all-important bowl segment semi-final. DS will have their work cut out against the mighty Royal College. But we know how good DS are and how Royal played with good structured rugby. So it'll be down to whoever comes on top. Here's Royal, the number 10, finding space. And he gets through. He's getting through. He's still on the move. Brilliant playmaking by Royal College to start things off.
Well, what a run there by Senu Leelaratne for Royal College. Got not just 1, 2 tacklers, but 3, if not 4 tacklers. Gaining all important meters for Royal College. Now, here's Amar Singh, who passes it on to Movindu. Movindu cuts back in. Will need support, gets support from Ravishna Kumar. A brilliant playmaker himself in that previous encounter. Now, Tilagaratna goes into the tackle. Passes it on wide. Now does Royal College to the winger. Leelaratne there. But will have gone into touch. Has Leelaratne did all the hard work. Royal College, a brilliant passage of play there, but at clutch moments, DS Naika is up to the point.
Leelaratne had plenty of open space, but it was eventually bundled out to touch just by the barest of margins that saved DS Naika from conceding a try, and they've got to take things out of the danger zone, but what a stop. Perfect play by Royal. Pressure certainly on DS. It hasn't been easy for DS. They've come through against a tough opponent in science, but Royal are something else, and DS have a good competition in their hands. It'll be a scrum in favour of DS from well within their 22, so they've got to use this and take play out of their danger zone. Here's DS, and they've kicked things out. Finds touch, and that'll bring about relief for the Dons as they were put to great pressure by Royal, and they'll want to reverse things as soon as possible.
Well, the Dons will be relieving a huge sigh of relief. Royal had multiple opportunities to score, but they've come out of jail there. Have the Dons managed to kick it into touch finally. And now the young Royalists, following their seniors of what is known as the Great Royal Mall, the famous Royal Mall. And now the juniors replicate it. Here's Amar Singh from the back of the mall, takes it out. Penalty in favour for Royal. Tackler not rolling away. Now, here's Royal with Ravishna Kumar. Scored early in the previous match. Another penalty, and what looks like, yes, it will be a card for DS. He will have to sit in the sin bin. And Royal will score the try, will score the opening points. They took the quick tap quickly. And DS in 6s and 7s. Their defense was not up for it. Royal with the all-important first score on the board. And would love to get this conversion to go through as well. Had the distance, not the direction. But a brilliant score there by Amar Singh. Well, it was interesting there, that replay.
The DS defense has been put to the test really for the first time. They haven't really been troubled by their opponents, but Royal have come all guns ablaze. A high hanging kick contested well by Royal. Royal have possession. Here's the number 3, Dimitri Ravishankar. Here's the number 4, passing it in. Here's the number 1, Isuka Amarasinghe, the big number 1 who scored the initial try. is been too much for the DS defenders to work with. Is gained meters, crucial meters for Royal College as they set to go out wide. Cuts back in, does the number 7. Now just a couple of steps away from the whitewash for their second try. Lots of open space for Senul Leelaratne to work with. He missed out the first time, but is done that with ease. And Royal College have doubled down. They're 10-0 up against the Dons. This isn't what DS Senanaika expected that Royalists would bring. But what play, Yeshan, this by Royal College. Completely stunning their opponents. DS with no real answers against Royal College.
Royal bringing in the heat at crucial moments. Conversion goes astray, but at the hands of Senul Leelaratne, Royal scores their second. Here's what the play looked like. A brilliant work of the line, had plenty of space on the outside. Good work from Movidu to realize space on the outside, passed it on to Leelaratne, and Leelaratne doing the finishing touches. Royal 10 points in the lead with just a minute about left in play. DS a man down, and Royal, well, they would love to go into lemons with one more score. Just about a minute left on our clock. The Dons under immense pressure as Royal restarts things. Well, the pressure got to him. The pressure got to Lawrence Krishikesh. And what was a simple catch, he knocked it on. And Royal now a scrum within the Dons 22. Well, they're under a lot of pressure at the moment. Royal has certainly got the better of them. Now here's Royal at the hands of Patirana. Patirana can go wide. Taken down. But a good overturn from the Dons for holding on. And as the hooter goes off in the first half, ideally they would put this into touch. Referee, by the looks of it, will continue play. Probably the last play of the first half. The Dons would want to get out of this half without making sure that Royal scores anymore. But another knock on. But fortunately the whistle saves DSS. Royal goes into the halftime with an all-important 10-point lead. It is critical, absolutely critical that DS fights back in the second half. But as of the moment, Royal in full control in this semi-final. In the bowl segment, Royal leads 10 points to nil against the Dons. Well, we had a couple of good Shield semi-finals beforehand. What an encounter. St. Aloysius just overcoming St. Joseph's 12.7. And what a semi-final that was between Prince of Wales and Lumbini. Coming from behind, and Prince of Wales did it cheaply as well. 15 points to 12. It will be a St. Aloysius Prince of Wales final for the Shield segment. Yep. And that is your confirmation. The Shield finals. Prince of Wales will take on St. Aloysius. What an encounter we will have there. But we have further matters to deal with. It's the all-important bowl semi-final. The first semi-final between DS Naika and Royal, where we have to decide who cements their place in the final. It has been all Royal College so far. One-way traffic. The Dons have not been able to cope up with this Royal outfit. Royal has definitely brought the heat in. Does the Dons have anything left in the tank? Are we to see a comeback here at Pallekele? It will be Royal to restart. Kick in from right to left of your screens.
Chenitha Vijay with a high-hanging kick. Bad bounce for Royal to deal with. And DS have gotten early possession in the second half. They'll want to turn things around fast. DS Senanaika setting things out wide. Lots of room to work with. An opportunity for DS Senanaika. But once again, cardinal errors costing DS Senanaika. It's been a similar story to that matchup against Science College. And they really had a good outing in the opening fixture today. But it's not been the case on this occasion. DS have been found wanting of making too many cardinal errors. And we'll have a scrum in favour of Royal College. Things are just not going wrong for the Royal College. Every step they foot, it turns into gold for Royal College as they'll take things forward. Goes laterally, steps back in. Wonderful possession by Royal College. Eventually put down by DS defenders, but Royal definitely on the move. Here's the number 9 finding space. Wonderful footwork by Movindu Kolabage. Was sensational yesterday. A touchdown underneath the post for Royal College. This is a powerful statement by Royal College. A powerful statement saying we're heading into the finals. And it'll be Sagit Senaratna who'll look to convert for Royal. And Royal are cruising against DSN and Aika. 17-0.
Well, Moin Kolomage, you beauty. Ran through the fringes of the DS lineup. They had nothing to say to stop young Moidu. And he touches down the third for Royal. Conversion's good, and they already have 1 foot set in the final. A steep hill to climb now for DS. Royal leads 17 points to nil as they restart proceedings. We are into the 10th minute at the moment. Here's Roy. Unable to bring the ball carrier down at the moment. But regardless, DS still with possession deep within the 22. This is a good pressure from Royal so far. But DS will get the penalty out of it. Just only have a couple of minutes left in this bowl semi-final. DS gets the chance to put the ball to boot and finds touch. And for the first time in this game, they have a bit of possession now with the ball. But whenever they had possession of the ball, just those costly mistakes have got the better of them.
They haven't made use of the opportunities that they've gotten. And that's been a costly price to pay for DSN and Aika. Again, no real chemistry, but Sashrika Pereira is the man in charge for DSN and Aika. He really hasn't been given a go either. So Royal win possession. DS forced to retreat 10 meters back. And another opportunity for Royal. That's been the case for the majority of the match. We've had 10 minutes, and all 10 minutes Royal have dominated. DS found no answers. It'll be Sihas Pathiran with the feed in for Royal. It'll be a scrum in the DS half, and Royal have found themselves in another really good position. They look to send it out wide. Here's Royal looking to cut back in, but sets it out wide. Sihas Pathiran passes it to Senu Leela Ratna, but he drops it. He knocks it on. Gives possession to DS. DS playing with advantage. But Royal trying to win back possession. Referee brings things back to the infringement. Here's a replay of what happened. A perfect pass for Senu Leela Ratna to work with, but is just knocked it forwards. And that's allowed DS and Aika an advantage. So we'll go into a scrum in favour of the Dons. It'll be Iyad Falil with the feed in for DSN and Aika. Here's DS trying to break free. DS setting it out wide. There's open space for them to work with, but the chemistry's not been ideal today. Just hasn't clicked for DS. Royal, they've certainly got 1 foot in the finals. They're not far away from another try. They're well into the TS22. They'll go in for another scrum, and from the back of the scrum, Royal have plenty of open spaces with Sia spotted and feeding it in. He'll lock in from the back of the scrum. Here's Royal once again targeting the fragile DS defense. DS trying to win things over. They have. Here's DS for the first time causing Royal some trouble. DS with an opportunity with open space. And they've set things out wide, but he will be caught up. But he's fended off a couple. But he'll eventually be brought down. So the Royal defense has really been up to the task. And just like that, they've bundled him out into touch. And we'll have a line out in favour of Royal.
Well, a brilliant speed shown there by Senolila Ratna has been the crucial player for Royal so far. DS, when they saw the opportunity, they haven't been able to capitalize, and it has been the common story for the Dons throughout this bowl semi-final. Royal has just been a bit too good for them at the moment. And by the looks of it, with only just a couple of seconds to go in this second half, Royal would proceed towards the final in the bowl segment. DS with an opportunity to at least have the final say. Will kick it into touch. Will gain a couple of meters. And they will be within the Royal 22. Something which we haven't seen that often. Something which they would have preferred to have been in rather than in their own 22 for the majority of this encounter. But it has been a Royal so far. And now here's DS with the options out on the outside. Works the line well. Does the Dons. Now passes it out wide. Will take it out of the ruck. Silva now passing it on to their forwards. The hooter goes off for second half. Here's DS now once again. Cuts in and cuts out. Brilliantly intercepted from Royal. And they will get a penalty out of it. But an unfortunate hit there for the Royalist. It was in the hands of their playmaker Senolila Ratna. How important has he been for this Royal outfit? But not the most of comfortable hits.
This could be the last play as Royal have the penalty advantage. They look to kick this out into touch. And it does. Referee blows the final whistle. It's Royal that have performed a Royal performance here against DSN and Aika. They've cruised to a thumping victory against the boys in black and gold. They've done it in fitting style. 17-0, that's a full-time confirmation, and Royal have progressed into the bowl segment finals in emphatic style. These are the highlights of that second half. Royal continuing on their merry way. DS had real no answers for Royal's defense and Royal's offense, because Royal really put on a Royal performance here at Pallekele, and we were witness to a thumping victory against a hopeful TSN and Aika.
Well, Midland not definitely the most happiest person in the com box at the moment. So we have our second semi-final coming up. It will be Mahanama taking on Wesley to decide which of these two teams will compete for the bowl up against Royal in that final. It will be a close encounter, and we'll be looking all forward towards it as we begin proceedings with Wesley kicking from right to left of your screens.
Wesley College have been playing some phenomenal rugby. They were part of the fixtures at Digana yesterday, and they put on some memorable performances. They'll definitely have the upper hand over Mahanama College, and they'll look to face Royal College in the finals. And they're already in to the 22 of Mahanama. They'll have a line out in favour of Mahanama, but Wesley will have their sights set on an early try. Oh, hard hit, very hard hit, nasty collision between two players of both schools. Not a sight you'd want to see. Nasty hit up front. I think it was a head-on collision. Both players looking to go for the collection. They were ball watching. And, it was a head-on-head. Very nasty collision out of the middle. That'll halt things for a couple minutes as we'll look to restart things as soon as possible. I hope both the players are fine. And, let's hope they get back into the field as soon as possible as well. But Wesley College, they need to be determined because they've got their sights set in the finals, and playing against Mahanama, who haven't really played the best of rugby, but Mahanama have been playing fairly decent, so they can bring about a surprise to Wesley College. And if Mahanama does progress into the finals, they'll have a big opponent to face in Royal. But this is what you want to see. Good spirits from both of these players, not refusing to budge down. They've gotten up, and that'll allow us to resume play. Both players hopefully are safe. They're in perfect health, but that'll allow us to resume things here at Pallekele for the bowl semi-finals. We had our first semi-final now moments ago with Royal emphatically beating TSN and Aika. These are the cup semi-final fixtures. What a lineup. Trinity College to face Science College, and Isipatana to face St. Peter's. That'll be one heck of a semi-final fixture. And, we're all excited for those cup semi-final fixtures, but currently we're in the middle of a bowl segment semi-final. Wesley taking on Mahanama. We've had a little bit of a timeout with safety concerns, but play will resume.
Boys, my call.
Wesley College will have a scrum in the Mahanama 22. This will allow them to pose a threat to Mahanama early.
Yes, Wesley now on the charge. Ball not going to hand. Eventually they get a hold of it. But Mahanama up for the task. Overturning it. But sloppy hands, butter like fingers. And Wesley will be on top of proceedings. It will be
use it.
Muad who will try to find touch, and evidently does. Gains a couple of good meters, and Wesley, the double blues, just a couple of meters now outside the Mahanama 22. Mahanama now under a bit of pressure. as Asif is to take on the roles throw the line out. Takes it quickly, does Wesley. Now will want to work the line. Takes it in charge and takes Sheriff there. A big thumping tackle, and now Wesley on the outside has options and will go all the way. Wesley College will open the account at the hands of Metmal Ratnayaka. A brilliant score there for Wesley College to open their account. And it has been Wesley all along, a brilliant passage of play for the Double Blues. Mahanama not up for the task. And it was a brilliant team try overall. And finally the finishing touches put on by Metmal Ratnayaka. The kicking duties for the conversion will be done by Muad, but is unsuccessful. Wesley leading 5 points to nil.
The Double Blues get the opening try in this match, and courtesy of Metmal Ratnayaka. And mind you, watch out for Muad Infiaz, and particularly Sheriff, the number 5, is a playmaker for Wesley College. As it's a flat, distant kick by Wesley College to start things. Mahanama have collected. Here's Mahanama trying to gain meters. He's still on his feet, but eventually brought down. They still have possession, Mahanama. They try to set things out wide. Mahanama have open space out wide. Here's Mahanama using that open space, but Wesley defense up to the task. Now Wesley, they'll want to turn things over as soon as possible, because they can't let Mahanama into their half, and he's knocked it on backwards, so ball still in play for Mahanama. Mahanama need to find a way to score. Looking for that chip kick. They'll have runners back. It'll be a foot race as Wesley will just have possession. A little bit of sloppy play by Wesley. Now they've got to turn things around pretty quick. Here's Wesley College trying to get away from their half. They were in the opposition half for the majority, and Mahanama have turned things around. Here's the number 5, the man to watch out for. He'll bring on the heat for Wesley College, but is brought down. Wesley with advantage. Here's the number 15, and here's the number 5 again, the big man for Wesley College. He's certainly got the physicality to trouble Mahanama. Wesley College on the upper hand, looking to go out wide. Here's Jason to the number 26, who finds space, passes it, a brilliant pass to the number 17. Still not allowing Wesley College to cruise through. Mahanama's defenders have been ideal. Here's the number 13, looking to make use of the free open space he found out wide, but kept short of that whitewash, and Mahanama have advantage. They've won things just like that.
Well, Mahanama up to the task at the moment.
You can't come and see.
Referee clearing things out as to why Wesley lost possession of the ball. And an all-important touch finder here for Mahanama. There's the infringement. Jakub Rushan did everything he could.
Change.
A good run from him, but
Number 29, blue number 29.
Wesley
Blue number 29.
with the infringements there. Wesley also opted in to bring in a couple of replacements, bring in some fresh legs on the pitch. The crowd in full volume now at Pallekele, as we're now within the final minute of the first half. Here's Mahanama College trying to get out of their own 22, but knocked on at the hands of Minul Pasandul. And in the dying minutes of this first half, well, the hooter went off and referee has called half time, so Mahanama will consider themselves lucky, and it will be the double blues who will lead in this all-important semi-final to decide who will face Royal College's Wesley, leading 5 points to nil. Well, it has been even Steven so far in this semi-final for the ball segment between Wesley and Mahanama. It has only been the solitary try so far from Wesley College, coming in at the hands of Metmal Ratnayaka. It was unconverted. So it's just a 5-point lead so far for the Double Blues up against Mahanama College, who will now play for pride and for everything. They will definitely leave nothing behind.
Captain!
They will go full out Mahanama because they know that they are capable enough of outperforming this Wesleyite outfit. But it's Wesley who will get possession of the ball firstly from the restart. Brilliant work of the line from Wesley. Has options, but beautifully stepped in there by Muadin Fayaz. And he will go all the way. A brilliant run from Muadin Fayaz. Will run the clock down. And a brilliant start, the ideal start that the Double Blues have wanted coming into the second half. Muadin Fayaz with the second try for Wesley College.
What a playmaker Muadin Fayaz is turning out to be as he converts his own try. Puts Wesley in a demanding state. Look at this by Muad. Show and go. Just like that, stepping out and then stepping back in. Wonderful playmaking this by Muadin Fayaz, as this allows Wesley College to double down, and the Double Blues are leading 12 points to nil against Mahanama.
Well, Omika Dayanaka there had no clue where Muadin Fayaz was going to go. He completely messed with him. And Wesley with the upper hand, a good high-hanging kick, takes it out cleanly, but a good tackle from Okit Netua. Now Mahanama puts ball to boot. There's Omika Dayanaka, and once again here's Muadin Fayaz. Once again gets through the line. Muadin Fayaz, what a beauty! What a play you are, son! Another heel score is second, and it is rinse and repeat from Muadin Fayaz. Has absolutely demolished this Mahanama lineup. Brilliant playmaking. Muadin Fayaz has put all of us here in the commentary box at shock. He will go on to convert his own try as well. But what a player. Muadin Fayaz, take a bow, son.
Look at this, Muad. A replica of what he did earlier. Steps out and steps back in. Mahanama currently having no answers to show. Muadin Fayaz is playing a lone battle for Wesley College at the moment, because Wesley 19-0, and Muad has been the player to score 2 of those 3 tries, and it's been a treat to watch Moa's score. We saw Moa in action in Wesley's opener today, and he was simply sensational. He's continued where he left off in this match as well. We're 9 minutes in. We've got approximately 5 minutes left. The clock's been turned back on. This will really test Mahanama, as looks as if Mahanama have been awarded a free kick. They've been offside Wesley. That'll allow Mahanama to sort of regroup and possibly change things around, at least for a consolation try. Here's Mahanama looking to access, but it's just not gone through for them. They haven't been given that ample time in terms of ball possession. They haven't stuck around. Those cynical mistakes have really cost them heavily. Here's Muad now, looking to put things into touch and take the game deep. And good connection, good boot to touch by Muad. That'll make things interesting, as Wesley could go for another try, and that'll bring about their fourth if they do. We're 10 minutes in, just around 3 minutes left, and Wesley certainly controlling things here in Pallekele in the lead up to the bowl finals, where they will face Royal College, who are sitting pretty already in the finals. Here's Wesley in their attempt to cruise through to the finals. That was the number 5 I talked about earlier. He's also been sensational for Wesley. And here's Wesley College with a kick in by Muad, and that'll allow number 13 to pick up the ball cleanly. Here's Wesley again, challenging Mahanama's defense. It's been fragile thus far, but they've knocked the ball forwards. That was number 5, Sheriff, the culprit for knocking the ball forwards. Mahanama again, cynical errors, couple very close cynical errors by Wesley that would have cost them another try. Simply not what you want to see as a Wesley fan. Wesley would have loved another try. He did everything right. Did the two players from Wesley, but it's just a matter of execution in those final moments for them. And we'll have a scrum in favour of Mahanama, inches away from their whitewash, as the referee gives possession to Mahanama. Here's Mahanama playing with advantage. Mahanama making use of the wide area. He's found space as Mahanama, but will look to be bundled out to touch, but just stays in from the tram line. Here's Mahanama playing backwards. They'll look to take things to the other end. Here's Mahanama on the run, and he's found open space. Consolation try, Yeshan, for Mahanama. It looks as if it is all set to be, as Mahanama finally finds something out of nowhere, as they get a try right underneath the posts. A consolation try for Mahanama, as we're down to the final seconds of the game.
Wesley number 2.
Well, lock them Bandara water on there. He has been quite cynical for Mahanam College so far. A consolation try regardless, but that will definitely bring up the hopes of these young boys from Mahanam College, who's travelled all the way from Colombo up to the hills. And although they might end on the losing side, they'd be at least glad to have some points on the board. And his celebration said everything on how important that try meant to him and Mahanama. So Wesley will lead 19 points to 7. Just a couple of seconds left in the second half.
Advantage.
Gee, it looked like a knockback, to be honest.
Blue
But
number 14. Number 14.
Referee will call it as a knock on.
Blue number 14 off.
And with what would possibly be the final play of the match,
Fine.
Mahanama College with the scrum in their favor.
Good.
Feeds it in. Does Tenuka. Now has options on the outside. The Wesleyite was there to intercept it. Was Metmal Ratnaika. But referee.
මෙතන හයි ටැකල් එකක් තියෙනවා.
Talking with his AR just to make sure
Okay, captain.
there was a high tackle in
You have a
play.
penalty here. You have a scrum there. What do you want?
It's the last move?
Yes.
Yep. Last move confirmed from the referee.
High tackle.
Wesley will put it into touch. Wesley College wins the semi-final. They beat Mahanam College convincingly 19 points to 7. And it will be a Royal Wesley final for the bowl segment. A brilliant performance here from Wesley College has absolutely shattered this Mahanam outfit. And Wesley will convincingly go to the finals. 19 points to 7. It has been Wesley through in, throughout. And what a final we will be having for the bowl segment. Well, like I said earlier, it was Wesley through in, throughout. Brilliant couple of plays in from the Wesleyites. At the hands of Muadin Fayaz, 2 brilliant tries from the young lad. Here's the second of them. Brilliantly stepped in, stepped out. His footwork has definitely been an MVP for Wesley College.
This is the Plate semi-final number 1. Another very exciting clash. Anand College have been mightily impressive. They'll take on Dharmaraja in this bout to reach the finals. Anand College found themselves in the losing side against Trinity College, who played some amazing rugby in those semi-finals. Now Anand College would look to better that. Here's a high-hanging kick by the number 12 Russian Pedis, collected by Dharmaraja.
Dharmaraja steadily moving forward already as it's taken quickly and sent to the line. Looks like they might try to work it all the way out. There is space on the outside if he decides to play. And he's beaten 2 defenders already within 21 seconds of the game. Unfortunately, he was caught there. Tries to give an offload, but is brought into touch. Valiant effort from Dharmaraja, so fast into the game already. Not looking to mess around.
Get the ball. Get the ball.
And now a line out in favor of Dharmaraja will take place.
Russian Pedis was looking to bundle the Dharmaraja number 7, Nanidu Tisum, into touch, but it was eventually Dharmaraja that managed to put an on the player out into touch, and this will have a line out in favor of Dharmaraja early on. They have early possession in this game. They'll want to put pressure early on Anand College. We know how good Anand College are in terms of bouncing back and reversing pressure. Here's Dharmaraja with options out wide. And, looking to find space, gives it out wide, but he makes a mess of it. Does the number 19 a knock on, and it would have costed Dharmaraja massively, as there was plenty of open space out wide for the number 19 Tenuka Jayasuriya to work with, but just casually. Cynical errors for Dharmaraja to deal with.
It is indeed a crying shame there. Let his team down badly. We will come back for the scrum in favor of Ananda.
Steady boy.
Umit Jaisinghe with the feed in for Ananda. Ananda trying to take things laterally. Here's Ananda. Here's Roshan Piri stepping back in, stepping back out, giving the ball out wide. He'll step back in too. He'll gain meters. And that would put Ananda College in a good position. Here's Ananda going to the other side now with options out wide. Trying to make use of the open region. But Dharmaraj defense up to the task. Still 0-0 at 3 minutes. And, it'll be a tight contest here. It'll be down to how Roshan Piris handles his troops. Here's Ananda. Here's the number 13 with plenty of space open wide. Imet Metsara, who gained a couple of meters but not enough. As Dharmaraj defense is up to the task. And Ananda this time going to the other side.
No, side, your side.
But how good has the Dharmaraj defense been? They've not allowed Ananda to get through to the 22.
Ananda have been in fact playing to a halt. Now they go down and we keep steadily building phases, and they are in fact slowly coming forward into the 40-meter line, though Dharmaraj have now taken over the ball and they're on their way. Beat one defender, beat two defenders, almost got past the third, but he's brought down in the last bit as they take a quick ball out of there. Send down the line once more. Dharmaraj looking to spark something out of nothing here.
Dharmaraj now with the ball in play. Taking things wide, but Anand, the defense have been rampant. Pushing back Anand. But Dharmaraj need to find a way through Anand. And they've just been able to gain a couple of meters. Is obviously still not enough. Still playing in their own half. Dharmaraj have been wonderful in terms of how they've kept things going. Here's Dharmaraj on the move. Looking to keep things going. They've been able to penetrate Anand's defense. They've found them wanting. And they're almost at the Anand 22. Certainly caught them napping. Have Dharmaraj. Here's the Dharmaraj now with some space to work with. It's the number 7. Looking to make full use, but just hasn't been down to execution by Dharmaraj.
Some controversial decisions taken, but although they did work in their favour, unfortunately here's a replay of that previous action. Unfortunately the execution was just a little bit off, as you said, Metnuga.
It was Aurelia Fonseca with the pass to Thisumonidu, but just couldn't keep a hold of the ball. And we'll have a scrum in favour of Anand. From their own half, they'll want to take things out of play. Here's Anand moving things out wide. Roshan Piris with open space. He's a very good speedster, but intercepted well by Dharmaraj.
Play seems to be getting a little bit sloppy, as naturally the boys are looking a little tired. However, Ananda are still pushing forward and Dharmaraj are not giving up either. Ananda sending the line all down the line, looking for space on the outside. They seem to have it, but the Dharmaraj players are right there.
The big man from Ananda College brought down by Dharmaraj.
Number 2.
So an infringement there allows Dharmaraj penalty. Ananda College pushed 10 meters back. And Dharmaraj will want to put this into touch. We're almost into half time as Dharmaraj gets a good connection. This is the replay. The big man for Ananda College, Sehas Setunge, put down a couple of thumping tackles.
Both sides are still yet to score, which could change the fate of this game during the first half. And Dharmaraj boys stepping quite beautifully, lovely bit of footwork there, nice offload, but he gets caught up in his own teammate. Brought down swiftly, but the support is there. Sent out again. Anand, the cover defense is moving very fluidly. Could have been a lucky bounce, but unfortunately it was not.
The referee brings back play to the infringement. He called it a high tackle early on. And Dharmaraj have advantage. Anand pushed 10 meters back. They're playing in the Anand 22. So Anand have been put to reckon with. They played some good rugby against Trinity. They haven't brought their A game out just yet. Here's a replay. Lost his footing there, did Aralia Fonseca. But eventually a high tackle by the number 9 from Anand, Umijay Singha, which brought about advantage to Dharmaraja. Here's a line out in favour of Dharmaraja, looking for that rolling maul just meters away from the whitewash. It's still in play, but good maul defense by Anand to keep the maul of Dharmaraja out. They've pushed things back, have Anand, but Dharmaraja still on the attack. Here's the little man for Dharmaraja, who's been the playmaker so far. But Anand, the defense, have been up to the task. They haven't let Dharmaraja be too threatening. Dharmaraja looking to take the game laterally, but good play by Russian Pires and the Anand, the defense. Dharmaraja looking to find some open space. He does, but doesn't get good yards in.
Anand certainly putting up a brick wall of a defense between the try line and these Dharmaraj boys, constantly pushing them backwards. They're close to the 40-meter line now. They were previously near 20.
Okay.
They're not giving up that easily. There are no pushover. Still going, are they? Sending it out to the wide. Brought down swiftly, but support isn't really there. And it is can be seen quite clearly as Anand were able to take a successful turnover.
It's 7 minutes on our clock, so we're very close to lemons here. Anand will look to put this into touch, and that will allow Anand to have one final opportunity before half-time. Here's a replay of what happened. Dharmaraja looking to take things out wide, but good defense by Anand College and winning possession. They've gotten an opportunity here to close things out in the first half in good strides. It's still 0-0 for both the teams. And Anand have an opportunity to close the first half well. Here's the number 5 gaining meters laterally. Finds space, does the number 5. It's Janidu Talgaswatta. That is the man for Anand College. Cometh the hour, cometh the man, says Janidu Talgaswatta as he finds space between the fragile Dharmaraja defense. It was up to the task so far by the Rajans, but just casual errors costing Dharmaraja their first try of the game, and Janidu Talgaswatta made no mistake as he converts, puts Anand College heavily on the forefront as we'll head into half-time. With Anand College with 1 foot in the finals. That's half-time confirmation. Anand College 7, Dharmaraja 0.
Here we see the bowl semi-finals results.
It'll be Wesley that'll face Royal in the bowl finals. What a match that'll be. Royal have been playing some amazing rugby. We saw that with how they played against DS, and the bowl final scheduled at 3:30 p.m. That's going to be an exciting clash. Royal will bring their A game, and Wesley have got to bring their A game as well if they are to upset Royal. These are the Cup semi-final fixtures that are to be your way. Trinity College against Science for the semi-final one. Isipatana to take on St. Peter's in the semi-final two. So 2 very exciting clashes for the Cup semi-finals. And we've got some crucial clashes along your way.
Here we are, welcome back for the restart and the second half of the game. Here play is underway, bounces out of the hands of Anand and into touch. Not sure what they were doing, they didn't really look very keen to take that ball. However, it will result in a line out in favour of Anand. Here we go as the throw-in is about to take place. Taken easily by Anand. Sent it down the line. They're all waiting patiently for it. Looking for a break. Unsuccessful so far. Comes back into the short side. Still going is the Anand outfit. Ward off City here. As they're brought down, support is present, but the referee will go back for not rolling away. Awarded a penalty to Anand.
We're into the second half as Anand and Russian Pidis will look to put that into touch. He does. That's a good meters gain for Anand in the second half. They're already 7-0 up against Dharmaraja College. Dharmaraja played some amazing rugby yesterday against the likes of Zahida. And they've been found wanting today. They haven't brought out their A game, but Anand will look to make full use of that. 7-0 up against Dharmaraja in the second half, and they have a line out in the Dharmaraja half as well. Here's the number 5 who touchdown for Anand, and he finds space yet again. What play this is by the number 5, Janidu Talgas. What is certainly put Anand in the front seat, the driver's seat, and allow Dharmaraja to get a penalty. Look to put that into touch, but doesn't go out on the full. Russian Pidis will catch up. That'll keep things in play, but the referee says otherwise, and Russian Pidis just missing out on putting the ball in play.
Here's a replay of that action. Jani Duthalgaswat, the man who scored that sublime try in the first half, brought down swiftly by the Dharmaraja outfit, and the penalty was awarded to Dharmaraja. This is the touch kick. Unfortunately, he did touch down on outside the field when touching that ball. Hence, there will be a line out in favour of Dharmaraja, and they have taken it quickly, sending it down the line, gone into contact. Still going is the Dharmaraja number 5. And it's sent down once more. There's a little bit of space on the outside, but they need to take out the defender. The ball is dropped, and Anand wastes no time taking down the man. Quickly taken once more, but he doesn't really know. He's beating a few defenders, put up and under, but didn't really gain much ground with that.
Not forward.
And it's brought back once more for a knock on.
Mark, stop mark.
Here we are, the first scrum of the game, I believe, as Dharmaraja in possession.
It's a little replay of what happened. The Dharmaraja flank, a little chip kick that wasn't cleanly collected by either side. Still allow a scrum in favour of the Rajans. And they're trailing by 7. And they look to make use of the opportunities as of space in the offside, but here's the number 13 who's been instrumental for Anand the college throughout. It's been Imit Mitsara and Russian Pidis that's worked in tandems for Anand the college throughout. Here's Russian Pidis in action, getting through 2, 3, 4 Dharmaraja defenders. He will eventually be taken down, but that's opened up a good bit of space for Anand the college out wide. Good play this by Anand the college. A good little passage of play for them. The playmakers playing some fast play, which has allowed Anand the college to gain some yards into the opposition half.
The referee has decided that was worthy of a yellow card there. Small infringement. And play will continue with Dharmaraja taking a touch kick to gain some much needed ground.
Dharmaraja were given advantage for dangerous play. Ramiru Bandara, the culprit for Anand the college. Dangerous play signaled the referee just there. From in the rock, he was the culprit of a little bit of dangerous play. He was sent out with a yellow card. So Anand are down to 9 men. They're still in the lead, however. We've got a couple of minutes left in the second half. But we'll go to a line out with the touch find by Dharmaraja College in full flow.
Still should be enough time for Dharmaraja to cause a stir. They will need to pull up their socks and make a move. Still awaiting a ball, I believe.
These plate semi-finals turning out to be exciting clashes. Ananda College taking on Dharmaraja College, who came back off losses in those cup semi-finals. Here's Dharmaraja now taking the ball out wide, looking to make use of the open spaces in the regions out wide, but they've decided to come back in, have Dharmaraja. Good defense by Anand. Here's an opportunity for Dharmaraja to make use of the open space. He's still on the feet, is the number 6. The big number 6 for Dharmaraja, but he's eventually brought down by Anand. They've gained the good yards, have Dharmaraja, and again they're looking to access those open spaces, but Anand, they've not really allowed Dharmaraja to make full use of that.
Play is brought back once more. I believe it was side entry from the Anand outfit, and Dharmaraja will waste no time in taking a touch kick to gain those much needed meters. They are certainly looking for the try before the end of this. Here's a replay of what happened there. As
the referee did call out for line offside, and that was the infringement for Anand. Dharmaraja will now have a line out in the Anand half. This will be a good opportunity to go levels with Anand. They're still only trailing by 7 with mere seconds to go for that final whistle. Dharmaraja need to up their game. They need to play some fast rugby here. But the defense has been up to the task, really. They haven't allowed Dharmaraja into their 22 at all. Here's Dharmaraja now, looking to access that wide region. But they've stepped back in, have Dharmaraja. From under the ruck goes Dharmaraja once more, looking to access the other side. There's plenty of open space for Dharmaraja to work with. But they've gained some meters, not enough as Anand, the defense, was up to the task. Down to the final seconds as Dharmaraja look to somehow get that try. They're only trailing by 7. A try and a conversion would have them go levels with Anand. They've found space. Dharmaraja, they've got an opportunity to score, and Dharmaraja does. What a beauty of a try that by Dharmaraja. That was the number 7. Tisum Wanidu with an immense showcasing. That's made things level here at Pallekele. 5-7. They'll have an easy conversion from underneath the posts. But what a try that was for Dharmaraja to turn things around.
We were under the impression that the Anand try was sublime. Well, this is miles better than that, Frank. And the conversion is successful. That will bring Dharmaraja College even with Anand College.
It's a full time as the referee blows the final whistle. It's 7-all, 7 apiece. It was during the final seconds that Dharmaraja managed to level. We'll go for extra time as Anand will have found themselves wanting here. They were fragile during those final seconds, which really cost them. These are the highlights of the second half. Anand were leading 7-0 leading up to this half, but Dharmaraja found an opening. Fragile defense put to task by Dharmaraja. It was Wanidu Tisum that used those open spaces superbly to go levels with Anand. It's a 7 apiece. Come the final whistle, we'll go to extra time, and the team that scores first will end up winners. Russian PDs and Anand will definitely be deflated with that effort. For 13 minutes and 50 seconds, you really think Anand bossed this game. Dharmaraja in those final 10 seconds brought something out of the hat that was simply extraordinary.
Now both teams will definitely be looking to scramble to the try line in a desperate effort to secure the place in the finals for themselves, as both teams are indeed quite capable and are well matched. Who comes out superior and who is inferior?
It'll be Russian Piris and Anand College that'll start things in extra time for them. Russian Piris will want Anand College to play attacking rugby. They've got to score first. They can't allow Dharmaraja to be on the front foot. However, the Rajans certainly have the momentum. Here's Anand in an attempt to surpass Dharmaraja's efforts of levels. Dharmaraja's defense has been quite on effort. Here's Dharmaraja with a chip kick. It'll be a foot race, but Anand will have possession. Here's Russian Piris now with the ball. He's not a person you'd want to see the ball given. Here's Russian Piris in full flow, making use of wide open spaces. And Russian Piris and Anand have found a way to book their place in the plate finals. Anand College, what a beauty of a try that was.
Anand College seemed to be extremely grateful of Russian Piris, as any team would. He has single-handedly changed the fate of this game and put Anand into the finals.
It was on the back of a chip kick from Dharmaraja that Russian Piris collected sublimely. He made a run for it. He found lots of open spaces, and that is full-time confirmation, folks, as Anand College beat Dharmaraja 12 points to 7 to book their place in the plate finals. Is a replay of what happened. Russian Piris was quick to the ball. He fended off 2, 3, 4 defenders from Dharmaraja, and all he had to do was make use of that open space as he cruised to get that final try for Anand College. Simply sensational. A monumental effort from them to book their seats in the finals.
Here's the second plate semi-final match. St. Thomas College will go up against St. Anthony's College. Yet another controversial match. We shall see what they have in store for us. Hopefully it will bear fruit. Or at least it will for one team. Here we go for the start of this match. Kickoff is due in a few seconds. With St. Thomas on the receiving side. And play is underway here as St. Thomas let it bounce. It might be a crucial mistake there, as St. Anthony's College are on the move against them. However, the St. Thomas players are not giving it up lightly. Still moving is the number 16 from St. Thomas. Play is continuing down the line, but St. Anthony's are right there on him. Still going. Support is there, but the referee will call it back for holding the ball. Possession is awarded to St. Anthony's College, and they will put a touch kick in an attempt to gain some ground.
Well, early start, rather early good start for the Antonians, as they finds good touch into the 5 meter. Early opportunity. There you go, that infringement. Holding on. Good work there in the breakdown to win the ball from the Antonians. So now with the line out are the Antonians.
Here we go, potential for a try to be scored here if the Anthonians are capable of. Lovely move there. One shot pass to the prop forward, however it is to no avail. As there's a penalty awarded in favor of St. Thomas's College. They too appear to be going for a touch kick. Sensible option. Let us see the success of it. About as good as you could get from that place as being an under 14 player. And St. Thomas College will take the line out.
Well, yes, opportunity blown away for the Antonians, as St. Thomas's wouldn't mind that. They'll be relieved. And now it's a matter of winning possession for the Thomians. Was heavily defeated from Isipatana College in the Cup quarterfinals. I'm pretty sure not the performance they would have expected for, but this is an opportunity to prove their redemption. Good defense coming in from the Antonians. Good pressure in the breakdown as well. St. Thomas is isolated. Support arrives right on time, but Antonians wins the penalty. Quick tap taken by Adip Aryaratna. Still on the move. He will need support. And St. Thomas wins it back. Back-to-back holding on from both the teams. And crucial errors. And now
good game sense from St. Thomas College in the breakdown. Clearly moving the ball for the referee to see instead of just pulling it, as that could be mistaken for not holding on. And the line out will continue. Here's a replay of what happened there as the St. Anthony's player, number 8 St. Anthony's player, Adipa Aryaratna, was taken into contact and clearly shown to the referee the holding on infringement. St. Thomas's take the ball and given to the number 9. They work it down the line. Anthonians are rushing their defense. There may be space for the Thomian player. However, he's brought down. Still time for the St. Thomian players. Almost through, but he's brought down in the last second. And the referee will once again give possession to St. Thomas for not rolling away.
Well, seems like the Antonian halfback Arkham here you go, the replay of it. St. Thomas's oh, that's a brutal hit there. Wouldn't have expected that. The halfback from St. Thomas's trying to run through, but two defenders from the same team colliding at each other. It seems to be alright. Back on his feet. St. Thomas's with the penalty. 4 minutes down. Both teams yet to score. So far this looks like an interesting played semi-final. Ananda College have managed to seal their spot in the played final. The question is who's gonna meet them. Is it St. Thomas's or St. Anthony's? Still 0-0.
Time off, says the referee, as I believe there's a replacement to be made for the previously injured boy. I do not think he's capable of, I believe he has broken his nose, and he'll be sent to the blood bin if they can't stop the bleeding. Very unfortunate indeed. Most injuries that have anything to do with the nose occur from two players of the same team colliding, and it is quite a nuisance. Unfortunately, he will not be able to continue play, so a replacement has been sent in as we await the line out. It could be either beneficial or not for each player, because they were given a chance to breathe properly. And here goes St. Thomas looking to make a strike. Whistle was blown, and offside call, says the referee. And now St. Thomas is on the move, close to the 22-meter line now. St. Andrew is clobbering over them, desperately trying not to let them through. The Thomian player gets past one defender, but is brought down swiftly by the next. St. Thomas is now sending the ball back out again. Works swiftly down the line until the lovely tackle there from the Anthonian player, but manages to grab the ball off the St. Thomas player. And nice offloads there. They were making their way somewhere. Lovely tackle there from the St. Thomas 16. And not sure what the call was there, but the penalty is in favour of St. Anthony's College. Here they are working down the right hand side of the pitch. Once more. Again, St. Anthony's gaining a lot of ground through these infringements as they continue to slowly move forward. I believe they decided to opt for a touch kick. A wise decision at a moment like this in the match with 1 minute to go. Unfortunately, the touch did not go out, and St. Thomas have quickly picked it up in an effort to get to the other side. They're able to continue play well, and it's being sent down the line now. There's hope for the St. Thomas outfit. Unfortunately, that was a tough ball to catch, and forward pass indeed.
Yes, had a little bit of an opportunity there for the Thomians. Antonians completely missing that touch find. But this little forward pass here, they had some space in the corner since Antonians were in the attacking end. The defense took a while to settle, or rather organized. But now Antonians with this scrum down, still no score being scored any of the teams. Final few seconds of the first half. Lovely Damisis and inside ball there, and the first center gets into contact. Now opting to go through the short side are the Antonians. Good rush defense coming in from the Thomians. The first half footer is on, and still 0-0. The Thomians have to release. Now the ball has been sent out. Antonians have to run forward and send it to the corner. Yes, the little win three-quarter, giving it inside. Once again, inside pass, but very well marked there. And seems like it's a forward pass, and with that will be the half-time whistle. So interesting. No points being scored from both the ends. It's 0-0, and it's the end of the first half of this second semi-final of the played segment.
Few mistakes there from both teams which are unforgivable actually at a time like this. And it's 0-0 for the first half.
2 sports, 1 stage, 1 incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the papare.com.
Isuzu D-Max.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel, the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Welcome back to the action as the second half is about to begin. Still no points scored by either team and a few trivial mistakes. However, they will both strive to be better in this second half as we are mere seconds away from the restart kickoff.
Second half is on as St. Thomas's kicks it deep. Seems like we'll go all the way. Oh my goodness. What have you done? But fortunately referee brings it to the center.
What a strike of luck that was for the Anthony's player. As I believe he should have let it go. But now with a quick tap he's going on his way. Not much support it seems. St. Thomas players are not able to move forward from there.
Antonians now marching forward. They have good rush defense coming in. Is that offside or not? Lovely step work there from the number 7 for the Antonians, Aswin. And now some space available. Antonians has to send it into the corner. Simple draw and pass there, but instead opts to cut back in. Beautiful work there from Adi Pariyaratna. Gains some important meters for his team. Now Antonians into the 22. They have space in the corner. Well, lovely work there from the little man to keep the ball alive. Still ball available for the Antonians. Can they create something out of it? Yes. Once again, Vishwa Maduru spotting that little space, getting into contact. Inside the 22 are the Antonians. They have space in the corner. They have to send it out. Should have definitely given it out. The referee says it's offside for the Thomians. Quick tap taken. Gets into contact is Kolugala. Not 10 meters. Referee will go for his pocket. That's a yellow card. He'll have to spend a couple of minutes in the sin bin. Now Antonians with a massive opportunity. Can they capitalize on it? They have opted to go for a scrum down. And it's all about the execution. Can they touch down for the first try of the game?
Is the replay of what happened there. Honestly, it's quite concerning how many yellow card infringements have been given for not being 10 meters at a penalty. And here St. Anthony's go quickly. There's space on the outside and there's quite a fumble there. Not fumble 9 minutes into this game. With just 4 minutes to go and 3 meters from the try line. What a mistake to make.
Yes, absolutely. They know they have the numbers advantage as well. Opted to go through the short side. Well, the idea was right. Just not being able to collect that ball. And now St. Thomas is once again getting out of trouble. This is not the first occasion. It's the second time where they've been able to get relieved in the red zone. Now they'll opt to go for the boot. Puts on a good kick. Finds some decent meters. Brings his team from the red zone around 30 meters forward. And now the Antonians will have to come back again from where they started.
The Antonians really messed up a golden opportunity there as they have been brought all the way back to the 40-meter line. However, they are still in possession of the ball, so anything could happen. The Antonian attackers have beaten one. They're still going, are they? And that is a fantastic mistake there. Unbelievable even. Here's a replay of what happened there. And this man did all the work for his team. And then just a tap there. And it's gone. Just like that.
Well, almost 12 minutes in the clock. And are we going to have a sudden death game? Or one of these teams, can they finish it in this remaining 2 minutes? It's going to be very, very interesting. So far we've seen games with scores, but this game is progressing without a score as the ball bounces into the hands of the Antonian. Not the best of passes, but manages to hold on to it. Beautiful pass there. Here's Adeep Aryaratna once again, who gets into contact. And a straightaway penalty in favor of the Antonians. What can be done here? Are they opting to go for touch? Yes, they do. They find a good touch. Line out in the 22.
Antonians are presented with another opportunity to score a try. Let's see if they're able to pull it off this time, or if St. Thomas comes to their senses and makes them pay for their mistakes. Let us see. And out is taken with ease. A maul was about to be set up, but another penalty infringement. St. Thomas is opting for a quick tap and they're off. Space on the right hand side, but he decides to go into contact. Thrown off of the ruck, those two boys, by the Thomian defender, and he's into contact once more. Good rucking by the St. Thomian outfit. And yes, it is evident as they have received another penalty and they will take a quick tap once more. Steadily gaining ground. But the Antonians aren't giving up just yet. There may be space on the outside if they take away the defenders. Lovely time to pass now, but unfortunately he's just not able to get it out. And once more they've been worked in. Building phases. Playing strong and steady here. Once more an opportunity for the St. Thomian outfit. They have another man, extra man on the outside. They got it away to him, but the St. Thomian defenders have St. Antonian defenders. Once more. Steadily gaining ground is the Thomian outfit. Quick ball out. And sent down the line. There is space on the outside. The hooter goes off for the 14 minutes. This might be the last play of the game, and he's made space. Just one more defender to beat. Looks like he's gone and he's through. What a beautiful try there from the Thomian. A stylish try actually.
Well, after a hard-fought battle, St. Thomas's College manages to seal the victory in the 9 minutes or rather seconds of the game. And with the conversion, that's through. And that will be the final whistle. St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia will meet Anand College for the played final. Unfortunate for the Antonians. They put a brilliant effort to defend it out. But the faces from the Thomians were unstoppable. And with that, that's a few of the highlights in the second half. And this was that try which was scored not actually in the 9 seconds of the half. The time was almost over. And Antonians just letting it drip away in the last move. The hooter was on as well. But Thomians managed to do it, and it's the conclusion of the played semi-finals. Now we head on to the most important cup semi-finals. Cup semi-final number 1. Both the teams are in the field. Trinity College Candy taking on Science College Mount Lavinia. Oh, this game's going to be a very, very interesting one. Who's going to take it? Trinity looks like favourites to me, but Science College has always been unpredictable. Their defence has been a brick wall throughout this tournament, and the Trinity's attack has been fabulous. And with those two strengths coming into these two teams, it's all about this cup semi-final number 1. Trinity College taking on Science College.
It will be the number 8, Risindhu Dinod, to kick things off for Science. He has been the designated kicker for Science, although he's playing as the number 8. Lovely high-hanging kick. Lets the ball bounce. Collected by Sharon Veeraratna. He takes the ball into contact. Still holding him up. Now needs to release. Does the Science player. Good counter coming in the number 23. Navidu Ranavana gives it to Sharon Veeraratna. Sharon Veeraratna takes the ball into contact, and in touch is the number 11, Senith Kaushalya. And brilliant defense from Science to start things off. Trinity were guilty of not collecting the high ball. They let the ball bounce. And here's the number 5 giving the ball out to Senith Kaushal. It will be Hastaka to throw in for Science. And they've thrown in. Clean ball. Scrum half gives it out to fly half. Here's the number 8. And good hands from Science. Lovely wraparound. Going through the middle. Finally brought down, and the tackle. The release rather needs to release. Plenty of numbers on the blind side for but the scraps have been picked up by Binal Laknud. Ball available for Science. Yet again the scrum half gives it out. Senith gives out a hospital pass to the number 10. Ball being taken down. Kaushal picks the ball up. Play on, says the referee. Space on the open side, and this is Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar to the corner, and it'll probably be a high tackle, and the try has been scored. Brilliant work. Timothy Krishna Kumar doing all the hard work. Turned the ball over. It was Senith Kaushal, the number 11, who turned it over, and he gave it to Krishna Kumar, who had the pace. And this is Agita Piris with the conversion attempt. It's a difficult one from the corner.
Well, Science College has been having position for this couple of minutes, but once Trinity College was able to steal that ball right away, they score their first try. This is why their attacking can be so dangerous. Take a look at it. Science College with the ball, but this player was completely isolated, but he had the support, but just not there right on time. And Trinity stealing that ball, scoring their first try. 5 points to nil. Trinity on having the upper hand. Trinity on the lead. Can Science College bounce back?
Punit Silva looks like he's removed the scrum cap and will be kicking things off. We don't see Ruin Vikramaratne playing. He is rather, and the ball has been collected by Science. Ball available and knocked on, holding on. Knocked on is the call from the referee. Think there'll be a chat to both players. They will have a word. Was there a punch to the back of the head from Trinity? Long conversation. It'll be a penalty. The referee wanting to have a word with Trinity. Think it was the scrum cap. Number 22, 23 rather. Now yellow card probably for a punch. If we can take a look at a replay of what happened. It'll be a penalty in favor of Science as well. Trinity leading by a slender margin of 5 points to nil. Trinity now playing with a yellow card. This is where Science College need to capitalize, because they are playing with one extra man, and that's a brilliant touch find from Rishindu Dinod. Although his number is 8, he's playing as the fly half for the game. Here's what happened. The number 43, Hashen Javardhana, doing all the hard work, keeps the ball, now takes the ball. We didn't see there. It happened afterwards, as Science will have Hastaka to throw in for this line out. It's an uncontested line out. Free kick for taking too much time. And it's the number 43 with the ball. Hashen Javardhana, he gives it to Ruin Vikramaratne, who steps past a couple of players. Here's Ruin Vikramaratne, gives it to Punit Silva. Punit Silva in the corner. Punit Silva will go all the way. Brilliant work from Punit Silva. This is what this young man can do. He has the record in the hurdles. in the under 13 record as well. He's a speedster. He's removed the scrum cap as well. Here's a look at the replay. It was created by Ruin Vikramaratne and gives it to Puneet Silva, who goes and shows his pace. That's the second try that has been scored and the first to be converted. Trinity leading even with a yellow card. They've managed to score 12 points to nil is how the game stands at the moment, as Puneet Silva will look to restart. High hanging kick. Lets the ball bounce, collected by Trinity. And he has been not dragged into touch. Here's Jayavardhana. Gives it to Dulin Jayakodi. Jayakodi straightens the line. Takes 4 men to bring him down. Good counter coming in as well. But here's the scrum half giving it to Puneet Silva. Silva looks to run by himself. Here's Agita. Gives it to Ruin Vikramaratne. Here's Kaushalya. Kaushalya steps past one player. Was held and he got up, and it penalty for Science. They need to score before the half-time whistle comes if they are to stay in the game. Rishindu Dinot is the kicker.
Brilliant touch there by Rishindu Dinot. Science College are 12 points behind. They'll need their opening score. That'll boost their confidence up. Around 30 seconds before the half time. Science College has to create something. Brilliant pressure there in the line out, but closing the gap. Free kick for Science College.
Quickly taken by the number 9, but he's isolated. Needs to be careful. The number 9. There you go. The ball has been turned over. Trinity doing brilliantly. Dulin to Sharon Veeraratne. He gives it to Puneet Silva. Puneet Silva in the corner. Can he go all the way? This time a good tackle. A very good tackle. Tried to pass while he was being tackled. And it's either a knock on or a line out. Be a scrum in favor of Science. It will be the number 9, Senith Chandula, to feed, rather the number 6, Imet Mitsar, to Dinod, and they'll take half time. And it's 12 points to nil. Trinity scoring 2 tries, one through Puneet Silva and the other two.
Isuzu D-Max.
Here's the plate semi-finals. Results: Anand 12 points to 7 against Dharmaraj. That was in sudden death, and St. Thomas's scoring a last minute try against the Antonians. Closely contested the plate semi-finals, and now we have the cup semi-finals happening with Trinity, and this is the plate finals. Anand taking on St. Thomas's. It will be an interesting game. Anand were very unlucky to have got Trinity in the quarterfinals at noon. That game will be played at 3:50 p.m. the plate final, and it's Puneet Silva yet again to kick things off in the second half.
7 more minutes. Science College trailing 12 points. Trinity College off to a dominant start. They've been dominant throughout the tournament. Science College defense has been a brick wall but has not been able to stop the Trinity attack. Now Science College, they wanted the half time. Pretty sure they are off here with the plan. Now straight into contact, Science College.
Here's the fly half. Gives it to the number 1 who decides to take the ball into contact. Good tackle coming in from Dulin Jayakodi. But Science have possession. Here's Riso. Gives it to the wing 3/4 who knocks the ball on. Silly mistakes from Science. They were playing so brilliantly. They managed to draw against DSN Anayaka early on, and they defeated Dharmaraj in the quarterfinals. And now they have Trinity. Their skill levels have really dropped because they were playing brilliantly in the first day. And here's Agita. Gives it to Punit Silva. Punit Silva taking the ball into contact. Still on his feet is Punit Silva. And here's Ruin Vikramaratne. Decided to give that backhand pass, but the ball has been knocked on is what he says. And Krishna Kumar has been robbed. But the referee says there was a the Science need to be really careful here. Set pieces have been Trinity's best friend, and there again tried that backhand, and the ball was knocked on, rather ribbed, and a free kick in favor of Science for wasting time. And they will take this quickly and will look to run around the defense. Here's Krishna Kumar taking the ball into contact is the Science player. 2 men at ruck. Here's the fly half giving the ball cut out pass to the wing 3/4. Can he run around? Senit Kaushal is a brilliant wing 3/4 in defense. He did brilliantly, and now he is turned defense into attack. Here's the ball given to Krishna Kumar. Timothy Krishna Kumar taking the ball inside the 22 meters. Rather, it was Hashen Jayawardena. The ball quickly taken, and not 10 meters is the call from the referee. Not rolling away is the infringement there. And Science have back-to-back penalties. They will put this into touch. A good boot. Gains only around 15 meters, but the standards of under 14, that's enough. And quick, this was the quick tap that was taken.
Science College finally manages to find some position. They have enough time if they want to go for 2 tries. 2 converted tries can seal the deal. But Trinity's defense and attack both has been fabulous, isn't it? As Punit Silva has been replaced, I believe. Maybe a small niggle. Never know. And Science College now with the line out. Does very well in the line out. Straight away pressure coming in from Trinity College. Now Science sending it out wide. And lost forward. Trinity will play it on, but advantage in favor of Science College. Penalty for Science College. Offside, says the referee.
It will be Residhu to take the ball into contact and goes straight into Krishna Kumar. Bumps off him pretty easily. There's 4 men in the ruck and gives the ball out. Here's the Trinity number 6 with the tackle. The Science player doing brilliantly, and Hashen Jayawardena for Trinity have turned things over. Science, it was a promising ball, promising play, and here's Ruvin Vikramaratne. Ruvin with the pace. It's the number 15 rather. who's gone over. The number 15, Nevan Pereira, with a brilliant try. Showed his pace, fended off player, just like that. And surely, and the conversion was a good one as well, right under the posts, and it's 19 points to nil. And now it's safe to say, with less than just 1.5 minutes remaining, Trinity will definitely book a place in that final. The next semi-final is between Isipatana and St. Peter's. That's going to be another good cracker as well. I think this is Akita Piris with a lovely up and under, collected this time by Science. And the number 5 looks to run lateral. Ball available for Science. Advantage being played in favor of themselves as well. And knocks the ball on. Does the Science player. They're handling really game. Was at from Science against a lot of teams like DS Senanayaka, St. Benedict's, Dharmaraj, and now with Trinity, the handling has really been below par, as we see another substitution that has been made. Pamuthu Tilakaratna, wearing the number 3 jersey, finds his way into the front row, while Dulin Jayakodi has been taken out, giving the bench a chance to play some rugby in this semi-final, because they have a 19 point cushion. Gita Hush with the fade in, he gives it to Ruvin Vikramaratna, who decides to run. Cut him back in a couple of times is Ruvin Vikramaratna. Brilliant player he is. Showed that brilliantly, and what a turnover that is from Hastaka. They will take this quickly and put the ball to boot. That's not a good option. Here's Pereira after it. Collected by Agita Piris, and he puts the ball into touch. 3 tries, 2 conversions, 19 points for Trinity, and no points to show for Science. And it has been a one-sided semi-final. The full-time confirmation. 3 tries, 2 conversions, 19 points for Trinity, and Science did not score any.
And just like that, Trinity College under 14 seals their spot in the cup final, which they couldn't manage to do in the under 16 and in the under 18 sevens. And these young lads, these young lions, have done it rightfully. 19 points to nil shows how dominant they are in a cup semi-final. Beating your opponent 19 points to nil. An uphill task, but they've done it. And they'll either meet Isipatana or St. Peter's, who will play the second cup semi-final now. Both teams have been brilliant. Who's going to take it on? St. Peter's versus Isipatana. We all know the rival these two schools have when it comes to the school's rugby. And for sure these junior lads will take through that tradition. All set for cup semi-final number 2.
Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel to World of Sports at your convenience. Join now.
Isuzu D-Max.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
Isuzu D-Max.
පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ පුරාවෘතයක් මුලින්ම කීර්තිය රසබැලූ සම්ප්‍රදායක් නැවත පැමිණේ. Lemonade Sixes 2026 විජයග්‍රාහී පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් වේදිකාවේ සෑම ලකුණක්ම සෑම ප්‍රීති
The second semi-final between Isipatana and St. Peter's is just about to start. Isipatana had a really good match against St. Thomas's in the quarter-final. And it will be Isipatana to kick things off from the right to left. St. Peter's defeated St. Anthony's in the quarter-final, and Isipatana defeated the Thomians from Mount Lavinia in the quarter-finals. As we wait the kick-off, both teams were playing with white jerseys, hence the Peterites will be playing with their warm-up jerseys on. Isipatana kicking things off from the right to left. Isipatana has a lot of good players like Di Costa, collected by St. Peter's early on. Good work from Peters early on. Ball available. Too much men on the ruck. Isipatana with an opportunity. We'll give it to Zenith Di Costa. And he will go into touch. That's a brilliant kick. Inside the 22 meters, halfway mark there. Just 15 meters to go to get over the whitewash. This is exactly how they started against the Thomians as well. Scored a couple of brilliant tries. And it'll be number 13. Akash level to feed in, rather throw in to the line out, uncontested line out. So clean ball to Isipatana. Here's the number 15, stepping past a couple of players, but he's been tackled really hard by a couple of players. Ball available. The big man gives it to the number 4, and here's Zenith Di Costa. Running lateral, gives it to the number 8. Number 8 takes the ball. Abhay Gunawardana. Ball available. There's 5 men in the ruck for Isipatana, and here's an opportunity for Isipatana, and here's the number 5. But what a lovely tackle that is. There was a jersey tackle from the Peterite player. Here's the number 4 from Isipatana. Tackle, and that will be a yellow card coming in for the Peterites. Not the start the Peterites wanted. Doing everything they can. Trinity have already qualified to the finals, and will we see another Isipatana Trinity final? But everything is to play for, and the number 7 is over. He is the one who scored in the last game. Rather, it was the number 7, Mutulal Chamatkar. Isipatana who scores, and this is the number 13, Sihat Silva, with the conversion attempt. Has the distance but not the direction. It was a little short as well.
Yes, absolutely. Isipatana College draws first blood in semi-final number 2 in the cup segment. St. Peter's losing one of their players in the sin bin. Isipatana starts off with scoring. 3 minutes done. 5 points to nil. Isipatana on the lead. Now to restart things. Isipatana puts up a high-hanging kick. Collected safely from St. Peter's. Puts it to boot. A deep kick. Need the chasers on. Well. What a territorial kick. Almost closer to a 50-22. But huge credit. Just under 14.
It will be Sihat Silva to throw in for Isipatana. It's a 3-man line out. Isipatana gets clean ball. Gives it to Costa. Costa cut it back in a couple of times and was isolated and gave a hospital pass to his wing 3-quarter, and the ball has been turned over. Will they take it quickly? No, they won't. Will they put this into touch? Really well. 5 meters out. The Peterites have an opportunity. We don't have Peterite numbers because they are wearing the warm-up jerseys. The Peterites. These teams' jerseys were white, and hence the referees can't identify themselves. Hence the Peterites having to wear their warm-up jersey in the semi-final. And there again, here's the maul, the driving maul. First shove is well negated by Isipatana, and the number 8 by the looks of it breaks, and this will be the first try coming in. Will it? Is being held up but twists and turns like all good prop forwards. He was held up the first time, but he turned and dotted the ball over the whitewash, and that's the equalizer for St. Peter's with a man down as well. Here's a replay of what happened.
Yes, lovely footwork there. Not something you often see from a prop forward. But take a look at this. The game awareness. He knew he was going to be held up, but he drifted away. Conversion close to that right post, but not successful. At 5 points apiece. 6 minutes done. St. Peter's managed to score their first try. There you go. Setting that rolling mole. And good work there. Spotting that space and all the way over the whitewash. Now it's 5 points apiece. Both teams will battle it out.
Peterites restart. A good high-hanging kick collected by Zenith Di Costa, and he puts the ball to boot, and that's a brilliant kick. That's a brilliant kick that goes all the way inside the 22 meters, and the kick has been returned, and it's a brilliant territory finder for Isipatana. It was a good defensive kick as well. The initial kick from inside the 22 meters traveled to the opposition 22 meters, and the defensive kick, they've deducted around 30 meters as Isipatana, and the hooter goes for half time. This is the last play of the first half, and cutting back in is Isipatana. Gives the ball out, stepping past a couple of players, and gives the ball out inside as well. This is what Isipatana is known for. Fast running rugby and quick offloads. And here's the number 12. He is running through the inside. The number 12 on his feet. Finally, what a pass that is. Knew exactly what to do. And the number 13 Sihat Silva goes in. It was the number 12, Mavindu Prabhashwara, who took the ball there and knew he was going to be dragged out and gave the ball inside to his centre partner Sihat Silva, and he goes over. It's Sihat Silva to convert his own try as well. Speed is something we will have to wait for. That's the full-time confirmation. Half-time confirmation rather. Isipadana leading 12 points to 5 against the Peterites in the Cup semi-final.
Two sports, one stage, one incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the papare.com.
The highlights from the first half of this Cup semi-final number 2. All set for the second half. Isipadana College managed to get back to the lead in the dying minutes of the first half. Sihat Silva, beautiful offload there by Mavindu Prabhashwara. And with that, all set for the second half. St. Peter's will start off things. Isipadana on the receiving end. St. Peter's will look to score first in the second half. Will surely look to equalize. Coach Dinet Pasindu must have definitely given the strategic ideas to these young Peterites. Now putting a deep kick into the corner as it will bundle out into the touchline.
Was a good, can't take it with a quick tap. If the ball hasn't touched anything outside the touch line, then you can take it quickly. Otherwise you can't. It was a good kick-off from the Peterites. However, Isipadana have ball. Here's Costa getting an hospital pass, but the ball has been put to boot. Collected at the back by the Peterites, and he'll look to run. Misses the first tackle and puts in. Isipadana. The referee was playing advantage, and I'm not really sure what he was trying to do. The fullback of the Peterites tried to run lateral, and there was no one to pass the ball. Here's what he did. Went past the first, couldn't go past the second, and then should have kept possession of the ball, but decided to throw it away. Isipadana with the feed in to this scrum. Uncontested. Here's Zenith. Lovely rush defense coming in from the Peterites.
Isipadana gets through the number 4 fence off, and beautiful offload, but falls into no man's land. Now a lovely pass sent out. Yes, the winger. Will he go all the way? Yes, he will. That's Tisaru Ranasinghe with a beautiful dive right under the post. And Isipadana College scores their third try. 17 points to 5. And now the Peterites are under immense pressure. It's an under the post try, and if the Isipadana lads can convert this, it will be 19 points to 5. And a 14-point deficit. 2 converted tries will be needed for the Peterites. Brilliant work, as Isipadana does well with the conversion as well. 19 points to 5. Take a look at that beautiful offload, but fell into no man's land. But just a simple draw and pass had plenty of space Fourth is Ranasinghe to touchdown. And Isipatana most likely will they meet Trinity College in the finals. 4 more minutes to confirm that.
Isipatana will be restarting things from the left to right. Now it's a 14-point cushion. 2 converted tries needed for the Peterites to equalize. We have around 4 minutes remaining in the clock. Referee waiting for a player to be substituted. Well, slight injury concern. By the looks of it, it's a blood injury. Players have been switched. Here's Isipatana restarting things. A lovely high-hanging deep kick. Here's the Peterites being charged. The number 8 has options, but no one collects. And the number 4 will go all the way. Brilliant work. Was he held up? No, he wasn't. It was the number 4, Pasandul Semika. Brilliant work from Isipatana. Scoring just like they did in the group stages and the quarterfinals. They're making it a habit. 24 points, 2 conversions and 4 tries gives the 24 points. Look to convert this. Has the distance and has the direction. Just in front. Just in front. Initially thought that crept in. It was a good charge down. Not really sure what the Peterite fullback was doing. This is his second mistake that has costed the Peterites with another try. Initially thought that was held up. Was as Costa will restart things. Now it's safe to say that Isipatana will book a final with Trinity in the cup segment final. It's going to be an interesting game. 2 fast-running rug teams, and it will be a brilliant game collected by the Peterites, and good rush defense coming in, and the counter is good as well. The number 9 looks to run by himself, has support, and ball available for the Peterites. After such a long time does the Peterites have possession.
Now St. Peter's with some possession, around 2.5 minutes remaining. Can St. Peter's pull out a miracle here? An uphill task, but puts it to boot. Loosed possession. Here's the little man collecting it. Beautiful step work there. But straight away a yellow card. Isipatana player being sent to the sin bin.
The Peterites now have a chance to get that consolation try. They were looking for quick tap taken. Decides to run by himself. Was it a high tackle? Was the ball turned over? No, the Peterites have the ball with them. What a good tackle that is from the number 8 from Isipatana. Keshava Sandeepa. Penalty for not releasing is the call from the referee. Will they go for touch? I think they will go for touch and opt for that line out. That is the sensible thing to do. Time is not on their side. They need to act quickly. The ball goes out. And it will be a Peterite throw in. As we take a look at what happened. Not releasing is the call, and the correct call. The culprit there was Keshava Sandeepa. Here's the Peterites getting the line out. Scrum half gives it to the fly half. He gives it to the number 12, the inside centre. And the referee giving a penalty to the Peterites yet again. Now it's a little too late. Here's the big man taking the ball into contact. Was there an obstruction? The referee doesn't think so. And the counter ruck is a really good one from the Green Machine. Good work. And quick tap taken, and they will put this into touch, and they will book a final with Trinity in this under 14 elite rugby tournament. Isipata 24 points to 5, convincing winners. They topped the group. They defeated the Antonians, the Thomians rather, and they've now defeated the Peterites and will go into the final. Next up we have the ball final.
Here are the highlights from that previous match. What a cracking game that was. Lovely work from Isipatana. The dominant lead.
Next up, coming your way, St. Aloysius take on Prince of Wales for the Shield finals here at Pallekele. We are ready for a cracker-lacking affair. Prince of Wales to kick things off from right to left. It's Amar Ahmed with the ball.
And
Let's
we
it
are
bounce.
With the number 3 from the St. Aloysius side, Anuhas Gunawardhan still going his Anuhas as the Prince of Wales outfit desperately try to stop him, and their efforts are indeed successful as they have won the ball. The wise decision would be to take a touch, but unsure of what. But a scrum has been called. Prince of Wales now with possession in the scrum. They spread out their attacking outfit well on the left hand side, and they will most definitely send it out wide. They have a little bit of space, but the defenders are there. As St. Aloysius still diving forward from the scrum, from the ruck, and quickly taken the ball there from the ruck itself. Plenty of supporters there, maybe too many. And it appears that they are going for the pick and go option.
Shenugo Silva there for Prince of Wales, gaining valuable meters. And still going the Prince of Wales pick and go. The forwards get to work here. 1.5 minutes into the game, and the referee blows for a penalty coming in Prince of Wales' way. And they decide to opt for the line out. So a good touch finder here will put Prince of Wales in a comfortable position to attack from. And a good touch finder indeed. Beautiful kick there by Amar Ahmed. Gets Prince of Wales an attack and line out of the 5-meter mark. Here again you can see the infringement, the tackler not rolling away.
Prince of Wales now in a position to negotiate as they are just 5 meters away from the try line, and ball is in possession. Just a quick line out, and evidently a maul has been set up. Prince of Wales look like they have the capacity to go the distance. It's broken out close to the try line, just brought down just short of the try line.
Now they go crashing with their prop forward Ekanayaka there this time. Gains valuable meters. Prince of Wales over the whitewash. Held up brilliantly there. Amazing work by Aloysius. That was the man with the number 7 jumper. Chanuka did a brilliant job of holding the ball up there over the try line. Winning the scrum, coming in Prince of Wales' way.
Lovely utilization of game sense there from Chanuka, as he realized they would not be able to stop the oncoming maul, and managed to hold up that ball brilliantly.
Here's Prince of Wales now. A strong attacking opportunity. Goes crashing forward with their centre. Sansuka this time. Again, Prince of Wales just short of the try line. But a double movement is what the referee has called for. So a scrum coming in for St. Aloysius there. And their efforts dearly deserve that scrum. Beautiful defensive effort there by St. Aloysius. Their forwards really doing the hard work. Touch finder not good this time. Goes straight to the hands of the dangerous wind recorder there. That was Fernando taking the ball in for Prince of Wales, but now turned over this time by St. Aloysius. Space opening up on the left side for Aloysius, but they decide to crash it in the centre once again. Good defense, met with good defense from Prince of Wales. Here's Aloysius now trying to shift things, trying to shift the point of attack towards the right side. St. Aloysius losing possession. Now Prince of Wales with a beautiful chance to attack here. That's their heavy prop forward, Ekanayaka once again. Going to ground there. Turned over again by St. Aloysius. That was the number 7. Chanuka once again. Scrappy passage of play there by both teams, but their defensive efforts once again just showing how important it is to defend.
Brilliant work there by the Aloysius number 7 Chanuka, as he was able to identify that the ball was out and took it instantly. Just to turn over the ball for them, but unfortunately he was taken out.
The referee blows a penalty coming in favour of St. Aloysius for the high tackle. And now this time with an opportunity to get themselves out of their own half. As you can take a look at the replay once again. Beautiful break there by Chanuka. Has all the right to get back on his feet, but then wrapped around there by the Prince of Wales player over the shoulders, and through the neck goes his arm. Absolutely unnecessary tackle there. That was number 10, Lokohevage, guilty of the high tackle. St. Aloysius have the feed into the line out. And go crash bowling once again in the centre. Aloysius playing some sensible rugby here. Goes to one of their speedsters and finds space through their scrum half. Gamage still going, cuts back in the inside, falls just short out of their own half. Aloysius still attacking with possession, building up a couple of phases.
Anuas Gunawardhan there going into contact, as he has done many times. St. Aloysius yet again send it out. They do not have much space, but there is some hope for the Aloysius player, as he beats one defender, could beat another. He's almost beaten him as well. He's beaten him too on the right hand side, and he's sailing, cruising down.
Pele Tantri for the try to break the deadlock of this game. Wonderful run there by Situm Pele Tantri. He had miles to go over the whitewash, but once he had the ball in hand, he was unstoppable. Beautiful try there. Conversion successful as well. This time St. Aloysius lead Prince of Wales 7 points to 0. Here you can look at the replay once again. Pele Tantri running lateral there before finding the gap he needed. Then he puts his foot on the gas. A little stop there in the end. Just jittering Shevan Silva of Prince of Wales over there. Dazzling footwork as well. Well deserved try for St. Aloysius there. As both teams head into lemons, St. Aloysius, a late try for them to secure a bit of a lead before the second half. The halftime confirmation, St. Aloysius 7, Prince of Wales 0.
නිලා මම අලුත් බැංක් account එකක් open කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් website එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක scan කරලා meeting time එකක් schedule කරලා online connect වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් open කරගන්න.
Here we are with the highlights of that last half. Love bit of footwork there from Pallekele.
Absolutely amazing work there from Situm Pallekele to get St. Aloysius on the board just before Lemons, giving them a much needed boost.
Here we are going into the restart for the second half. The last 7 minutes of this game. And it will be Anuhas Gunawardana, bulky prop forward, who is taking the kick. They let it bounce, Prince of Wales. And it seems as though they're in a bit of a mess. Taken quickly though, and he's on his way now. Beats one defender, beats another. Beats three, beats four. Beats a multitude of them. But before he's finally brought down, St. Aloysius doing everything in their frame of power to get that ball back.
Anuhas Peiris, that was with that thumping run. And now the Prince of Wales forwards get to work as they did in the first half. This time they must look to gain some more meters here. Here we go. Going rumbling forward that time. Gaining valuable meters once again. Prince of Wales still going. The traditional forwards play here at its best display. Prince of Wales College hitting hard with the heavy forwards, finally deciding to use their back line. Here's Prince of Wales with ample space on the outside. That's their number 17, Silva. Silva still going, just made a wonderful break. That's it. Chevon Silva brought to ground. Penalty coming in favour of Prince of Wales there. Absolutely unnecessary there by the St. Aloysius player to give away a penalty in such a vulnerable position. And Amar Ahmed would kick that into touch all day long.
St. Aloysius now in the league cannot afford to make any mistakes, as there still is time for Prince of Wales College to turn this around. Fate hangs in the balance.
Good touch finder there this time by Amar Ahmed. As you take a look at the replay once again, Silva brought to ground fair and square, but the incoming St. Aloysius player, I believe it was Chanuka there, had no right to the ball. Prince of Wales this time with the put into the line out, and their forwards again have been doing a lot of hard work throughout this game. Broken through the back of the maul this time was Amarasinghe, was Ekanayaka rather, and now again the Prince of Wales forwards doing what they do best, using their heavy forwards for the pick and go.
Looks like St. Aloysius College will in fact have to pay for their mistake, as Prince of Wales steadily moving forward with the pick and goes. Good strong forwards, and he's gone through, as Prince of Wales will now look to even out the score after the conversion. Lovely try there, built some phases and got through finally Prince of Wales. A wise decision indeed.
They had ample of space in the outfield as well, but still going with their forwards, deciding to use their pick and go to best use. And that brings Prince of Wales back into the game. But the conversion, centimeters away. That's going to be really costly for Prince of Wales there. Amar Ahmed, he'll be kicking himself after that miss. St. Aloysius with a slender 2-point lead, with 4 minutes looming. What can Prince of Wales bring about to this game right now? They worked so hard to get here.
It is indeed a crying shame they are missing that conversion. Unfortunately, such is the way of life, and mistakes must be made to become better.
Here's Amar Ahmed now with ball in hand to restart things. Kicks it this time just over the 22-meter. Collected cleanly there by Chenuka. Chenuka now beating defenders, running laterally. Finally ball to ground. Gives an offload, an unnecessary offload there. But knocked back, says the referee. Play on, and advantage coming in Aloysius' way as well. So it's been knocked forward by the Prince of Wales player rather. So a scrum in favour of St. Aloysius. Just a few meters off their 40-meter mark. St. Aloysius here given valuable possession with less than 3 minutes to go. Now I think they should be focusing on keeping their forwards tight and playing a tight game to keep possession of the ball as much as possible here. The scrum half with the put in. Decides to go towards the short side now. That's number 15, Abid Nifal. Abid Nifal running through the tram line. Abid Nifal, no one in front of him. He raises his hand in celebration. Kisses the ball. And he'll say thank you very much for that. Beautiful work there by Abid Nifal.
Looks like
and
he had
boy
some time
does he
to think.
deserve that regarding the hard work he's put in throughout this tournament. What a wonderful player, Abid Nifal, a treat to watch. Anuvas Gunawardena with the conversion. It's successful this time. Aloysius extend their lead. Look at the replay once again. Aloysius, Fox in the defense, getting the ball back into the short side. Abid Nifal had a lot of work to do, but he had the try line in front of him. He set sail. There you see, wonderful celebration in the end as well. Kisses them, thank you. I'll keep those tries all day long. The scoreboard looking rather intrusive now. 14 points to 7 it reads. 14 points to 5 rather. Anwas Gunawardena once again for the restart. Decides to go deep. And it finds their danger man, Prince of Wales. That was Silva this time. Once again Silva, who has worked really hard this game. Still Prince of Wales looking to keep things tight here. They have ample of space on the outfield. Acres and acres. But Prince of Wales, they'll be guilty for knocking the ball on. That was a clear try had they worked the line. But Prince of Wales once again doing what they did so far. Keeping the ball tight, playing with their forwards. And that plan doesn't seem to work well for them this time. It worked wonders so far this tournament. That was De Silva, the scrum half. Chenuka, high hanging kick there. Still he can go, Chenuka, no one in front, but the unlucky bounce of the rugby ball.
Prince of Wales there seemed to have no intention of taking that ball, but a lucky bounce made it into the hands of the Prince of Wales boy. A yellow card has been given to the Prince of Wales player there for disorderly conduct.
Siobhan Silva this time, the most reliable man in the Prince of Wales outfit, I would say. Shown the yellow card.
Nice opportunity.
Still deciding to run, though the time is over. Aloysius College driving forward with their heavy man.
It is evident that Anwas Gunawardena is now quite tired, as any boy would be playing in this hot sun so many matches. But St. Aloysius College is still persistent, not giving up the opportunity to have another try, which would be the feather in their cap. Still going is the Aloysius outfit. We can go steadily gaining ground, but Prince of Wales isn't going to give it up that easily. The defense is good, but there's space on the outside for the number 9 from St. Aloysius College, and he will go down to touch the score.
Janu Gamage that time. Beautiful work by Gamage. The little man, as you can see, waving in celebration. What a wonderful try there by Janu Gamage. Aloysius will walk away with the Shield Championship title. Doesn't go through, but that's it. The nail in the coffin. Aloysius have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shield champions of the Under-14 Elite Rugby Tournament. Beautiful rugby there by both sides, I would say. And boy, wasn't it a treat to watch.
Oh, most indeed. Full-time confirmation there with St. Aloysius scoring 19 points to 5 against Prince of Wales. There's a few highlights from that last match on Abid Nafil there, doing the good work that he always does here for the Aloysius outfit. Stylish boy that is. He has quite
Coming up your way next is the bowl final. The boys from Reed Avenue take on the boys from Pallekele. Royal versus Wesley for the bowl finals.
The Double Blues taking on Royal College in the all-important bowl finals here at Pallekele, and it's Royal that have possession, but they've knocked it backwards, and the referee says knock on. So Wesley have turned things over very early in this crucial clash. These two have thoroughly dominated their respective opponents, and they've rightfully so earned a spot in the bowl finals. Royal College played some amazing rugby. Wesley also brought their A game, and they'll be competing fiercely for this prestigious title. Here's Royal now. Here's the number 7, passing it out to the number 4, who takes a step in, tries to get through the defense of Wesley, but Wesley have kicked it into the Royal half. Here's the number 15, Muad Infiaz, who's been the instrumental man for Wesley College, and what a try! What a brilliant try for Wesley. But it looks as if the referees will have a discussion on whether to award the try, but nonetheless, what a run that was. And eventually the referee succumbs. Wesley College with a statement in the second minute, and they go up 5-0. Here's a replay of what happened. It was Muad Infiaz all the way with those little chip kicks. He foxed the number 10, Senu Leela Ratna, who was caught with a little bit of bad bounce, and all Muad Infiaz had to do was pick it up cleanly and send it over the whitewash. As easy as it would like for Wesley College to start things and get things underway. They're 5-0 in front of Royal.
Well, the perfect start Wesley College could have asked for in this bowl final. A magnificent play by Muad Infiaz. And up against this Royal outfit, you'll need to go all guns blazing, as Wesley College has done so far. A very valuable opening 5 points for the Double Blues. Well, Royal College will definitely want to fight back, and fight back soon. Because the deeper you go into the game, more the nerves, more the pressure comes in. And even the strongest of teams can crumble. Here's Wesley with the restart. Kicks it deep into Royal, well taken on the full. Does Disa Naika. Now out of the ruck by Patirana. Passes it on to Dimitri. Once again, Patirana. On to Senaviratna. Senaviratna passes out wide to Movindu passes out to the wing. Now Royal gaining meters, running laterally, finding the gap, still going. Back of the hand pass, not going to the hands of Alvis. Wesley overturns. And eventually a knock-on called on by the referee. But Royal look quite promising. Brilliant hands from the Royal lineup. And they look certainly dangerous. This was the run. Ran wide, ran back in. But that unfortunate knock-on not going to the hands of Ravi Shankar. Here's Wesley College. Now trying to get position back into the game. Wesley trying to use the line. Doesn't collect it cleanly. Back up and pass. Now onto the outside. Has options on the inside. Does Wesley College. Penalty awarded to Wesley College at a crucial time. Right at the halfway line. Well, they'll want to capitalize out of this, Wesley, and get one more score.
A good passage of play this for Royal as Muad finds touch. Now they make good yards into the Royal half. Is a replay of what happened. Their passes haven't been the best, Wesley, but nonetheless they were able to win advantage. And with that kick into touch, Wesley into the 22 of Royal for the second time. They're already 5-0 up. They would love another try. Here's Wesley now taking the ball sideways. Here's the number 5, Sheriff, who's been instrumental for Wesley's progress in the tournament. But Royal have turned things around rapidly.
Here's Royal now within their own 22. Wide cut-off pass, easily taken in by Movindu. Movindu finds space in and out. Movindu finds space in and out, and it goes. No one to stop Movindu. As Movindu goes and scores the first try for Royal College. A much needed comeback and a brilliant score from Movindu Kolaway.
Kolabage did all the hard yards for Royal. Picked the ball out of nowhere and just ran through the opposition defense, and a conversion as easy as you would like for Royal to get into the lead. They lead by a slim margin of 2. Here's the replay of Movindu Kolabage, the number 9, stepping out, steps back in, foxes the opposition defense, and all he had to do was use his footwork because it was a foot race for Movindu Kolabage, as he had no problems at all in touching down right underneath the posts. And all of a sudden Wesley are trailing by 2. What a restart that was for Wesley, for Royal rather. Almost gaining possession, but it's a found touch. It hasn't rather, and it will be a scrum. Very close to the Wesley 22. It'll be a scrum in favour of Wesley College, as they've got a lead to catch up on. They're trailing by 2, and they would love to close it out early. We're into 7 minutes, almost at lemons, as the referee gives Royal the advantage. They've been given a penalty. Wesley are forced to retreat 10 metres back. Royal would love another try. They look to put ball to boot, and he does. He finds touch as Royal have a line out in the Wesley 22, just meters away from that whitewash. They would love a try here, Royal.
Brilliant touch finder from Sagit Senaviratna. And now Royal. You'll expect this would convert to a rolling ball, the famous Royal rolling ball.
Here's Royal. The Isuka Amarasinghe, the big man for Royal, making the hard yards. Isuka Amarasinghe has been monumental for Royal College in their progress to the bowl finals, but the referees called half-time here at Pallekele. It's the bowl finals, folks, and what a game we're having. At half-time confirmation, Royal leads slightly over Wesley College. It's 7-5.
පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ පුරාවෘතයක් මුලින්ම කීර්තිය රසබැලූ සම්ප්‍රදායක් නැවත පැමිණේ. Lemonade Sixes 2026 විජයග්‍රාහී පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් වේදිකාවේ සෑම ලකුණක්ම සෑම ප්‍රීති ഘോഷාවක්ම සෑම මතකයක්ම විඳගන්න. සැප්තැම්බර් 4 සහ 5 The Papare 2 The Papare 2 HD Dialog Pay app සහ thepapare.com ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel to World of Sports at your convenience. Join now.
We're back live for the second half. These are the highlights of that all-important first half, with Royal taking the edge slightly. It was Wesley College that got things underway, really. It was Muad Infiaz who continued on his merry way. He's in a very good form, doing everything right for Wesley College. Muad Infiaz foxed the opposition defenders to touchdown for his side for the first time, but it didn't take long for Royal to respond, as Movindu Kolembage did wonders on the field as he touched down for Royal College in reply, and Royal took the lead with the conversion.
Yes, Royal with the restart. Wesley taking it cleanly, but bundles himself into touch, so it will be an all-important line out for Royal College. And you would think that Royal would take maximum out after this.
Royal have a line out in the Wesley half. Here's the Royal Mall, but it's been taken from the back of the Royal Mall by Isukamara Singh. Here's Royal number 2. Royal trying to make use of the good position that they've gotten themselves into. Royal doing a lateral game, but Kolembage almost making a run for it again. But is pushed back. Wesley defense up to the task. Royal taking things laterally now. Here's Royal. Isuka Amarasinghe passes it out to the number 3, who goes out wide, makes a mess of it, does Royal. Everything was going well. They were playing good, structured rugby. But it was matters down to execution at the very last.
Well, that offload not going well for Royal College. That pass from Faisal did not go to hand, and unfortunately when everything was going so well for Royal College, it turned things around. Here's Wesley with the response, but doesn't gain the meters out of it.
Wesley have a penalty. It's more than Fiaz. You wouldn't want to give the ball to him. He looks to find touch, and he does. Then gain meters for Wesley College. An opportunity for Wesley College to strike once again. Almost in to the Royal 22, but not quite. Yeshan, how do you think Wesley have to approach this? Because we know how good Royal are in terms of counter-attacking. They've done that wonderfully throughout the tournament. Wesley have a task in their hands, Yeshan.
Well, Wesley, like they've done throughout this tournament, would want to stick to their basics. That's been their core. That's been their skill throughout. And they're not far away. They're just 2 points short. One score can get them past this Royal outfit. And with the second stick in, Wesley would need everything out of this line out, as they're now deep within the 22. Wesley needs everyone on board. Will need to give their fullest support in this dying seconds of the the second half. Here's Wesley with the line out. Almost makes a huge mess out of it. And it does make huge mess out of it. Absolutely brilliant for Royal. The best thing that they could have happened for them. And now Senaviratne to gain meters and to put this into touch. And he will do that. Well, he won't actually. He will find space. And who else than Muadin Fias? Well, unfortunately, he has been bundled into touch. Well, I thought for a second that Sagit and Viratna found touch, but of course, you find Muadin Fias in the middle of all the action. He got past Philip. He almost got past Faisal, but Faisal managing to hold on. Here's the Royal rolling ball. This time in the hands of the under 14 young bunch. From the seniors now here is Royal Amar Singh. Patirana now passes it on, puts a boot to it. The chase is on. Chases are on for Wesley and Royal. But penalty will be played in favour of Wesley College for obstruction. But it was unfortunate there because he went for the ball, but well, the Wesleyite got in the way. But it was a good kick. It was a good chip kick. He saw the opportunity there. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. He just got in the way there. You can't really blame Leela Ratna in that situation.
The 12 minutes into this finals. The Royal just leading by 2. What a finals this is. It's the Bulls finals, and what a final we're having. Royal going neck and neck with Wesley, but Wesley have an opportunity. They're playing lateral structured rugby. Is space for Wesley to work with, but they've won a penalty. Royal will have to retreat 10 meters back. And wonder what Muadin Fias will look to do, as we'll have a slight medical timeout. The referee chooses the colour yellow for Royal, as there will be an infringement for high tackle, and this will be a perfect opportunity for Wesley. This was that infringement, the number 8 just getting his tackle wrong. Chenitha Sagit Sena Ratna.
Well, how important would that yellow card cost for Royal? We are just about a minute and a half away from full time. And if anything, Wesley are in the perfect opportunity. Royal will play the rest of this game with only 9 men on the field. Wesley, meanwhile, have all 10 men and opted for a scrum. The perfect thing. Good execution can come a long way here for Wesley College. As Wesley now come out of the scrum, tries to go for that cute scissor pass, but unfortunately makes a mess out of it. And with just a minute to go, can Royal College hold on to this all-important 2-point lead? Gee, he almost got it there. He almost got it. Almost would have made a huge miss out of the Royal lineup. But it's up to Royal to now run this clock down with just about 40 seconds left in. Here's Patirana taking it out of the scrum. Will work the line. Will want to keep ball in hand. Here's Vijay Veera. Will keep ball to himself without working the line. They'll just try to pick and run here. Here's Brevan Philip. Once again now, Patirana. The hooter goes out for second half. Royal just needs to kick it out now into touch. Tries to do that. does go into touch. And that will be it. Royal College Colombo wins the ball in the under 14 Elite 10s Rugby tournament for 2026 here at Pallekele. They just come over Wesley College just by 2 points. And what a game it has been. It has been an incredible bowl final here at Pallekele. Royal College finally comes on top after what we can say has been a struggling season for the whole Royal outfit from their first 15th setup all the way down to their juniors. But they will take this. They will take a victory towards Reed Avenue. Royal wins the bowl 7 points to 5.
These are the highlights of the second half of the match, rather, with Wesley College scoring first, with Moa, the Infiers, doing all the work, and it didn't take long for Royal College to reply with the number 9, Movindu Kolumbage, replying instantly to put Royal in the lead. And it was a 2-point game for almost the whole match, and they held on, did Royal, as they clinched the bowl. Next up, we have the plate final. This is going to be an absolute cracker of a match. Anand taking on St. Thomas's. Now Anand have to bring their A game. They brought their A game against Trinity. Can they bring their A game against St. Thomas's?
Well, you have to say Anand deserves to be in the cup segment. They have absolutely played their hearts out. But Trinity just managed to come on top of them. Hence, it's now a golden opportunity for Anand College to get some silverware back to Colombo. It is St. Thomas's against Anand. It's the fight for the plate. Here's St. Thomas's with the kick. And not the best way for Anand to start this encounter. He made a mess out of it, did Vijay Tunga. With that was a straightforward catch, you would say. But knocks it on. And a scrum, an early scrum within the Anand half for St. Thomas's.
A scrum in favour of St. Thomas's College in the Anand half. An opportunity for them to work the line, but they've lost the ball. And the referee says they've knocked it on. This will allow Anand finally to get possession. Rushin Piris has been phenomenal for the boys from Maradana. Can Anand script history and clinch the plate? This was that replay. They were working the line nicely, St. Thomas's. They just couldn't get the finishing touches. And we have a scrum in favour of Anand this time. Can they use this? Here's Anand going sideways. Here's Rushin Piris with the ball. He's not someone you'd want to see the ball with if you're from the opposition. And it's a foot race because there's no one that's going to catch up to Rushin Piris. What a try. A phenomenal effort from Anand, the captain. Did everything all by himself from the get-go. Would you look at that? Sidestep in, sidestep out, and all Rushin Piris had to do was fend off a couple of defenders, as there was really no one that could match his speed. And Anand, just like that, they're on to the score sheet. 5-0. Can they convert? Rushin Piris to convert his own. Just misses out, but nonetheless, Anand are into the lead. 5-0, Yashan.
Well, what a brilliant try that was from Rushin Piris, an absolute talent of a player. And gets on the college on top. Well, the boys from St. Thomas's would want to come back and want it quickly. But this outfit of Russian Peace and on the college at the moment have got the upper hand. Yes, St. Thomas's. Now within that 22 would want to kick out and get out of that 22 as soon as possible. Here they go again. Trying to get through the princess is Pereira. Well, a couple of options now for skipper Kanakayan to get St. Thomas's out of the 22, and they'll want to get on the scoreboard quickly. We're into the 4th minute so far, and we'll definitely want to get a good couple of meters out of this, and does so. A valid touch finder there.
This was that replay giving St. Thomas's College that penalty. And they've kicked it into touch. St. Thomas's looking to use the ball. Here's the number 19 trying to gain the hard yards. But under the defense up to task, working the line now. St. Thomas's College steps out, steps back in. The young gun, the little man for St. Thomas's College finds lots of space, but is eventually brought down. St. Thomas's, they've done a lot of good work. Can they continue? Ananda's defense have been phenomenal, but they haven't really carried on with where they've left off, have St. Thomas's. That's been the sort of breaking point for them this whole tournament. They've gotten themselves into a strong position. Can St. Thomas's carry on? They would love a touch finder. It's going to be Leshuka Soiza who'll look to kick it to touch. He won't get it. He'll have a lot of work to do in response. And the referee says forward pass. That'll be another penalty for St. Thomas's College. This will be very crucial. If St. Thomas's College get a line out from here, he'll love to kick it out to touch. It would Lesuka Soiza. Is that forward pass by Sonal Vijetunga, just passing it to Russian Pires. And we'll have a scrum in favour of St. Thomas's College. Here's St. Thomas's looking to work the ball, but met by an on the defence of some strength.
Gee, how important would this count out to be? Their playmaker, their try scorer for on the College is gone. And a brilliant touch finder for the boys from the school by the sea. They would want to get on top. They would want to try going into lemons. They have the numerical advantage. Well, clumsy play there from Russia Imperius. We were talking about how skilled he was, but that's not the way you want to do it. Here St. Thomas's would want to work the line, get advantage. Here's Leshuka Soisa taking a couple of tacklers with him. Now St. Thomas's going down the blind side. Has a bit more space. Here's the big man, Shihara. Now takes a couple of more steps in. The number 5 for St. Thomas's, Pereira. St. Thomas's has options but decides to go down the blind side. Well, the referee would want to have a word with his AR.
The referees will discuss, and apparently it'll be advantage to St. Thomas's. They've been forced to retreat 5 meters back, but still this play will be advantageous for St. Thomas's. Just 7-8 meters away from that whitewash. They'll go for a scrum, and St. Thomas's will want to put this over. It'll be Chevon Matthew with the feed in for St. Thomas's. Can they do something special? Can they touch down against Ananda? They've knocked the ball backwards, but referees said they've knocked it forwards. But they just seem to be making a mess out of the positions they've getting themselves into. And they go into 11s, St. Thomas's, without any score on the board. They wouldn't be happy about that, but Anand would be thrilled to end up with 5 points on the board with their star player out. That is halftime confirmation as Anand leads St. Thomas's 5-0.
2 sports, 1 stage, 1 incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the papare.com.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel, the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Well, what are we in for? What are we in for between these two teams? St. Thomas's and Anand College have gone head to head, and that was the only solitary try, thanks to the hands of absolute individual brilliance from Roshan Pires. For Anand College, who has the lead over St. Thomas's 5 points to nil, and we're in for a thriller. 7 minutes to decide who takes the plate. Anand College with the restart takes it on the full, but a high tackle from and straight away the referee has no hesitation giving Janidu Talgaswat a yellow. He will sit in the sin bin for 2 minutes, and it will be a 2 minutes where St. Thomas's would want to capitalize on. They didn't do that in the first half when Anand College had their star player in Roshan Pires out of the field. But now it's a moment for St. Thomas's to take maximum opportunity. A good take on the full by Rodin. But unfortunately was on the receiving end of a very dangerous tackle. And we hope he's all right, because it looked quite threatening. It gives us chills even up here in the comm box.
Rahil Radin, who's currently on the floor at the moment. We hope he's alright and hope it's nothing too serious, because we've constantly seen him making play for St. Thomas's. And applauds to the young fella. He's decided to continue. So courageous young fella for St. Thomas's, as St. Thomas's looks to find touch, but instead finds Anand's playmaker Roshan Pires. That's not someone you'd ever want to give the ball to, because would you look at that? He had absolutely no mistake in doing everything by himself. From the moment he got a hold of that ball, what footwork by Roshan Pires, stepping in, then stepping out. This is simply phenomenal from the Anand College captain. Can he convert his own try? Is already put Anand College into a demanding position. They're bossing things at 10-0. He can't convert. Doesn't have the legs. It had the force, but it didn't have the direction. is the playmaker for Ananda College in action. Is simply a treat to watch. I could go on about Russian Pires the whole day. That's how good he is. And is played a lone hand for Ananda College in terms of keeping them above St. Thomas's College in this all-important finals. St. Thomas's looking to make play. They haven't been allowed to by Ananda College. Can they pull something out of the hat? St. Thomas's just hasn't been their day. The execution has been a little bit off. And Ananda College have a penalty. St. Thomas's forced to push 10 meters back. So it isn't Russian Silva that'll look to start things. We're going for a scrum in favour of Ananda College. They're not far off from that whitewash. They're into the 22 of the boys in blue. And I would love another try. I would love to finish their campaign on a high. Here's the number 10 finding space, giving it to the danger man, Russian Pires, who has no problems whatsoever. Whenever Russian Pires gets the ball, he touches down, and it's a hat-trick for Russian Pires this match. Here's a touchdown on all 3 occasions.
Well, on the College, game, set, match, thanks to the hands of their skipper, Russian Pires. You beauty, son. An absolute brilliant show of expertise by this young lad for Ananda College. The conversion goes astray, but forget that. The 3 tries he scored so far, absolutely brilliant. Here's a look at that once again. This time a much more better play from Ananda College. A good breaking from Dilchan, who then passes to Russian Pires, who happens to be there whenever Ananda College needs one more score. And at 15 points to nil with just a few minutes left, has Ananda College done everything right so far. As for St. Thomas's, well, they've found an opening out of nothing. But guess who's there once again? It's a Russian Pires. When St. Thomas's had the opportunity, no one else but your skipper, Russian Pires.
Come at the hour, come at the man for Ananda College, as St. Thomas has finally found something to use. It was Siobhan Matthew and tried to do it all by himself, but Russian Pires is everywhere at the moment. And Ananda College will have a line out from their own 22. They'll want to not concede a try in these Shield finals. Played finals rather. And Ananda College will gain meters. They've done everything to earn the victory here, but almost a brilliant intercept by St. Thomas's. Just not having the legs there by Siobhan Matthew on that occasion. Here's a replay of that.
Well,
almost very well intercepted.
Well, it would have been brilliantly intercepted, and would have gone to score St. Thomas's first, and possibly it's a bit too late at the moment for St. Thomas's. As for Ananda College, they would want to just run down the clock. Just a minute left. They've got, you'll have to say, have got the plate secured. As Russian Pires puts ball to boot, and St. Thomas's Adil now makes a move. Here's St. Thomas's. Rodin passes it out onto Silva. St. Thomas's now with a chance to at least go into full time with some score on the board. Will work the faces. Now passes it on to Pereira. Pereira tries to get through, doesn't get through. Anand the defense up to the point. Will need support. Passes it out now to Silva. Silva trying to get through the tacklers. Doesn't get much, but just gains a couple of meters. Here's St. Thomas's once again. Now pass out wide from Pereira. Now to Sirivardhana. But Sirivardhana makes a mess out of it. And guess who it is? It's a Russian Pires for Ananda College. Wherever you go, if you hear Ananda College, it's equal to Russian Pires. Brilliant try. And that will secure things for Ananda College. Well, he's been everywhere. He scored all of it. He has given Anand this silverware. And he has been a brilliant prospect for Anand College and will be in the future as well. He'll get the conversion. He'll get the score. Anand College wins the plate. A magnificent performance from Anand College to overcome St. Thomas's. The boys from the school by the sea doesn't get it. But the boys from Maradona do. Thanks to the hands of that boy, their skipper, Russian Pires. Boy oh boy, will he be a player to look out for in Sri Lanka rugby in the future.
Absolute delight for Ananda College. They've clinched the plate convincingly against St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's did put up a fight, but that's full-time confirmation. Ananda College beat St. Thomas's College 22-0 to take the plate and the silverware to Maradona. These are the highlights of that second half. It was Russian Pires all the way for Ananda College, as there was really no stopping him. He didn't put a foot wrong. Russian Pires was simply on another level. He was the lone playmaker for the boys from Maradona, as he allowed Ananda College to claim silverware and clinch the all-important plate.
Next up, we have the big final of the Under-14 Elite 10-a-side Rugby Tournament 2026. The cup final between Trinity College and Isipatana College. We are coming to you live from the Trinity College Rugby Stadium from Pallekele. And what a final this promises to be. Trinity, the Under-14 team, has showcased some brilliant skills. But so has Isipatana. They've defeated a lot of players, a lot of teams. And there'll be a good final that's happening. And it'll kick off in just a minute. As you see the Anand crowd celebrating the plate victory. And all thanks to their skipper, Russian Pires. What a player for Anand in the future. Everything is ready for the grand finale. Trinity taking on Isipatana. Dulen Jayakodi, Sharon Veeratna, Sensit Kaushalya, Ganula Mipagama, Agita Pires, Timothy Krishna Kumar, Puneet Silva, Ruin Vikramaratna, Nevan Pereira, and Renuja Botedinia. And for Isipatana, it's Minuka Lakshin, Sashad Zumri, Netsilu Ruan Patirana, Semika Pasandul, Mohammad Rihan, Manuel Nityaselan, Mutulal Chamatkar, Keshava Sandeep, Senit Dicosta, Helit Jitnuka, Sitika Jayaratna, and Mavindu Prabhashwara. It'll be Isipatana to kick things off from the left to right. It'll be the number 10 who will be kicking things off for Isipatana. And it's Aaron Pereira, the referee, who has the whistle. Everything is ready for kickoff. This is going to be a mouth-watering clash. Kicks off. Lets the ball bounce. Collected by Meepegama. Ganula Meepegama, that is. Here's Dulin Kodituaku acting as the scrum half. Here's Ruin Vikramaratna taking the ball into contact. Think that's the knee of the Isipatana number 8. Early on, injury concern for Isipatana. It was Ruin Vikramaratna who took the ball into contact. There you see the big man falling on the ground. Think it was the knee, and he is up on his feet. It was a penalty for Trinity, and they'll take the scrum. It will be Agita Piris to feed in to this scrum. No contest by the under 14 standards. Here's Punit Silva. He'll put the ball to boot. There's no one at the back. Here's a foot race. Think Ruin Vikramaratna is chasing this. Looking like a good tackle coming in from Nevan Pereira. And that's another penalty. The ref has indicated that there's a penalty. The chaser being in front of the kicker, and Isipatana have an opportunity. A penalty inside the 22 meters. The chaser was in front of the kicker. It was Punit Silva, quickly taken by the number 8. And here's Isipatana. Needs to give it out. The number 12 gives it out. The number 7 scores for Isipatana. The first try coming in. Brilliant work from Isipatana. Everyone thought they were going to take the set piece, but they took the quick tap and sent the ball wide. The number 8 to the number 12. He drew in, and that was the pass that created the try. Brilliant work. And Sharon Veeraratna could not really catch him. And this is the number 13 for Isipatana with the conversion attempt.
Well, yeah, certainly brilliant set of game awareness there from the Isipatana lads. Completely showing Trinity something else and executing the other part of it. Take a look at that. The Trinity defense had to completely drift towards the right side, but Isipatana had enough space, and they touched down for their first try. They get the upper hand in this all-important cup final.
Isipatana, lovely high-hanging kick. Right under it is Akita Pires. Still on his feet. The ball has been turned over by Isipatana. The turnover is good, says the referee. The number 4 draws in, gives it to the number 8. Good work. Isipatana, had they collected that, surely would have been the second try, but it was a good tackle from Dulin Jayakodi. Brilliant work from Jayakodi. It was a good tackle, knocks the ball on. Here's a look at the replay.
It's unfortunate there for Isipatana. Number 8, the big lad, offloading it, but ball falling into no man's land, and the unpredictability of the rugby ball bounce causing a little bit of damage for Isipatana. Now Trinity with an opportunity with a scrum down. Can they create something out here?
Agita, wearing the number 10 jersey, gives it to Punit Silva. He'll put the ball to boot. The message from the coaching staff is pretty evident. Get the ball to Punit Silva, and inside the 22 meters, put the ball out of touch, and then see where you can go from there. Don't play your rugby inside the 22 meters. Must be the advice the coaching panel has given Trinity. And a quick line out taken by Isipathana. Here's the opportunity. The number 10 goes into contact, stepping past a couple of players, breaks, steps under the post. Brilliant work from the number 10 of Isipathana. What a couple of steps that was. And Trinity looked shell-shocked. Brilliant work. The quick line out taken. Here's a look at it. Here you see Soul the dummy. Here's the first step. Here's the second step coming in. There you see the fullback was in no man's land. And under the post goes Isipathana. Brilliant work. And the number 13 looks for the conversion as well. And the conversion is good as well. 12 points to nil. Trinity have a mountain to climb.
Well, certainly, yes. Easy as you like it. Take a look at this. Breaks through the defense and look at this step. Oh my goodness. Completely clashing out the sweeper under the post. And like you mentioned, Kavin, Trinity do have an uphill task here now. 12 points behind. And you know that the Isipathana defense is a brick wall as well. So plenty of pressure on their shoulders.
Collected by Kaushalya. Kaushalya decides to run and he gives it to Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar gives it to Ganula. Ganula to Akita. Akita has knocked the ball down and it will be a set pace in favor of Isipathana. Trinity known for their pace and finding space, and don't think they are doing it really well here in the final when the team needs it most. It was Kaushal who knocked the ball on. However, Trinity just outside the 22 meters have a scrum. These scrums are uncontested by the under 14 standards. Here's the number 15 giving it to the inside center. He looks to run, steps, brings two men to bring him down. Good tackle coming in from the number 15. Nevan Pereira from Trinity. Here's the number 14. Looks to run through the middle. He is brought down. Isipathana have possession. Here's the number 11. Yet again trying to go through the middle. Needs to release. Does Trinity. Here's the number 10 giving it to the number 12. Space opening up wide for the number 4. And looks like it's another try for Isipathana. The third try. Third consecutive try in the first half. Here's a look at the replay. Brilliant work, brilliant hands. There was 4 players on the outside. Should have given the ball out wide. But the number 4 of Isipathana says, I don't need you. I can step past this defense and probably score the third. And he does score the third. If he hadn't, he would have got an earful from everyone. But he didn't. He went over the whitewash, did exactly what was needed, and the conversion is a stray, and that's half time. Brilliant half for Isipathana, Janindu.
Well, absolutely, yes, Kavin. I definitely agree with you. Trinity looking a bit dull compared to the other games, but Isipathana College just doing the right things at the right occasion. 17 points to nil, a commanding lead in the first half itself in the all-important cup final. And that's the half-time confirmation in your screen. 17 to nil, Isipathana over Trinity.
ලිලා මම අලුත් බැංක් account එකක් open කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් website එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක scan කරලා meeting time එකක් schedule කරලා online connect වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් open කරගන්න.
Here's a look at the highlights. Trinity guilty of knocking the ball a couple of times. This was the first try that was scored by the number 7. Was a lovely pass from the number 12 of Isipathana. First try, and this was an individual brilliant try. Look at the step here. completely outfoxed the fullback. And just like that, under the posts. And the third try came with plenty of numbers on the outside. Look at how many numbers they have. Isipatana has on the outside, but the number 4 says, I'll take it from here. And he scores the third try. It's 19 points to nil. Trinity have to score 3 converted tries. And in one half, you can do that. Definitely. Yes, Punit Silva puts the ball to boot. And the ball has been taken into touch. It will be a free kick. Quickly taken by the number 13. Here's Isipatana. There's numbers on the outside for them. There you go. And will it be a foot race? The number 5 decided to cut back in, but there were plenty of numbers on the outside, and missing another tackle is the Trinity player holding on. Finally, brilliant work from Rovin Vikramaratne, the player of Trinity's under 14 team, hopefully. And here's the line being worked by Trinity. Here's Kaushal, speed on the outside, Kaushal taken back, and the ball has gone into touch, and it probably will be a yellow card coming for an Isipatana player as well. Referee Nipur Amarutunga giving his opinion to referee Arun Pereira, and it will be a yellow card for Isipatana. Now Trinity have an opportunity. They have one man advantage. Was thrown into touch. This is the number 8. It's not the number 8 that has been shown the yellow card, but Isipatana have one player less. Trinity have gone for the scrum. Thought they could have gone to the line. Here's what happened. The number 12. Completely legal. That is why the yellow card was shown. Could have bundled him into touch without doing that. But these are under 14 boys. They are just starting rugby. Look at the nippy scrum from Isipatana, giving a near full to Akita Piris. Akita gives it to Ruan. Ruin takes it. Here's Punit Silva looking to run on the outside. Punit Silva will score the first. Brilliant work from Punit Silva. He is the go-to man for Trinity. Whenever they need some tries and some individual brilliance, Punit Silva has really managed to give it to this Trinity team. Here's a look at how he ran on the outskirts. See his pace. He has 2 defenders to beat. He now cuts back in, going past at least 4 players. As Rovin Vikramaratne tries the conversion. Had the direction but not the distance. 19 points to 5.
Well, yes, Punit Silva and Trinity will need rather more of these if they are to come back to the game. Brilliant pace on his legs. Punit Silva, who has been brilliant throughout this tournament, but was just a bit silent in the first half in this cup final. But suddenly Trinity have managed to find some momentum. They will have to continue that. Now they will have to put extra pressure on Isipatana and make sure that they counterfeit. Just 12 points behind, and 2 tries will do that. 4 minutes are remaining in the clock. Can Trinity College, can you do that?
Trinity certainly have the players to do it. And this time 10 meters travelled and collected by Kaushal Ganula Meepegam rather. Ball available. Here's Hashin Jayawardena to Jayakodi to Punit Silva. Punit Silva taps the ball back, collected by Isipatana this time. Ball available. They hasn't brought him down. He was held. Quick tap Tapakan. Gives it to Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar looks to cut back in. Rather, it's Hashen Jayawardena. Jayawardena takes the ball into contact. Sharan Veeraratna acting as the scrum half. Here's Punit Silva. And under the posts goes Punit Silva. The second try of the game for Punit Silva. And just like that, Trinity are back. And look at how costly that yellow card is. During that yellow card period, 2 tries were scored. And with less than 3 minutes remaining, Trinity just need 1 converted try to win this.
Well, can Trinity do that? Well, seems like they can do it. Punit Silva, the man, take about 2 tries. And now Trinity, hungry for victory. Can Nisipatana manage to bundle this off, or will Trinity come back? A converted try will do the job for Trinity College. And it's Punit Silva, the man who will restart things again.
Restarted. The number 9 puts the ball to boot. There's no one at the back. Yes, there is. Here's Agita Piris. Agita Piris in trouble. Brought down. Needs to release. Ball available. Jayawardena acting as the scrum half. Gives it to Dulin Jayakodi. Jayakodi takes the ball into contact. But the referee needs to have a word with the AR. Nipuna Amaratunga. Looks like it's another yellow card. Foreign punch to Isipatana. Will they take the scrum? Will they take the line out? Clock back on. Here's a look at what happened.
Yes, unnecessary cost there from the halfback there. A little punch. Well, there you go. Very unnecessary there. Certainly things that you have to leave out of the game. And now 1 player down. Trinity College with a massive advantage.
Here's Krishna Kumar. Gives it to Ruin Vikramaracharada. Here's Punit Silva. Still on his feet. Has the ball been turned over? Penalty advantage for handling the ball off feet. Brilliant work. Trinity takes it quickly. Here's Krishna Kumar. Gives it to the big men. Here's Ganula Mipegama. Here's Kaushalya. Kaushalya in space. Finally gives the ball out to Ganula Mipegama. Ball available. Jayawardena gives it to Dulin Jayakodi. Jayakodi looks to run through the middle, but held up. And good work. And here's Punit yet again trying to run from inside. What a lovely pass that is. Was that knocked on? Nevan Pereira with the ball. Nevan still on his feet. Brilliant work from Trinity. This is the final we wanted to witness. Taken quickly by Krishna Kumar. Timothy Krishna Kumar just inches short of the try line. There's no one here. No one on this side. And Trinity have scored under the posts. Ruin Vikramaratna. Brilliant work from Trinity. Under the posts. Probably the last play of the game. What a try this is, Janidu.
Yes, absolutely, Kavint. Plenty of space available. Absolutely nobody in front. And take a look at that dive. A celebratory dive. He knows how important that try is. What a comeback from Trinity College, Candy. Trailing 17 points from 0 points. Now it's 17 all. Under the post try. And this conversion will be very, very important. He doesn't have to panic. He has to make sure that he is calm and he crosses that 2 bars in between. What a comeback from Trinity College. This is absolutely the final we wanted to win. Well, in the first half we thought that there is no absolute game at all, but suddenly Trinity College has turned the tables down, and this conversion will decide how the game proceeds.
The tide has turned, and that is mainly because of the 2 yellow cards Isipatana gave away. 17 points all. Probably the last play of the game if the conversion goes through as well. It will be Agita Piris to convert this. Pressure. Referee wanting to have a word with the doctor on whether his the player is okay. Here's a look at Punit Silva's creation of that try. Nevan Pereira couldn't collect it, but look at how he goes past a couple of players, steps past a couple of players, and the Isipatana defense was bunched up together. It was Krishna Kumar who took the ball from the ruck and decided to go there. And look at how Ruvin Vikramaratne steps past this. There's 30 seconds left in the referee's clock, and the conversion, an important conversion. Can he do this? Yes, he can. Right through the middle. Trinity lead after trailing 17 points to nil at half time. Brilliant comeback from Trinity. Those two yellow cards by Isipatana is why the tide turned, and a lot of changes being made as well.
Well, with few seconds remaining, Isipatana will be in the receiving end, and they'll have to completely go all the way if they are to win this game, or else it's Trinity's game. Under 14 title, more likely to be Trinity College, but until the last dying second, this game has given us so many surprises. And with the concussion test being progressed for the player who was down, only a few seconds remaining, and all the drama happening here at Pallekele Trinity College Rugby Grounds. And the referee offers or suggests that the player has to be replaced. But the player is refusing to leave the field, but the advice that comes from the medical staff is that he has to be replaced. Yes, unhappy signs for the player, but something to think about for the future as well.
Still has plenty of rugby left in him, and it will be Punit Silva on his home turf at Pallekele. Punit Silva scored 2 brilliant tries. Probably the player of the match.
Time on.
19 points to 17 is the score. Trinity leading, and the ball, does it go all the way? They look to run, and what a tackle from Ruvin Vikramaratne, and he's been taken back, and that's the game done and dusted. Match over. Trinity have won it. What a comeback this has been. What a comeback from Trinity. Brilliant work. Trailing 17 points to nil at half time, and to come back 19 points to 17. Brilliant work from Trinity. They have managed to come back from behind and win the under 14 tennis-side tournament. Brilliant work. Brilliant from Trinity.
Well, Trinity College under 14 lads take a bow. Well, these are the kind of players that will surely have a bright future ahead. What a comeback. Certainly the maturity. They knew they were 17 points down, but second half they came back stronger. They came back with a plan, and my goodness, these lads, and hats off to Punit Silva for pulling out a brilliant show in this all-important cup final. And the faces says how important that win was for these junior Lions.
The squad of Trinity: Dulin Jayakodi, Sharon Veeraratne, Sensit Kaushalya, Ganulami Begama, Agita Pieris, Timothy Krishna Kumar, Punit Silva, Ruvin Vikramaratne, Nevan Pereira, Renuja Bovatteniya, Navindu Ranavana, Saila Kahadavala, Pamutu Tilakaratna, Hashen Jayawardena and Chenul Dias have a trophy to celebrate with. They won the under 14 tournament, the 10th tournament, after trailing 17 points to nil at half time. Isipatana, where the game turned was when they gave away 2 yellow cards back to back, and Trinity pounced on that opportunity, and they really gave everything in this tournament. And the play of the tournament probably will be a pendulum between Punit Silva, Ganulami Pegama and Ruin Vikramaratna. Those 3 players had an immense tournament, and that's the full-time confirmation. 19 points to 17. 19 points coming through 3 tries and 2 conversions. The 17 points coming through 3 tries and 1 conversion. Trinity winning the under 14 10-a-side tournament, 19 points to 17, and that's full-time confirmation.
And with that, as Trinity College crowned as Cup champions, Anand College managed to win the Plate Championship, Royal College managed to win the Bowl Championship, and St. Aloysius College Gaul managed to win the Shield Championship. All these teams will be having a celebrating evening, and this was the highlights for the second half, which was all just for Trinity College and Punit Silva. Punit Silva touched down for 2 tries, and this second try spotting that gap right in the middle, and unstoppable Silva goes under the post, and he just wanted to make sure that they finish off things quickly. And the final try, sucking that Isipadana defense, completely no one out, and this dive said everything. They knew that was the game and the conversion to come. Those were the important 2 points that brought this championship home for Trinity College Kandy.
Trinity, what a season it has been for them. They won the knockouts in the under 20, and they won the league in the under 20 as well. Now they've won the under 14 10-a-side rugby tournament 2026. Here's the key stats of the game. Trinity, 3 tries, 2 conversions, 19 points, and 3 tries, 1 conversion. Isipadana, 17 points. Isipadana were leading 17 points to nil at half time, and we didn't think Trinity could make a comeback, but Trinity showed why they are called the Lions. Coming back in, Isipadana helped with a couple of yellow cards, but to come back 17 points down at half time is a huge thing, and these are just under 14 boys. They have a lot of future in rugby to play for their schools, and what a way to start off a tournament like this in the under 14 tournament and to win it.
Well, certainly yes. And during the half time we did have a conversation as well, Kavit, what has happened to Trinity College Young Lions, but I think they did hurt us and responded us back in the second half. What a show, a game that will be remembered for ages. 19 points to 17. Trinity College take a bow. They will lift the cup championship home. And with the senior men winning the Dialogue Schools Rugby League, winning the knockouts, winning the Bradbury Shield, these young Lions adds one more to the 2026 Trinity College championship list. And with that, we will head for a commercial break, and do stay tuned with us for the closing presentation ceremony.
Everything sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel, the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Isuzu D-Max.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
Isuzu D-Max.
පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ පුරාවෘතයක් මුලින්ම කීර්තිය රස බැලූ සම්ප්‍රදායක් නැවත පැමිණේ. Lemonade Sixes 2026 විජයග්‍රාහී පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් වේදිකාවේ සෑම ලකුණක්ම සෑම ප්‍රීති ഘോഷාවක්ම සෑම මතකයක්ම විඳගන්න. සැප්තැම්බර් 4 සහ 5 The Papare 2, The Papare 2 HD, Dialogue Pay app සහ thepapare.com ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
නිලා මමලුත් බෑන්ක් account එකක් ඕපන් කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බෑන්ක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් වෙබ්සයිට් එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක ස්කෑන් කරලා මීටින් ටයිම් එකක් ෂෙඩියුල් කරලා ඔන්ලයින් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් ඕපන් කරගන්න.
නිලා මමලුත් බෑන්ක් account එකක් ඕපන් කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බෑන්ක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් වෙබ්සයිට් එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක ස්කෑන් කරලා මීටින් ටයිම් එකක් ෂෙඩියුල් කරලා ඔන්ලයින් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් ඕපන් කරගන්න.
Two sports, one stage, one incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the Papare.com.
sports at your fingertips. Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel to world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Isuzu D-Max.
A tradition returns. The heart of school cricket reignites. Where legends first tasted glory has returned. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Every six, every cheer, every memory. Lemonade Sixes 2026. Live on the Papare 2, the Papare 2 HD, the Dialogue Play app, and the Papare.com.
Isuzu D-Max.
පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ පුරාවෘතයක් මුලින්ම කීර්තිය රස බැලූ සම්ප්‍රදායක් නැවත පැමිණේ. Lemonade Sixes 2026 විජයග්‍රාහී පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් වේදිකාවේ සෑම ලකුණක්ම සෑම ප්‍රීති ഘോഷාවක්ම සෑම මතකයක්ම විඳගන්න. සැප්තැම්බර් 4 සහ 5 The Papare 2, The Papare 2 HD, Dialogue Pay app සහ thepapare.com ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
නිලා මමලුත් බෑන්ක් account එකක් ඕපන් කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බෑන්ක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් වෙබ්සයිට් එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක ස්කෑන් කරලා මීටින් ටයිම් එකක් ෂෙඩියුල් කරලා ඔන්ලයින් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් ඕපන් කරගන්න.
නිලා මමලුත් බෑන්ක් account එකක් ඕපන් කරලා ඉන්නවා. මේ වෙලාවේ බෑන්ක් යන්න? දැන් සම්පත් account එකක් ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳලා හදාගන්න පුළුවන්. සම්පත් වෙබ්සයිට් එකට ගියා නැත්නම් QR එක ස්කෑන් කරලා මීටින් ටයිම් එකක් ෂෙඩියුල් කරලා ඔන්ලයින් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා account එක හදාගන්න.
සම්පත් accounts ඉන්න තැනක ඉඳන් ඕපන් කරගන්න.
Two sports, one stage, one incredible course. International Rugby's hardest hitters take on Sri Lanka's greatest cricketing icons. A night where rivals unite for charity, for community, for Sri Lanka. International Rugby stars versus Sri Lanka cricketing legend. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialogue Play app and the Papare.com.
Live scores, breaking news, match analysis, straight to your phone. Papare WhatsApp channel to the world of sports at your convenience. Join now.
Isuzu D-Max.
A tradition returns. The heart of school.
Welcome back as we were host to a wonderful elite under 14s rugby tournament here in Pallekele as we're on the eve of the conclusion to a memorial rugby season in 2026. So in conclusion to this elite under 14 10-a-side rugby tournament, let's head downstairs for the post-match presentations.
සුබ සන්ධ්‍යාවක් ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා පල්ලේකැලේ ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලීය ක්‍රීඩා පිටියේ රැඳී සිටින සියලු දෙනාටම ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමය මගින් පූර්ණ අනුග්‍රහකත්වයේ දරා ගනිමින් සංවිධානය කර ලැබූ වයස අවුරුදු 14න් පහළ දස සමාජික එලීට් රග්බි තරගාවලියේ ප්‍රථම වටේ තරග ඊයේ දින පල්ලේකැලේ ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ සහ දිගන ක්‍රීඩා අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ක්‍රීඩා සංකීර්ණ ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී පවත්වන ලද අනතුරුව අද දින දෙවන වටේ තරග පල්ලේකැලේ ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී පවත්වමින් අති සාර්ථක තරගාවලියක් ලෙස මේ වන විට නිමාවට පත් වී තිබෙන මේ මොහොතේ අප දැන් එළඹ සිටින්නේ තරගාවලිය සඳහා සහභාගී වී ජයග්‍රහණය කළ පාසල් කණ්ඩායම් සඳහා ජය සංකේත ප්‍රදානය කිරීම උත්සවය සඳහායි. ජය සංකේත ප්‍රදානය කිරීම සඳහා මාගේ මෙම ගෞරවනීය ආරාධනය ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ ගරු සභාපතිතුමන් බුද්ධික අත්තනායක මහත්මයාට ඒ වගේම මධ්‍යම පළාත් ක්‍රීඩා හා ශාරීරික අධ්‍යාපන අධ්‍යක්ෂක චන්දික පොරෝගම මහත්මයාට ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ නියෝජ්‍ය සභාපති ප්‍රියන්ත කුමාරසිරි මහත්මයාට උපසභාපති තුෂාර ඉන්ද්‍රනිල් මහත්මයාට ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ ගරු ලේකම් මනෝජ නිර්මාණ මහත්මයාට භාණ්ඩාගාරික චානක ධනංජය මහත්මයාට ඒ වගේම සමස්ත තරගාවලි ලේකම් නිරෝධ විජේරාම මහත්මයාට උප භාණ්ඩාගාරික දමිත පෙරේරා මහත්මයාට සහ වයස අවුරුදු 16න් පහළ තරගාවලි ලේකම් කෝසල ගොඩුගම මහත්මයාට සහභාගී වන ලෙසට ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම සීල් කොටසේ ජයග්‍රහණය ජය සංකේත ප්‍රදානයට ආරාධනාව වේදිකාව ඉදිරියට පැමිණ ලෙසට ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ උප භාණ්ඩාගාරික දමිත පෙරේරා මහත්මයාට සහ වයස අවුරුදු 16න් පහළ තරගමාලා ලේකම් කෝසල ගොඩුගේ මහත්මයාට වේදිකාව ඉදිරියට පැමිණ ලෙසට සීල් කොටසේ අනුශූරතාව හිමි කර ලබනවා වේල්ස් කුමර විද්‍යාලය. कैप्टन कौन था? कैप्टन कौन? कैप्टन कैप्टन විසයි වර්ෂයේ වයස 14න් පහළ දස සමාජික රග්බි තරගාවලියේ එලයි සීල් අනුශූරතාවය වෙස් කුමර විද්‍යාලය. සීල් කොටසේ ශූරතාවය ගල් ඇලෝසියස් විද්‍යාලය. वर्षे වයසරුදු 14න් පහළ දස සමාජික එලිට් රග්බි තරගාවලියේ ශීල් ශූරතාවය ගාල ඇලෝසියස් විද්‍යාලය. නිලධාරි මහත් ස්තුතිය. මිළඟට බෝල් කොටසේ ජය සංකේත ප්‍රදානය කිරීම සඳහා මාගේ ගෞරවනීය ආරාධනය ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන් සංගමයේ උපසභාපති තුෂාර ඉන්ද්‍රනිල් මහත්මයාට සහ භාණ්ඩාගාරික චානක ජනන්ජය මහත්මයාට වේදිකාව ඉදිරිපිට පැමිණ සිටින. බෝල් කොටසේ අනුශූරතාවයේ හිමි කර ලබනවා කොළඹ වෙස්ලි විද්‍යාලය. විසය වර්ෂයේ වයසරුදු 14න් පහළ දස සමාජික රග්බි තරගාවලියේ එලයිට් අනුශූරතාවය කොළඹ වෙස්ලි විද්‍යාලය. තරගාවලියේ බෝල් ශූරතාවය හිමි කර ලබනවා කොළඹ රාජකීය විද්‍යාලය. වයසරු 14න් 15 දසාමාජික රග්බි තරගාවලියේ එලයිට් කොටසේ 2026 බෝල් ශූරතාවය කොළඹ රාජකීය විද්‍යාලය. නිලධාරි මහතුන් ස්තුතිය. ඊළඟට ටේට් ශූරතාවේ ජය සංකේත ප්‍රදානය කිරීම සඳහා මාගේ ගෞරවනීය ආරාධනය ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ නියෝජ්‍ය සභාපති ප්‍රියන්ත කුමාරසිරි මහත්මයාට සහ ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ සමස්ත තරගාවලි ලේකම් නිරෝධ විජේරාම මහත්මයාට වේදිකාව ඉදිරිපිට පැමිණ ලෙසට තරගාවලියේ प्लेट अनुशूरतावय गलकिस शांत थॉमस विद्यालय विषय वर्षे वयसर 14 दस सामाजिक एलाइट रग्बी තරගාවලියේ प्लेट अनुशूरतावय गलकिस शांत थॉमस विद्यालय තරගාවලියේ ප්ලේට් ශූරතාවය හිමි කරපු ලබනවා කොළඹ ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලය. विषय वर्षे वयसर 14 एलाइट दस सामाजिक रग्बी තරගාවලියේ प्लेट शूरतावय कोळंब आनंद विद्यालय සංකේත ප්‍රදානය කළ නිලධාරි මහත්මයාට ස්තුතිය. ඊළඟට තරගාවලියේ විශිෂ්ටතම කප් කොටසේ ජයග්‍රාහකයන්ට ජය සංකේත ප්‍රදානය කිරීම සඳහා මාගේ ගෞරවනීය ආරාධනය ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ කරු සභාපති බුද්ධික අත්තනායක මහත්මයාට ඒ වගේම මධ්‍යම පළාත් ක්‍රීඩා හා ශාරීරික අධ්‍යාපන අධ්‍යක්ෂක චන්දික පොරොගම මහත්මයාට ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකා පාසල් රග්බි පාපන්දු සංගමේ කරු ලේකම් මනෝජ නිර්මාණ මහත්මයාට වේදිකාව ඉදිරිපිට පැමිණ සිට 20 वर्षीय वयस 14 पार दसामाजिक एलीट रग्बी तरंगावली कप अनुशूरतावे हिमकु लबනවා කොළඹ ඉසිපතන විද්‍යාලය वर्षीय वयस 14 पार दसामाजिक एलीट रग्बी तरंगावली कप अनुशूरयो කොළඹ ඉසිපතන විද්‍යාලය කණ්ඩායම් 29ක් තරඟාවලිය සඳහා සහභාගී වී දිවයිනේ නන්දසින් පැමිණි පාසල් වලින් මෙම විශිෂ්ටතම අවස්ථාව තරඟාවලියේ දක්ෂතම ක්‍රීඩකයා තරඟාවලියේ දක්ෂතම ක්‍රීඩකයාට හිමි සම්මාන හිමි කරනු ලබනවා ක්‍රීඩක ජර්සි අංක 50 පානෝර තිත්තජාලේ පොලිත් සිල්වා विषय वर्षे वयस 14 පහළ දසාමාජික එලිට් රග්බි තරඟාවලියේ විශිෂ්ටම තරඟේ කප් ශූරයෝ හිමි කරපු ලබනවා මහනුවර ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය
20
2020 වර්ෂයේ වයස අවුරුදු 14න් පහළ සමාජික එලීට් රග්බි තරගාවලියේ කප් ශූරතාවයට හිමි කිරුළ හිමි කරනු ලබනවා මහනුවර ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය.
Last couple of games we've had, and it's Trinity College Candy that have come out on triumphs. Your champions of the under-14 elite 10-a-side rugby tournament 2026. Trinity College Candy. They emerged victorious over countless obstacles that they had to face. They came up against the toughest of opponents. But Trinity College Candy prevail as champions of the under-14 setup. It was a fabulous ending to a fabulous tournament here at Pallekele. We were witness to some amazing matches that we'll look back at, and there's certainly promises to wonderful players for the future. Isipatana College gave Trinity College a mighty fight in the finals. They were actually in the lead before Trinity College Candy found every bit of it to bounce back, emerge victorious. These under-14 elite 10-a-side rugby tournament. These are the results of today. We had the Shield quarterfinals. St. Joseph's College hammered St. Benedict's College up front with the score of 34-0, and St. Aloysius College in reply outstanding against Malayadeva College. Prince of Wales took the game to Richmond College Call in the third Shield quarterfinal before Lumbini College outclassed Thurston College in the fourth Shield quarterfinal 24-0. We then head on to the bowl quarterfinals where DSN and Aiga found the grit to dismantle Zahira 19-5. Royal College outplayed Kingswood 32-10. Mahanama College played some amazing rugby in the third quarterfinal of the bowl segment to clinch Sri Sumangala College Candy 17-0 before Wesley College outclassed Vidyartha 19-0 in the fourth bowl quarterfinal. We then moved on to the cup quarterfinals where Science College played some amazing rugby to come out on tops against Dharmaraja College, who were playing some sensational rugby. They were on the back of some good rugby from yesterday. And Trinity College Candy played a cracker of a match against Ananda College in the second quarterfinal. That match was one of the matches we had today that certainly had everyone on the edge of the seats. Isipatana College were no match for St. Thomas's as they beat them 26-0, where St. Peter's College thrashed St. Anthony's College 22-0 to cap off the quarterfinals. To start the Shield semi-finals, it was St. Aloysius College that went rampant against St. Joseph's College to clinch it 12-7. Prince of Wales edged Lumbinich College 15-12 in the second semi-finals. Royal College were no match for DSN and Aiga in the bowl semi-finals as they went up 17-0. Wesley College 19-7, a showcasing of some rugby from Wesley College in that second semi-final. Moving on to the plate semi-finals, we saw Ananda College dismantle Dharmaraja College Kandy, who was certainly taken aback. How good was Rashid Piris for Anand College? St. Thomas's College saw the back of St. Anthony's College Kandy in the second semi-finals. They scored the only try in the match to end the game 7 points to nil. Trinity College Kandy in the cup semi-final number 1 to head into the finals, outclassed Science College to take the game 19 points to nil and book the first position in the finals. Isipatana College outclassed St. Peter's College tremendously in the second cup semi-finals to book their matchup against Trinity in the finals. Then it was a matter of the finals where we saw St. Aloysius College clinch the shield against Prince of Wales, and it was Royal College that came out on tops against Wesley in the bowl finals. Ananda College ran over St. Thomas's College in the plate finals, and we saw a hell of a match in that cup finals where Trinity College Kandy beat Isipatana College from a come from behind win to take the tournament. They were judged the champions of the Under-14 Elite Tennis-side Rugby Tournament 2026. So those were the results of today, where we were home to some amazing knockout rugby clashes. The quarterfinals, semi-finals and the finals were packed with some entertainment. It was a spectacular tournament here in Pallekele and Digana. We were home to some spectacular youth rugby. We brought out the best of these young boys who showcased their determination from the get-go. But we bid adieu from Pallekele as we close out the 2026 schools rugby season. Good evening, and we hope to meet you soon.
Stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare.
3, 2, 1, roll.
ඉස්ලින්න ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ද Papare සමග
Welcome to the live broadcast from the Papare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.